What's up, guys? Welcome back to another video with On Point Politics, your number one stop for all things polling and election analysis. And today, here it is, guys. It's the mega stream for the presidential election. Make sure to hit the like button and to subscribe if you want more content just like this. Gold Crown, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hey, guys. Gold Crown Politics here.
Connor, go ahead.
Hey, guys. The Data Guru, also known as Connor. Good to see you.
All right. And then go ahead, Retaking.
Retaking the Nation, honored to be here.
All right, guys. So this is it. We're going to be here now, guys. Right now, I'm with the PBD podcast here. They're going to be going live at 7. Now, I'm going to be talking here as much as I can. But once they go live at 7, I really may not be able to talk too much. I'm going to leave my mic muted. And you guys will be able to kind of see me like how Steve Kornacki does the webcam. That's kind of like what we're going to be doing. So guys, make sure when I'm essentially muted, you guys can talk about whatever you want, go over the states, go over everything, mention whatever you want. And that's pretty much it. So how are you guys? How are you feeling? We'll go with Gold Crown. How are you feeling about the election based off everything you've been hearing?
Well, I definitely think that this is going to be election favoring Trump. It'll be interesting to see, kind of as the votes come in. But I definitely would expect a Trump victory, just given all the key indicators. But we'll have to see what happens.
And what about you, Connor?
I would say the same thing. I've heard a lot of good things on the ground and obviously in early voting that we've all been talking about for quite some time now. Early signs to watch. Polls just closed in Indiana and Kentucky. The first ones did. So I'm going to be watching Eastern Kentucky for Coal Country and Vigo County, Indiana for the first clues.
Yep, those just closed right now. So we're going to be waiting for results out of there. We're going to know really quick if something's going on there. We're going to know something real fast if something's happening there. So, guys, right now, I'm going to try to share my screen. Let me see if it goes ahead and it lets me. I'm going to have it on New York Times. So, Connor, Dustin's going to have to add my share screen right now. But we'll see if he's going to have everything set up. But I want to at least have the New York Times on the screen right now. So, Dustin, if you can go ahead and put the stream, if you could go ahead and put my share screen, that would be appreciated. All right, there we go. So at least we have everything up right now. And so that's the New York Times. We'll be seeing live results for now. However, at 7:30, we're going to be running my own website as of right now. So at 7:30, we're going to go live with my stuff, and I'll be setting that up. But Dustin will probably be the one share screening that more than likely. So that's what's going to be happening, guys. I see there's about like almost 500 of you guys in here. So very excited about this. We're going to see what happens if me and Gold Crown Politics are accurate. We've had pretty bullish predictions. So we're going to be seeing what's going on as the wee hours of the election might come. And we're still waiting for results out of Kentucky as of right now in Indiana. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens. We're going to know very quickly if me and Gold Crown, and even to an extent, Data Guru, is correct or not, because we all have pretty bullish results for Trump. Retaking has been a little bit more conservative with his estimates. So that's what we're going to be looking at right now. But I'm very, very excited for tonight, guys. Very excited. Very, very excited. But all right, guys, I am going to have to leave here for a second. So I'm going to be muted with my camera off, and you guys can go ahead and take the show, all right?
All right.
Give me 1 second. So just kind of keep the audience entertained. Gold Crown, Retake, if you guys want to say something, go ahead.
Yeah, so like On Point said, I definitely think pretty early on we should see, as the votes come in, just what things are looking like. It's not always, the best indication about, certainly in the rural counties, I would expect that if Trump is doing well, that we should see, him doing really well in those red rural counties. And, we'll see what happens. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
I think it's important. Yeah, it's important to keep in mind that early data is early data. It's very, very early. What matters is, when we get full county results, we can kind of learn how things are shifting. But right now, the indicators look good, but, we just don't have enough information to really gauge anything. But I don't see anything that sticks out as like, this is a really bad sign. Exit polls are exit polls. They've been off a million times. It's noise as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. It seems like just got the first votes in from Indiana, Kentucky. Uh, Obviously, it's going to be early, but like I said before, if you're looking for early clues, I would look at Vigo County, Indiana, which is in the western part of the state. It's been right most of the last, I think, many decades and picking the winner. One of the outliers was, of course, 2020 when he voted for Trump. If he improves on his 56, 57% that he got there both times he ran, that should be a good sign. And coal country out in Kentucky, looking for percentages and potentially some running up of the actual raw vote as well. So just some things to keep an eye on.
For sure, for sure. What do you guys think the popular vote's going to be?
I think it's going to
be
be
tight.
somewhere between Trump plus 1 to 2. I could see it being on either end of that, either on the high end or the low end. But I think generally it's probably going to be a Trump plus 1 to 2. But we'll see here once we start getting some more, some more telling results.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely think he's going to win the popular vote. And that would be huge. I mean, if he's up nationally, he's going to win this election pretty easily. The swing states, they all vote to the right of the nation typically. So, yeah, I think I'm more bullish on Trump than a lot of people. I have him winning it by 4 points. I think the best indicator showed that he's probably going to win it by at least 3. I'd be a little surprised, honestly, if he won it by less than that. But I definitely think he at the very least he's winning it. So we'll have to see how that plays out.
Got an early sign here out of Floyd County, Kentucky. I'm looking at this on the CNN map, and it might differ from the New York Times, but a quarter of the votes are in already in Floyd, and looks like Trump's at 79% of the vote. In 2020, he got 75%, and he's running with a quarter of the vote in. He's running about a quarter of his 2020 vote share. So at least in that one county so far, it seems like he's doing quite all right.
Yeah, I mean, if Trump even comes within a few points in the popular vote, that's already panic for Kamala, because that's not all going to be California and New York and these places. So if you guys are right and it's the margins you're suggesting, then this night will be over a little quicker than we think. And I think Virginia will be a big indicator of that, which we should get soon about, what the kind of national performance is like.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. One of the things that I mentioned before we went live was how, compared to 2020 in Virginia, Christian Hines put out something about Culpeper County about an hour ago, saying that they were on track to match 2020 turnout. And I would imagine that's not going to be isolated to just Culpeper County. And just for reference, that county voted 60% for Trump the last 2 elections. So those are going to be Trump-friendly voters. In Nova, the county boards of election, as of 4:00 today, said that about generally 65%-ish, plus or minus a point or so. That was the total turnout as of 4 p.m. And the Nova turnout in 2020 was probably in the upper 70s. So I don't know. I don't think they're going to get to 2020 levels. Question is how far off they're going to be, and that could be very telling.
So do you guys think are you guys most of you thinking that this is going to be a swing state sweep for Trump? Do you guys think that he's going to get all of them?
I do think so. Some states are going to be closer than others. I think Michigan is probably going to be one of the tighter swing states that Trump is probably going to pick off at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But so far, I have seen nothing that would point to anything other than a swing state sweep at this point.
I would agree, certainly. Yeah, we should know pretty quick. I did hear that in some states, maybe you guys can comment on this as well. I heard that some states like Georgia and maybe North Carolina, they're actually going to be counting the votes differently than last time. Like last time, they kind of voted more the election day votes first, and then they like started, with the mail-in ballots, and so the states got bluer over time. But I heard that this time it's going to be the opposite. And so they're going to be counting the mail-in ballots first and then more of the election day vote. And so I would assume that, kind of contrary to last time, that maybe some of the swing states may look a little bit bluer at first, but then they'll get redder as the night goes on. And so that could definitely be something to note as well.
Yeah, I think North Carolina and Georgia were two states that started, well, maybe Georgia started out a little bit more blue in 2020, but North Carolina, it certainly started out with the mail being counted first, and then Trump caught up with the election day vote. It was sort of the reverse in Georgia, but yeah, like some states are going to count differently. It's still very weird times we live in.
Yes.
Just waiting for Vigo County to come in here. Haven't gotten anything yet. But so far, at least the very early returns in Kentucky, they look about as you would expect. We're still waiting for some more of the eastern Kentucky counties to come in.
Yeah, we should know pretty early how this is going, especially in terms of the rural counties.
Chat, do you have any questions? Kentucky will be close.
All right, guys. So what's going on? I see we got results here. So Donald Trump. Wow. Okay. So he is up. All right. So let's see what's going on here. All right. So there's a couple of them in. Hello?
Yep.
Can you guys hear me? All right, cool. All right, so he is up in Whitley County by a couple thousand. Let me pull up the Google results. These are a little bit easier on the eye here. So he is up. Okay. All right, so these are not bad right now. Very early. So obviously these are not final, but this is kind of what we're seeing right now. These rural counties are going pretty heavily, and a lot of them are actually kind of in halfway already. So, and let's look at a county. So let's look at Whitley County. Donald Trump was 72% of the vote to Kamala Harris's 27%. And in that same county, Trump got about 73% when all the ballots were counted back in 2020. So that's what we're looking at there right now. If we look at Fayette County, 75% there. And if we look here, he ended up getting 76 for the total ballots. So we're still waiting for some to come in. Donald Trump, 68%. And I believe it was Tobias County, 68%. And in the final total, he got 69. And if we go over here, Sullivan County, 71% right now. And he ended up getting about 74. So what do you guys think about that? Do you guys think that the ballots that are coming later are going to get redder? Or do you think those are going to be or do you think those are going to get closer? Because I think they might get a little redder. It's very early stuff, but we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, very preliminary results. Right now, right. Laurel County, he's at 81% right now. So that's looking fairly solid. If we go down to Laurel County right here, he ended up getting about 82. So if he is doing better in these counties than before, like if he's outperforming there, he's already outperforming in Kenton County with 36 in. He's already outperforming there. So that's pretty good, actually. So I have a feeling those ballots might get a little bit redder as time goes on. So we'll see how all the votes are tabulated. But so far, those are pretty decent results. I mean, because if he was like, within a couple thousand, or like those were way closer, like we were going to be in for a rough night. But he's already matching or doing a little bit better in some of the counties already. All right, so we got more dumps in. Casey County, he's at 87% with 40% in. And if we go over here, we will see he got 86% he got about 80 about 87. Laurel County, he's still at 81, I believe. He's about to match his 2020 number there. So pretty interesting stuff. So we're just getting some initial results out of Indiana and Kentucky, guys. Very early stuff. Not even all the precincts are actually in right now in those states. So we're going to be waiting for quite some time to get some extra results out of there. But as of right now, he is doing, it's early, but he's up. That's important.
Yep.
So we will see what's going on right now.
I think based on these early returns, Trump is looking like he's on track to match or just be under 2020 numbers in terms of raw votes in a lot of the red counties, at least so far. And that's not good for Harris.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
That wouldn't necessarily be good. I mean, it's still too early because maybe things take a turn and it doesn't end up good for him. Maybe that's the case. But, I mean, as of right now, these are doable results. I mean, he's basically matching his 2020 numbers. Now we have people in the group chat here already coping, saying Harris won this race. This looks race step. Like, bro, what? Like, bro, 1%'s in. Like, chill out. Come on. So right now, we are just waiting for some results to come in. As of right now, guys, I'm going to look at the chat and see what everybody's saying right now. So let's go ahead and pull that up. Gold Crown, what do you think about this so far? Because he's like matching or doing slightly better in some of the counties, but we don't know where those extra ballots later on are going to end up going. So go ahead and give us your opinion on those.
Yeah, I mean, it's, like you said earlier, I mean, it's still pretty early. So it's a little hard to tell, if these, if it's going to get redder or not. But it is looking pretty good early so far. But like I said, it's still pretty early. So, I think we just got to let it play out a little bit. You definitely want to see him at the very least, matching or doing perhaps a little bit better in those roles than in 2020. If he's not doing that, that's
he's about to. Yeah. Okay. So they just dumped more ballots and they got redder.
Okay.
They just dumped a little bit more ballots. They dumped like a tiny bit more and it got redder. So he's already in a 4-win. I think they added some more ballots and he 51% of the votes in, and he's at about 72. And he ended up getting like roughly 73 in the last one. And that was redder from the last projection. From the last dump, it got redder. So it seems like those counties are going to be getting redder as time goes on. Wells County is at 57% of the vote. And Wells County, that county, he got about 77% of the vote in. And he's matching that right now. He's matching his 2020 share of the vote. Sullivan County, he's about 71% of the vote is in there. And he's about to match his 2020 number there. It seems like when they report some of these counties, it's getting a little bit redder as time goes on. He's leading by a decent amount in Kentucky right now. I believe he's at 59% in Penn County, which was a little bit, he's already outperforming there. And in Laurel County, he's at 81. That's no change from before. So we are seeing some somewhat decent returns for him as of right now. Stephenson County, 67%. So we're seeing that there. If we go to that county, he got about 70%, and he's at 67 right now. So he's basically matching his. He's about to match his 2020 vote shares right now in some of these counties, or at least his percentage, guys. He's matching his percentage right now in some of these counties coming in. So that's what we're seeing right now as the night progresses. Wells County, let's check that one again. He's matched it already. So the late dumps are going to be redder. Fayette County, 52% and 75%. If we go to Fayette County, he's about to match his 2020 performance there already.
Yeah, these are not very encouraging signs for Harris. No, you can't be happy with the way these are looking right now. I mean, he's matching 2020 just about everywhere with raw votes.
Yeah, he's matching 2020 in the initial dumps, and they always get redder after. Give me a second, guys.
Yeah, she better hope this doesn't carry over into places like Virginia and Pennsylvania and Michigan. I mean, that's not good.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Checking Eastern Kentucky as well. I think he touched on Laurel County, and he's 81. Let me just check this. So 81, he was at 83 last time with 23,000 votes, and it's a third in, and he's right now maybe on track to be a little bit under that, but not by much. Then we just got some more results. There's no way you can look at this and be happy, at least so far, if you're a Democrat. Something has to change here with the raw votes. Better hope you got a lot more of your votes out there.
Gold Crown, what are your thoughts on it? Guys, if like no one starts, because I may be muted, so if like people stop talking, try to like interject or whatever.
Well, yeah, I agree with what he said. I mean, it's certainly not a good look for Harris at all. You know, I mean, if Trump starts outperforming in the rules, which I think definitely it should probably happen, because I'm predicting that he wins by, you know, a lot more than what, or certainly much more than how he performed last time, especially in the rural counties. So he should be we should be seeing these rural counties get much redder as the night goes on, and I would expect to see that. I would certainly expect to see that.
Just looking at a few more of these Kentucky counties, especially in eastern Kentucky, which I pointed out earlier is coal country, you'd get your first sign of turnout in there. And Trump seems to be outperforming percentage. And at least in Greenup County, Kentucky, he appears to be outrunning the 2020 raw votes. And that's across all four that have reported so far, at least that I'm seeing. So
he's already outrunning his 2020 raw votes in some of the counties already.
But he's on track to. I should have corrected myself there.
Okay,
he's on track to. Right. So
right.
Greenup County is a quarter in. He's at 3,200 votes, and he got 13,000 last time.
Okay.
So he's on track there. He's on track in Floyd, and percentage. He's actually outrunning his percentage in both those counties as well.
Okay. Well, yeah, I think he checked these because I think he might start running those out already. I think he might be running the score up in some of these already.
Yep. Fort Wayne, let me just check. This is Allen County, Indiana. This is Fort Wayne, 52, and he got 54, 55 last time. So 38,000. That's with almost half in now, 39,000. So we'll see how this goes. Potentially lower turnout there in Fort Wayne. We'll have to see. But I would think there are more Republican votes left out there than Democrat votes, just comparing to 2020. But that's like the first really more populist kind to come in. So we'll just have to see how that plays out there. That's 44% in.
Yeah, 100%. I think no, we're still missing some ballots right now. But right now, it seems like he's matching or overperforming some of his vote shares in the counties, which is what he needs in order to match my prediction with Gold Crown, as well as to even win the White House. Because if he's holding up good numbers here, he's going to be doing really good. So right now, Allen County, he's up 44% of the votes in. He's up about 5 points. And if we go to that county, he's about to match his 2020 performance there already.
Yeah.
It's looking like he's going to match it. And it seems like these counties are dumping in like 40% of their votes already.
You can tell they loaded them up. Especially in the rurals, you can tell they loaded them up quite a bit. They're coming in like 40, 50%. Some of them are a little bit under that, but
Lawrence
they're
County,
pretty healthy chunks.
74. Right now, he's at 73 with 64% of the voting. And it seems like as they're reporting ballots, they're getting redder over time. So
yeah, I would expect that. I would expect to see that for sure.
Especially in some of these rules. And there's a lot more rule left to count too. So, I mean, at this point, I probably would have already called Indiana and Kentucky in my forecast. I probably would call them already. I don't know. We're waiting for the model to get set up, guys. at about 7:30 is when we're going to be running a lot of these models, and they're going to be coming in. But as of right now, he's matching or overperforming in some of those rural counties in Kentucky. Now, guys, remember, he's supposed to gain more votes right now. He's supposed to gain more votes in the blue states than he is in the red states, because he is maxing out in some of the red areas. He's going to gain, but he has more room to grow in the blue states than he does in the red states. So if you see him only do like a couple points better in like Kentucky, don't be worried, because if he's doing like, or Indiana, if he's doing a couple points better in Indiana, he's going to be on good track to win.
And right now he's at 61% of the statewide vote in Indiana, which is, I think, 4 points better than 2020. So again, we don't have any Indianapolis in. We don't have Northwestern Indiana, which is basically Chicago suburbs.
Kentucky, but guys, I think some votes from Kentucky are already reporting right now. I believe so. CNN is ahead of us.
Yeah.
CNN's ahead. Lexington's coming in.
Not many votes though.
4% of the vote. It says 0% of the vote is in. Damn. So is there like, okay, 4% of the vote is in Marion County, and Harris is at 59% there. If we were to go to Marion County,
that's a red county from 2020.
Right, and 4% in, and she's at 59. So yeah, it's very early. There's like 200 ballots in that county, so it's probably too small of a count to like look at for now. But we'll be seeing how the night develops. But as of right now, he's matching or overperforming some of his vote shares. Now, guys, be careful in being overly optimistic, because I do have him winning pretty big, but we do want to wait for some of these ballots to come in, because 5% in a state is very early. Many things could happen. Many different things could happen. So that's what we're looking at right now in terms of the election, guys. So let's go ahead. And yeah, this is basically all the results we have for now. There's really not that much to kind of discuss right now. Let me go to Decision Desk and pull that up as well. So let's see. Decision Desk results. Let's see. So on Decision Desk, he's at, they're behind. Decision Desk is behind right now, I believe. Decision Desk is behind the New York Times in Indiana. And in Kentucky, I think they're probably matching, but he's doing a little better there. Oh, no, it's about the same, actually. It's about the same. He's looking pretty strong in Kentucky right now. Really strong. Looking really, really good in Kentucky right now. So we'll be waiting for some of the results to come in. But, guys, we're going to know super quick if me and Gold Crown are right, because Georgia, I believe, if we go ahead and check the poll closings really quick. Let's go ahead and see this. Where is the official group chat? So at 7 p.m., we're going to be having Georgia coming in. Florida comes in, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. So in 30 minutes, we're going to know really fast if I was correct or not. We're going to know super quick if me and Gold Crown were right in our election forecasting.
Yes.
So 7 p.m. is going to be a big hour, because we're going to know very quickly if something's going on or not. But I'm very glad to see everybody tune in. Guys, if you are on the stream, hit the like button and subscribe for more content just like this. You know, I've been doing this for 11 months now, pretty much. And so I'm very, very excited for this. This has been such an amazing ride, with, Connor K, Gold Crown retaking. I mean, this has just been absolutely amazing. So even if things don't work out today, if I'm totally wrong and I'm crazy, and if I'm wrong, it was still fun nonetheless. And I'm still going to continue to do videos either way, regardless of what happens today. So, Gold Crown, what is your inform the viewers, what is your expectations going into tonight as of right now? What are your expectations in the Electoral College going into today?
Well, in terms of the Electoral College, I do have Trump at 312 to 226. I would expect a swing state sweep for him. He's going to win all 7 swing states in my official projection. And, Like I said, it's a little hard to tell early on in terms of these rural counties. We can't entirely project ahead of time what's going to happen, but I definitely, in terms of kind of just predicting this election, I think it is going to be a Trump blowout. I think he's going to be competitive in a lot of these deep blue states. In Minnesota, in New Hampshire, I would expect those to be within a point or two, perhaps. It's going to be, pretty interesting to see as the night goes on. But yeah, I think he's going to win pretty comfortably. And on point, I know that you have Minnesota and New Hampshire flipping to Trump, and so that is a definite possibility. People think that that's impossible, but I think it is. I think it is. The best indicators that we have are showing that those deep blue states like that are going to be pretty close, and the swing states won't even be close for Trump. And so I do want to be realistically optimistic. I don't want to kind of overshoot what's actually going on, but yeah, it is looking like Trump, in my view, is going to win this election pretty handily.
Retaking, what's your take on the whole election? And then after retaking, we'll go to Connor K and see what he thinks. Give us like a good overview of what you think is going to happen. All right, yes, retaking's not there. All right, Connor, go ahead first, and then retaking can go.
Yeah, so I think this is going to be a 7 swing state sweep for Trump. He's looking really good in the early vote, and as far as I heard in the election day vote, into all of them. I would expect, especially if these rural trends keep up, that he's going to potentially expand on a lot of those margins, particularly in the Rust Belt, because those counties in Indiana, Kentucky line very closely demographically with those. And once we get to 7 o'clock, we're going to start seeing Western Virginia come in, and North Carolina at 7:30, Ohio. So like you said, we're going to know about this pretty quick. But right now I'm looking at somewhere in the 312 to 318, maybe 320s, like somewhere in there.
All right, and retaking, are you there? I guess he's not there. We're still waiting for some more ballot dumps out of Indiana, guys. We're still waiting. He's matching or almost overperforming some of his vote shares in some of these counties, which is really, really good for Donald Trump as of right now. So we're going to be waiting as the results come in, guys. But what we'll do, actually, I can't kind of do it right now because I don't have a YouTube studio open. But let's see here. People are saying that he's already... People are already saying it's going to be close, and it's like 5% in.
Yeah, it's way too early to tell. I mean, it's way too early.
SoCal's already saying, Trump's already running in line with 2020 county, but what he doesn't understand is that the extra votes that are going to come in are probably going to be more Republican. So he's probably going to outperform the 2020 results based out of these that I'm seeing right now.
Yeah, and that's huge.
He's ahead in Indiana by I think 25 right now, and in Kentucky he's ahead by 30-something points. Again, very early, but I believe in the previous election he was running a little bit lower than this when these results were pouring in. So again, looking pretty interesting as of right now. We're going to be waiting for some more results for the election as of right now. So we are waiting for some extra poll closing. We're waiting for more votes to come out of Indiana and Kentucky.
Yep.
So that's about it.
Yep.
So we're going to be leaving this here. And at about 7, when the event starts, guys, I do have to be quiet. So I won't be able to talk unless it's something super important. Then I'll be doing that. And hopefully by the time that we go ahead and get this running up, by the time we go ahead and get the server running up, it should be going good.
Cool.
Because we'll have my map running in the background. Guys, everybody in the comments is saying that it's cooked. Guys, it's 5% in. Okay, more ballots from Indiana came in. So 9% of the vote is in. It did narrow up a bit right now. And it seems like Donald Trump in Whitley County, right now is at 72% of the vote as of right now. If we go ahead and look at Woodley County, we will see that about 73% of the vote is what he got. So I don't even think they've updated that one yet. I don't even think they've updated that batch of votes yet as of right now. Wells County, he's at 77% in Wells right now, and that now he matched it. He matched it. So he was down, and now he's matching his 2020 results there. Stebanock County, 55% at 67%. I believe he got 70 there, so they haven't updated that one yet. Okay, so more votes came in. So in Hamilton, Harris is up 2 with 65% of the vote in, and Donald Trump won the county by about 7%. So we're going to be waiting for some ballots coming out there as of right now. So Gold Crown, what are you thinking about the results that we are seeing so far?
Well, like we've said, it's really early, guys. It's really early. We can't tell if Trump is underperforming. We can't tell if he's going to overperform. Off of these small dumps that have happened. Like, it's way too early. The sample size is way too small. So, but it is kind of interesting. Seeing Hamilton County, I see that she's up by 2, and Trump won that county last time by about 5 or 6, I believe. And so, like I said, it's really early, guys. You can't make any estimations or approximations out of what we're seeing so far. It is interesting. I kind of would have expected even by now that he probably should be overperforming 2020 at this point, given my prediction. But, it's still very early. It's still very early.
Yep. Right now so in Indiana 2020, he got 57% of the vote statewide. I'm still waiting on Indianapolis to come in, as well as northwestern Indiana, which is basically Chicago's suburbs. But right now he's at almost 64% of the vote. Again, it's very early. There's only 6% in statewide, but if that number is going to be 60% or higher, that's going to be a very good sign for him early on. And I'm just waiting for Indianapolis to come in. But so far, at least as of what's in, it looks like he's running in a very promising position.
Yeah, for sure. I think also what's important is, even if Trump doesn't, massively outperform in terms of the margins in the rural counties, there's also turnout to consider as well, because they're technically estimating what the turnout is going to be in these rural counties. We could easily get a lot more votes in the rural counties, which would, make Trump outperform from last time. And I think that is definitely something to note as well. And I think that, kind of the major blue population centers in a lot of these states, they could have decreased turnout. And that's kind of what I would expect. And so even if you had the same margins from 2020 in the red and the blue counties, if the turnout is different, then the margin in the state will be different as well. And so that is also something to note. But all we're getting is the margins. So,
yep. And we will know as soon as we start getting results from Northern Virginia, Richmond suburbs, and Atlanta suburbs. That'll be the first big clue as to if the turnout is lower than 2020, how much lower it is might be incredibly important. Because if the rural areas keep running up 2020 margins, and in some places even a little bit more, Democrats are going to need not just the margins, and you make a really good point here. It's not just about the margins in their areas, like Atlanta, for example, but they're going to need the same amount of votes. If Republicans are running up the same as 2020, Democrats have to run up pretty much the same as 2020, given how close that race was. And we'll see. We'll see when we get those results.
Right.
Retaking, are you there?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with him. I don't know why he. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know why he gone all of a sudden. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I think these results in Indiana, these are the more Democrat-friendly ballots. I don't know if these are mail-in ballots. In some of these Republican areas, it might be in person early and election day. But the margins in a lot of these places are a little bit under 2020 in terms of like the percentage share of the vote. So I would expect them to be more Republican in the later votes. The question there will be turnout, and does the turnout match? And we'll have to wait a little bit to see that.
Yeah, that's definitely what we're going to be looking at in terms of what's going on here. Let's see over here. All right. Let's go ahead and look at the CNN map. CNN actually has like a cool map on their phone right now. They have like a cool map. And I believe right now in Kentucky, he's up by over 30 points right now in Kentucky.
Yep.
And that's with, I believe, they have about 4% in, and he's up by about over 30. Indiana, he 10% in, and he's up by about 18-ish in the state, which is already better than his 2016 margin, by the way. He only won it by 16. And if these are the mail-in votes, if these are the early and mail-in ballots, that's going to be a big problem for Harris. Because if the more Republican ballots are coming in later on, it's going to be a big problem for her. Because if these were the early ones, Rep is saying that it's early vote. Oh, yeah, if these are the early vote numbers, she's done in these states.
Oh, man.
Yeah, if these are the early votes, let's be cautious. Let's be careful, guys. Again, I'm just saying it because I thought that these were the normal results because they're that red compared to what they would have been before. But if this is the early vote and Republicans did well on election day, she's going to have a big problem here.
Yep.
And once we get more ballots in, it's going to show really quick. Like at about 50% in, we'll have a good idea if he's going to outperform here, which I think he might. Even if it's not the projection that I made, he still may do like 3 points better, 4 points better in Indiana, which is what he needs. Because Indiana, even though it's not a competitive state, guys, it's in the Rust Belt. And in 2008, it flipped to Obama because he did so well in the Rust Belt, he was actually able to flip it. So that's kind of what we're doing right now. That's kind of what we're looking at here. So if he's outrunning at all in Indiana, he's going to be looking pretty good.
Yep.
But again, guys, 9% of the vote in. And if this is the early vote / the mail-in vote, man, that's not good.
Yeah, that would be.
Eastern Kentucky continues to come in, and he's still on track to match 2020 raw votes and outperforming the percentage still. And there's like 5 or 10 of those counties in now.
Right. He's like matching or doing slightly better in some of them.
Yep.
So that's already a really good sign. Already a great sign for him right now. But again, guys, it's still a little too early. Still a tad bit too early right now. But that's what we're looking at as of right now. And everybody's already freaking out. Everybody's already freaking out on X. Oh, I think they called Indiana. I think somebody said he won Indiana.
I don't think anybody's called that yet because not all the polls are closed.
No, they didn't call it. I don't know why this guy said, man.
I mean, let's be real. They probably are going to call it.
You know what? I'm not going to even. You know what? Yeah, I'm not going to even be on X because X is going to confuse me. So we'll be waiting here, and as of right now, let's see. Yeah, no, I don't know why these people are already saying, oh, I mean, yeah, it's good that he's matching, but you got to wait until a decent amount is in to really make a judgment call on whether he's outperforming or not. I mean, I think he's probably already won Indiana and Kentucky, but I mean, so, all right, guys, give me 1 second. Go ahead and entertain the audience, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, so like he said, if this is more of the kind of early vote that's more, Democrat leaning, and the fact that he's, over or not overperforming, but performing almost in line with 2020, that's a really good sign for him. And like he said, we want to be careful. We don't want to, overshoot it. But if these votes are going to get, redder over time, that's not good at all for Harris. That's not good at all for her. That's really bad.
I mean, especially considering even with the votes that are in so far, even though the percentages might be under a little bit, he's still almost on track to match 2020. So at the end of the day, he might actually end up overperforming 2020 in raw votes in many of these places. And we're going to get the first clues here pretty soon, I hope, from the more suburban and urban areas about the Democrat turnout and if they're down, how much. And I think that's going to be something you're going to hear us repeat a lot throughout the night. That spread is going to be incredibly important in the swing states.
Yes, certainly it will be.
Yeah, looking at some of the more liberal areas in Kentucky, there's like 0% in Louisville and Lexington. Waiting for some more. So Franklin, Kentucky is Harris +5 right now, and that's with a little over a third in. 2020, that was a red county by a point. So again, it might be the same in Kentucky too. And Trump got 62% in Kentucky statewide last time. He's at 67% now. And I don't know. I mean, again, it's early. It's only 5% in Kentucky, but I mean, man, that early trend line is not looking good for Harris.
Yes, it's not. Yeah, he's overperforming in Kentucky. He's even overperforming a little bit in Indiana because last time he won it by 16. Now he's up by 17 in New York Times. CNN is a little ahead of them. Oh, wow. At CNN, he's up by 20 in Indiana.
Yep. I'm looking at that right now.
So he already gained again.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's up by 20 and oh, yep, he is. Yeah. Because if those were the early in person, if those were the early votes, then she's screwed there. Big time. If those were the early ballots, right now, if they're counting the early ballots, she's screwed really bad.
Yes.
I'm still waiting on Vigo County. Oh, we haven't gotten any results.
I think, on CNN, they have it at 11%, but yeah, he did gain. He gained again. So everybody was dooming over like barely anything in, he gained already. So he already gained in Kentucky or Indiana, excuse me. He already gained nothing out of Kentucky yet. New Hampshire is just the 3 votes out of that precinct there. So that's pretty interesting. Again, still from Google, about the same right now. They're a little bit behind CNN. Huh?
Did India?
I'm still waiting on Vigo County in Indiana to drop their results. That's one of the counties I mentioned right off the top that is it's been historically indicative of who's going to win. Obviously, 2020 was a bit of an outlier. Trump won the county pretty substantially by about 15 points, but he narrowly lost the election. He won it by about 15 points in 2016, and he narrowly won that election. So if he's getting 60% of the vote in Vigo County, I think that would, at the end of the night, that'd probably be a pretty good sign for him. And we'll see. I would assume when the votes do drop, they're initially going to be the early votes. So we'll be able to maybe extrapolate a little bit off of those. But that's, in terms of the counties I'm waiting on, that's really the one big one in Indiana outside of the more populous centers.
I think even better indicators than maybe Indiana. I still think Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida is going to tell us a little more how the nation's going to swing as a whole than, some rural counties in Indiana somewhere where it's not really competitive, I would say.
Yeah, the thing with the Indiana and Kentucky results, though, especially out in the eastern parts of those states, is that demographically they're very similar to Ohio and Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, places like that. And even to an extent, North Carolina, Western North Carolina, and Western Virginia. So,
hey guys, just a minor update on CNN with 11% in Indiana. Hamilton's already a tie. It's already I think he already. Oh no, it's not a tie, but he's only down by 1 right now with 58% in. It's a left trending county, from what I'm understanding. So it's a left trending county already. It's been trending to the left for a while. So even if he doesn't match it, as long as he's within like 2 or 3 of his initial margin and the turnout's higher, it'll still be fine for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So again, because the margins matter, but the turnout is also what matters too, because the turnout's higher there, even though the margin's like 2 points closer, he technically still nets votes.
Yeah.
Right.
And he might be on track again in Hamilton. You're just talking about it. He might still be on track to at least get close to his 2020 raw vote output, which is impressive if it's a left trending kind. That's really impressive.
Okay, guys. So Taylor County apparently is in on Fox News, 88% in, and it swung 5 points to the right from 2020 so far. It's a 5-point swing in Taylor County, Kentucky.
Taylor County, Kentucky.
Let's see if it's
that on
updating on the New
Eastern?
York Times. Is it in?
Is that in Kentucky?
On Fox News, apparently it's in already. Somebody just sent it to me.
Taylor, I'm trying to find it on the map. Let me look this up. I want to see if this is in Eastern Kentucky or not.
I think it is. I think it is in Eastern Kentucky. It should be.
And you said, was it a 5-point Republican share?
Yep.
That swung, or was it like a net swing?
No, it gained 5 points.
Wow, so that's like a net 10 points right there.
It's an 88, and it's 88% in. So that's like one of the counties that's like the most like being in, basically.
Wow.
That's one of the counties that's like the most in right now, and he's already swung at 5 points. So if he's performing that way across the state and turnout's higher in some of the rural areas, he's gonna clapper in Kentucky.
Yeah, definitely.
So, all right, guys, I'll be right back.
Yeah, so Taylor County is in central Kentucky. I thought it was going to be a little bit more east than that, but again, like I was saying earlier, the demographics of these states, these early states, are going to be indicative of what happens in the other Rust Belt states and even the mountainous parts of the Mid-Atlantic states, the Appalachia. So if he's really going to be swinging these counties 10 points to the right, if that's going to be everywhere, that's a lot of votes. I mean, there are not many votes in these counties individually, but if he's going to be doing that in every single one of those counties, that's a lot of counties, and that's a lot of votes. So that, again, it's very early, but so far it's not looking too bad for him at all.
Yeah, I'd say it's not looking bad at all. I would say so.
Just waiting for more of these.
Yeah, guys. So that is the first like almost fully reported county. It's basically almost the first fully reported county, and he's already improving there. So that's what he needs to be doing to do better than like how I have projected.
Yep. Yeah, and I guarantee you're going to see that carry over into states like Virginia too. I mean, we get that at 7 o'clock. You're going to see that out, especially in like places like Lee County, all the way down in Southwest Virginia. He's going to run it up in the mountainous areas along 81. What Virginia's going to come down to is the suburbs, and if they're down in turnout, how much and what are the margins? Because Trump's not going to win like Fairfax County, but if he's getting, a third of the vote when he got 28% last time, well, guess what? I mean, that's going to be a lot of votes. So, and that's the largest county in the state. So that's just something to watch. We're still on Indiana, Kentucky right now, but
yeah, of course. But those are 5 minutes, guys. In literally just 5 minutes, we get poll closings in the state of Georgia. We get poll closings in Florida, and that's going to be kind of really quick. We're going to get results from there real fast, and we'll already know if he's won it or not. I'm just waiting for Dustin to be going ahead and running the model very soon. Hopefully we get that up so we can just hop on over there instead of using all these other platforms, because we'll have expectation models based on the reported vote that's in. So instead of looking at the raw results and being like, oh, what does this mean? The expectation model has a result already built in, and so based on the reported votes that are coming in already, there'll be an automatically outputted expectation model for the state. And so that will be a lot easier to report with. Now, it's not going to be finalized when it's only 20-something% in, but it'll give us a somewhat decent idea. Because if the expectation model continues to move more and more Republican over time, it's going to be a big problem for Kamala Harris tonight. A big problem. But we're getting poll closings in just a couple minutes. It's very, very soon. We're going to be getting poll closings real fast. And remember, guys, he's supposed to gain more in Florida, Texas, California, and New York than he is in like some of these rural states, because he is kind of maxing out with them.
That's right. Yeah.
Right.
All right, guys, it looks like I may have to go mute. If something really important happens, I'll go ahead and message you guys or say something here, but it looks like I'm going to have to go mute. So, guys, best of luck to you. Just entertain the stream, have fun, and I'll be here listening, but just I'm going to be muted. So, all right, guys.
Okay.
No, we're going to have a lot of fun. Don't worry about that. All right. So, yeah, like you said, it's 3 minutes now. We're going to get poll closings. The big states at 7 o'clock are going to be Virginia and Georgia. We're going to get some or most polls in Florida close at 7, but we're not going to get an actual state call on that because not all the polls would be closed at that point. But Virginia and Georgia are going to be the two big states that close in 3 minutes. Vermont and South Carolina, and obviously Indiana, Kentucky will be closing as well. So we'll be able to get really I say first clues. We've already gotten our first clues, but we're going to get some more signs as to the more suburban and urban turnout here pretty soon when Virginia and Georgia close up and start reporting the results.
Right. Yeah, he seems to be right now he seems to be increasing his lead in Kentucky. I just see his lead keep going up. He's up by 41 right now. And almost he won it last time by 26. So
it's almost 70. Wow, that's insane. 70% of the vote almost. Now we don't have much in from the very few Democrat areas in Kentucky.
Right.
And we'll have to wait for those, but there's still a lot more Republican math out there too. And he's already running, he's at 62% in 2020. He's already running 7.5 points better just in his share of the vote. It's what is that a net 15 swing so far to the right based on the current results. Now, I'm not saying those are going to stay that way, but man, he's doing quite well where he needs to.
Yeah. It's looking pretty good early right now.
Indiana's 59. I'm still waiting on Indianapolis. Fort Wayne hasn't reported anything new. Haven't gotten anything new for a few minutes from Indiana. But yeah, 1 minute. 1 minute now. Polls are going to close at the 7 o'clock closings. And I think we'll get results from obviously Florida pretty quickly. Georgia, I think, said they're going to count their votes a lot quicker this year, which is welcome news. And Virginia usually reports their votes fairly quickly as well. So we'll be able to get some more clues as to performance for either candidate in those states as well. But we're going to get our first calls here any minute. So it's going to be a fun night.
Yes, for sure.
Guys, before we start here, if you guys want to have both streams open, if you want to have this one open as well as the Valuetainment one, you guys can do that as well, because I am going to show up on it at some point. So,
gotcha. All right. Yep,
it's 7 p.m., so we got poll closings.
Yep. So, CNN was taking a little while to load. But yeah, it's 7 o'clock now. Important states have just closed. Virginia, Georgia, most of Florida. And I think Florida, we're going to get like 1 to 2 million votes just dumped like right off the top. That's usually how it works. They like to load up the early vote. And we're going to get...
Donald Trump has won the state of Kentucky, guys. It's 18, or how many electoral votes is it? 8 electoral votes are in, guys. So Donald Trump.
I wish it was 18.
And Indiana.
Already Donald Trump won Kentucky. Wow. Indiana did already. Yep. All right, guys.
Yeah, and those aren't surprising that they're called right off the bat. The thing I'm going to be watching here is the statewide margin. and obviously some of these counties that have been pointing out for quite a while now. But that's what I'm going to be watching. It's a state margin, not so much if they're called off the bat, which it seems like they are for Donald Trump. But I'm going to be watching those margins very closely.
Yes, the margins should be indicative pretty early on, but it's still pretty early.
Yep. Yeah, it looks like we got a very early drop from Florida, only about 120,000 votes. I don't know where they came from. CNN map is not showing that, but it is showing Harris leading by about 3,900 votes. So that might be, I don't know where that's from. So.
Hello, guys. It's Dustin.
Hey, Dustin.
Hey there.
Just to make it official, On Point Politics Data Desk can officially call Indiana and Kentucky for Donald J. Trump, and we can also call Vermont for Harris. Just for completion, I wanted to make sure that we get those calls in there. We are currently getting the official model ready for the swing states when they come out, and that'll be ready around 7:30 or 8 o'clock for when the big time states start coming in. Certainly, we'll be watching Georgia as returns come in from Georgia, North Carolina when those start trickling in Florida, which certainly should be an early night for the Sunshine State.
Yep. Yeah, in Osceola County, speaking of Florida, the votes that came in were from Osceola County. 71% of that vote's already been reported. Harris is up by 3 points. Just to remind you, in 2020, Biden won the county by 14. So that is at least an 11-point swing. And there's probably more Republican vote left because they like to report early vote first. So I would not be surprised if Osceola County, Florida flips this cycle. And Trump just took the lead in Florida. Again, I don't know where those votes came from. It was a big, healthy dump. It was like 700,000 votes. But like we said, they're going to dump the votes pretty quickly in Florida, like they usually do. But it's these other states, Georgia, Virginia. We're still waiting on results. But yeah, I mean, he's running it up in most places.
He is.
It looks like he's only down 20 in Broward, which I think he lost it by 30 to Biden in 2020. So that's a big shift.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's about what I expected too, looking at the registration trends and the early vote, trying to model the independents. But yeah, it's not something that's overly surprising to me. I don't know about you, Gold Crown, if you were expecting any of these. Like Osceola County is already at least an 11-point shift to the right. And I think I had that kind of close to flipping in the modeled early vote. So that's probably going to flip. There's still 30% of that vote left, and Trump's only down 4,000 votes. I would think it's pretty hard for him to not flip that county at this point. And we just got a lot more votes from Florida. Not Jacksonville County, but Duval County is 66% of the vote in, 2/3. Harris is leading by 1 point in the early vote in Duval County. Why is that important? Duval County usually tracks to the left of the state of Georgia, and it looks like Duval County is on track to go red by several points. I mean, these are the early votes. Trump is down by 1 point. So if you assume that the election day votes are still left to count, Trump is going to win that county. He's probably going to win it by a couple points to maybe even several points. That does not bode well for her in the state of Georgia, at least early on, but that's 2/3 of the vote in. So that's not very good for her, at least in the early signs in Florida. We'll have to see if that trend does get bucked or whether that continues throughout the night. But early indicators, like I've been saying for an hour now, and sorry, it's getting repetitive, but they're not good for Harris right now.
Yes, they're definitely not. Yeah, I mean, I have the nation shifting about 8.5 points to the right from last cycle. That's the average shift. And so, it's obviously not going to be a uniform shift everywhere, especially not by county. But yeah, I mean, I definitely would expect that Osceola County should get pretty close. I mean, Trump could definitely win that county as well in Florida. I see some votes out of Jacksonville.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's we're just counting it, or we're saying what it is. Like Trump, he's outperforming right now. He's looking pretty good. It's still early. Florida is going to count their votes pretty quick. But yeah, it's looking good right now, and that's pretty much all we can say. Just being objective.
Yeah, just looking over.
It is looking good.
Yeah, just looking over some of these other Florida counties. Clay County, which is just to the southwest of Duval, Trump is already outrunning percentage-wise with 70% of that vote in. And let me just check the raw votes. He's probably on track to match 2020 raw turnout. And that county, it's interesting because that county is not one that's been trending overly toward Trump in past elections. But it seems like his turnout is very good in that county right now. And if the percentage stays where it is, or even gets worse for Harris, she's probably going to be underperforming, which might be more of a suburban issue too, because that's suburban Jacksonville, and that part of the state, at least like the immediate Jacksonville area, has been going to the left a little bit in recent cycles. So that's going to be, I mean, if that sticks, that's a really good sign. Potentially even for like other states that have big suburbs like North Carolina and states like Georgia and Virginia and all these others. So that's just something to watch there as well. But
the data desk can make another official call. We can call the state of South Carolina for Donald J. Trump.
Got it.
Okay, South Carolina.
Yeah, I don't see any votes in there yet, but obviously confident enough to call that state for Trump, and that's no surprise at all. So the only two states that have fully closed that we're still waiting for any results from are Virginia and Georgia. And Florida's, if I were to guess, it's probably going to be called at 8 p.m. or if not, very shortly after. Trump's going to, I expect him to win the state very big, like 10 plus points. I don't think it's going to be overly close. And this is one of the states that early on I was quite bearish, actually. I was quite bullish on most of my other predictions, but this state, Florida, I was quite bearish on, at least early on until the early votes started coming in. But I expect a big win for Trump here. Just a question of how big.
Yeah. I think he'll definitely win it by at least 10 points. At least double digits, I would expect. The state's been trending very heavily to the right. Let's see, 34% in. He's up by 3. Let's see where we got some more votes from. We got some more votes from Broward. She's up there by 22. And let's see, she won it last time by, or Biden won it last time by 30.
Yeah.
So that's a shift to the right.
And again, that's going to be early vote too, so it's probably going to get a little bit more Republican, and that's
right.
2/3. That's 2/3 of that vote in already. So you can tell they loaded up the ballots.
Wow. Yeah.
And that's a lot of votes. So
that is.
Wow. Yeah. I'm waiting for Tampa and St. Pete. I expect that area to go quite healthy for Donald Trump, especially Hillsborough. That county is going to take a massive turn to the right, as well as Pinellas. I would not be surprised if Trump ended up winning Hillsborough by 7 or 8 points, and Pinellas maybe 10, just based on the early vote data, unless something is very wrong with the party modeling. I can't see those really being all that competitive, relatively speaking. We'll just have to see when the rest of these votes come in. Tallahassee reported, that's Leon County in the north part of Florida. Harris at 62, and she's already underperforming in Leon County. And I think those are early votes, 65% in. She is already underperforming there by a few points, and I anticipate that to get worse. So, yeah, Florida is not going to be close this cycle.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like for sure. Yeah, I'm looking at these counties. Yeah, it's looking like I'm seeing big shifts to the right. Broward, as we said, 70% in. Harris leads by 22. So yeah, I mean that's a big underperformance from Biden.
We just
Looking
got
really
our
good for
first
Trump.
votes in from Virginia. I don't know where, but just got the first small dump of votes from Virginia. Here they are. Prince George County, Virginia, which is right by Petersburg, Virginia, just south of Richmond. Trump is running at 59% right now with almost half of that vote in. And he is overperforming percentage-wise in Prince George County, Virginia so far. And it looks like he's on track to match or maybe even exceed 2020 raw vote totals. Virginia Beach, there's only a few votes in. I'm hardly going to go over that right now. But once again, another rural/Republican county, and at least in the early returns, it seems like he's doing what he needs to do. And I think Virginia is going to be one of those states to watch. If he keeps running up, big margins in the rurals and the Democrats drop off in places like Richmond and Henrico County, Northern Virginia, obviously, and Hampton Roads, that's going to be an issue for her. Now, I still think she's going to win the state, not by the margin she wants to win it by, but I think she's going to win the state. But I mean, I think she's going to struggle here a lot more than a lot of people anticipate. And we'll get the first sign of that once we start getting some of these Northern Virginia votes in.
Yes, that should be interesting as it develops.
Checking back in on Kentucky, Trump is at 72% of that vote now, 9% in. Not Kentucky. Indiana is at 61% with 15% of that vote in. So we're still waiting on Indianapolis, still waiting. Are we still waiting on? Yeah, we have a few more votes from Franklin County, Kentucky, but we're still waiting on some of the other liberal areas of those states. But Trump appears to be running it up right now. Just looking on the state margin, looking through some of these counties, it looks like he's running up what he needs to do in these counties. Whoa.
Yeah, and that's what you want to see. It's definitely looking good for him right now.
So Douglas County, Georgia, I just saw this. It's on the CNN map. 3/4 of the vote is in, and it looks like the percentage for Democrats is good. I'm going to check turnout. Harris is at 2/3 of the Douglas County, Georgia vote. That's western Atlanta suburbs. Biden got 62% there. He got 43,000 votes. You could, right now, if that's not a tabulation error, that actually does not look too bad for Kamala Harris. Let's see. It looks like Trump's also running up some pretty healthy margins there too. So it looks like, at least for the moment, Douglas County, Georgia is not looking too bad for Harris.
Yeah,
we'll see how that one fills out. That's 3/4 of the vote in. Like I said, we'll just have to wait and see as some of these other counties fill out. And obviously, we're going to wait on some of the bigger Atlanta suburbs and obviously Atlanta itself. But that's going to be a state to watch as well.
So Florida, he's up by 5, 42% of the votes in.
Yeah, and Tampa, St. Pete are both 1-point leads for Harris in the early vote. That's 67. That's 2/3 of the vote in. Those counties are going to go red.
Yes,
they're going to flip in the next dump of votes. I can almost promise you that.
Right.
Looking at the Space Coast, Flagler, 90% of the votes in Flagler County, Florida. 63% for Trump. He was at 60% last time. And he's already getting more votes than 2020. 90% of the vote. It's still 10% to go. I can't say I'm too surprised by that, but that just shows you that his base is indeed coming out to vote for him. And you want that to be the case no matter who you are. So really positive signs there out of the state of Florida. And the same with Brevard as well. In Brevard, 2/3 of the votes in, he's gonna be over his 2020 raw vote totals in Brevard County. I think that's going to be most everywhere as well. So really, really good signs for him in Florida so far, as we watch this fill in.
Yeah. How much do you think that Trump is going to win Miami-Dade by, or do you think he'll win it? He'll win it.
I do think he'll win it. I think it's probably going to be somewhere around the 5-point margin, and maybe that's a little bit low. And maybe on the high end, if he's really doing so well with Cubans and other Hispanics, he could probably win it by 8 or 9. We'll have to see when those votes start to come in. But just based on how the state's trending, he's most certainly going to win Miami-Dade County, and he already won it, or he didn't win it, but he definitely shifted it in his direction in 2020, even though the state did not move 10, 12 points like we expected to this time. So I think he's most certain to win that county, probably by a fairly healthy margin as well.
Yeah. I would say so. I'd be very surprised if Trump does not flip Miami-Dade. I think he'll get a lot closer in Broward County. Last cycle the state shifted, or rather it trended 5 points to the right, and Miami-Dade was a huge reason for that. So if we're seeing a big shift in Miami-Dade, which looks like early on we are. So
are there votes in there?
Yeah, it actually looks like it. He's up by 11.
How much of that vote's? I'm not getting any on CNN. How much of that vote is in?
3/4.
Wow.
That is wow. I didn't see that. Wow, that is massive, guys. That's huge.
Wow.
Because Biden won it by 7 points last time, so at least so far with 3/4 of the vote in Miami-Dade, he's up by 11. That would be an 18-point shift to the right, which is huge.
And DeSantis won it, or sorry, that's Rubio. DeSantis won it by 11 as well, and he won the state by 19.4 in the midterms. Now that's a midterm year, but I mean, he's right now, if that holds 3/4 of the vote in, he's matching Ron DeSantis's margin in Miami-Dade County. That right. I mean, I did not see that kind of a margin coming with 3/4 of the vote in. It just filled in on on CNN. Wow. That's all I can say to that.
Yeah, I mean, if this lead holds for Trump in Miami-Dade, that's, I mean, not only is the state a lock for him, that's, I mean, it's not just gone, it's gone. It could be approaching potentially 15 points for Trump if that's the case.
And Orange County as well was 20. How many was it? It was 23 points for Biden last time. The early vote, 60% of the votes in. Harris is only up by 18. So he's already cutting into Orlando as well by several points, with still more Republican-friendly vote to go. So, I mean, that is not very good for her at all. And yes. I mean, that also just says she's not doing very well with Hispanics. Like all these polls that have had Trump doing several points better with Hispanics is probably coming to fruition. It'd be hard to believe that those trends don't translate to other states.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I definitely would expect to see that, Trump, I think that the Hispanics in Florida have been sort of really receptive to flipping to Trump, more so than on the western side of the country where you have more Mexican Americans, for example. But if he's flipping Miami-Dade already by 11 points with 3/4 in, that is massive. That is huge. That's amazing for him.
New Hampshire votes are in. New Hampshire votes are in.
New Hampshire. Let's see that.
New ones. It's not 3-3 anymore. No, it's not. So let's take a look at these. New Hampshire votes. So we got Concord, and we got some of Keene Township, New Hampshire. So let's go Concord first. 73. That's only 11% of the vote in. And she, by percentage, is doing quite well there at the moment. Only 11% in. Keene Township, 68.3. She's running a little bit under that so far, with 20% of the vote in. So it's too early to tell what's going to go on here. We need some more out of these larger areas. But if I were to say one thing about New Hampshire right now, it's that Dixville Notch was 50-50, and they vote the night before the election. They have a tradition up there. Trump got a third of that vote in 2016. He didn't get any of those votes in 2020, and he tied Kamala Harris last night. So if you were to say something about New Hampshire, it would be that. But other than that, there's nothing really decisive happening yet in that state. But we'll watch those votes as those come in, and we'll watch Concord, especially in Manchester, for the margins. I don't expect any of those places to flip, but the margins, like we're going to say all night, are going to be very important, especially if New Hampshire is going to be as close as some people are thinking. Those margins are going to be incredibly important.
Yes, they will be. But yeah, it's still pretty early to tell. We can't really extrapolate much out of New Hampshire.
I just want to say this about Virginia at the moment. This is very, very early. But right now, Prince William County, which is my former home county, Trump right now, 2% of the vote in. Do not go betting on this in Vegas, but Trump is up by 4 points right now. And there's only a couple thousand votes in, but that might actually, I don't want to say that. I'm not going to say that's very telling. We'll have to wait for more of those votes to come in. But so far, if you're Trump, you light that county red. I don't think it's going to stay that way, but we'll have to see those margins again. Again, margins are going to matter in these states. Just looking through some of these others. Right now, he's ahead in Brunswick County, Virginia. 7% of that vote is in. He had not won that county either time, and he's at 65% of that vote. So we'll have to see if that sticks. And that's along the North Carolina border. Yeah, we really don't have much else in from Virginia at the moment. A lot of these rural counties filling out, as you'd expect. And we'll wait. No call on Virginia yet, which is no surprise. I expect this state to be a lot closer than people expect it to be. And I think this state is going to go for a while into the night. Looking at Georgia, I don't know if too much else has changed. I'm looking for counties that are mostly in. A lot of these rurals are. Let's just. My map just glitched. Hold on. I think some of the rural counties are reporting are not largely in, but they have a solid chunk of votes in. Camden County, for example, that borders. It's along 95, along the Atlantic coast of Georgia. Borders Florida. Right now, Trump, 80% of that vote in. It looks like he's on track to outperform percentage and raw votes in that county from 2020. Let me just try to find another one. Greene County. Let's look at this. Greene County, Georgia. Where is it? I'm not finding it right now. But he's at, what is that, 67% of the vote with 87% of that vote in. And he's already there. He's already there in terms of raw votes, and he's greatly outperforming percentage. So you're finding, again, just like you saw in Indiana and Kentucky, you're finding a lot of these counties that he's doing very well in by margin, and in many of them too by raw votes. And that's actually quite impressive, given that a lot of people expected this to be a lower turnout election.
Right. Yeah.
Checking back in on Virginia. Trump is still leading in Prince William County with 3% of that vote in. Norfolk is a third. So let me check on this. So Norfolk City in Virginia, in Hampton Roads, is a third of the vote in. Was that 71% right now for Harris? And if I can pull it up, it's so small on the maps. I can hardly see it. She's running a little bit under that percentage-wise at the moment. Third of that vote in. And it looks like she's underperforming in terms of the raw votes as well by a few thousand. That's what it's on track for right now. 26.1 for Trump. And it so far looks like Trump is on track to get more votes than 2020 in Norfolk. That if that holds, that's big news. And obviously you have a large military naval presence down there. And we're going to have to see if that holds and if that spreads over to places like Newport News and Chesapeake, Portsmouth, Suffolk, other places like that. But the early signs are looking up.
Yes. Yeah. It's very early, but it is looking good for Trump right now. We'll have to monitor it as it keeps going.
Yeah. I want to see if there's anything else from New Hampshire. Doesn't look like it. Actually, no, we do. So the thing about New Hampshire, what I kind of like about how they report is that they're so small that they report all their votes at once. You don't have to sit around waiting. Like, for example, Madison Township, Trump is right now, almost all the votes are in. Trump is winning this township by literally 3 votes. That's it. Let me go check, see how that voted in 2020. Madison. If I can find it, there's so many. Biden won that township by 10 points. And if that's all the votes, Trump flipped that township in New Hampshire. That would be very big news. It's not very many votes, but Biden won it by 170 votes, and you're netting 170 votes in a tight state. That's, if the state comes down to a couple hundred votes, that's going to matter. I guarantee you. So at least in terms of the early results, that's big news in Madison Township, New Hampshire. Now we'll have to see if that carries over to some of these others. Like Milton, for example, is 61% for Trump. He's outperforming. Almost all the votes are in there. He outperformed in Milton. So again, New Hampshire too, starting to see a trend across these states. That is a good Trump trend.
Yes, it is for sure. Yeah, only 2% in for New Hampshire. Georgia's at 6% of the total vote. Florida's almost at 2/3 in. He leads by 7 points.
2/3 in. Wow. It still astounds me how fast they count those votes. It's like I don't know why these other states just can't do the same. But Pinellas flipped as expected. Hillsborough is about to flip, and we're still waiting on votes in Osceola. Palm Beach. This one has a chance to flip as well. It's only 5 points for Harris with 68% of the vote in. That's got a chance to flip as well.
It does, yeah. Biden won it last time by 13 points. Yeah. Now it's Harris is only leading by 5 with 74% of the votes counted in there. So, yeah, that county definitely has a chance to flip.
Those are early votes, too.
Right. Yeah, so, that's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing, guys. It's early votes. So they should be getting more Republican as the night goes on. So that's looking really dire for Harris. That's not good for her.
No. I'm just going to keep checking back here. I might check in on Indiana and Kentucky just briefly. Indiana, he's at almost 63% of the vote. with 18% in. Still nothing from Indianapolis, still nothing from Northwest Indiana, and still nothing from Vigo. So we're still waiting on some stuff there. Kentucky, he's at 70% of the vote, and it looks like he's running it up pretty healthy at the moment. Although, well, we have gotten a few more Democrat votes in, and his margin dropped to 63% now. So it looks like we just got those in, and we just got some poll closings as well in Ohio, North Carolina, and West Virginia, which it looks like West Virginia's already been called for Trump. Ohio, I expect to go fairly shortly. So we got some more poll closings to look at and some more results to watch. So be sure to stick around. It's going to be a long night, but a fun night.
So it looks like Florida, we have about 70% of the vote in. He's increasing his lead to 9 points now. Yeah, that's looking really good. I mean, I'm looking at some of these counties, and yeah, he's still, Trump is holding at plus 11 in Miami-Dade with now 80% reported. So it looks like his lead is going to hold pretty steady there. He could increase it because it's, it should get redder as well. Broward County, no new updates from there, not really. But yeah, I mean, his lead is increasing in the state because these massive blue counties in Florida, guys, Broward, West Palm Beach, Miami-Dade, they're the only chance that Democrats have of even winning the state. And he's up by 11 in Miami-Dade, as I said. Broward County is about 10 points redder from last time. Same thing with West Palm Beach. And I would expect them to continue to get redder. So this is really bad news if you're Kamala Harris. This is not good. This is not what you want to see.
And more bad news out of Florida. Duval County just flipped red, 74% of that vote in, and it just flipped. That's going to get redder as well. That, like I said before, if Georgia keeps voting to the right of Duval County, she is going to lose the state of Georgia. Now,
Yes.
It's very early. You can't really tell that yet. You can't really tell if that trend's going to stay, but that's not a good early sign. And she's going to lose Duval probably by several points, and that's not good. Got our first votes. We literally got our first 22 votes in North Carolina, guys. Kamala Harris is ahead in North Carolina. By 6 votes, 14 votes to 8. So again, I don't know where those are coming from. They're coming from Asheville. So take that as you will, but 22 votes in. If you want to bet on that, go right ahead. But very early there, and we're still waiting on Ohio as well. So West Virginia got called. Indiana, Kentucky are holding. I just want to go check back in on Virginia. We're getting some Republican votes out in the rural parts of the state, and these are very early. I just want to check some of these margins, and it looks like Trump so far in the margins is doing quite well in mountainous Virginia, and that's to be expected based on what we saw at the first poll closings in Kentucky, especially. So we're just going to have to wait and watch those. Fairfax County just got their first votes. Trump still leads 7% in Prince William County. He still leads by a few hundred votes. And he just flipped Chesterfield now with 14% of that vote, and he's ahead by 2. And that's the county he lost in 2020 after winning it in 2016. So you're seeing some encouraging early signs at the moment. We're still waiting for a lot of these Nova votes to come in. If Prince William stays red, he's going to win Virginia. But again, just don't get too excited about that. We'll have to see what happens as the rest of this comes in. Just got another update as well. Don't know where from. It looked like it was Portsmouth, and it's very early. She's getting over 90% of the vote there. That's not going to end that way in Portsmouth. So we're just waiting for more votes out of there. And Prince William just flipped. Okay, so I told you not to get too optimistic about Prince William. It has just flipped 15% of that vote in, and it was a big-time dump of Democratic votes. And she's now at 2/3 of that vote countywide. So we'll keep watching this. So far, it looks like Trump is performing respectably in Virginia, at least from the early returns. But we're gonna have to watch as the rest of this map fills out. So we got okay. So this is going to be early vote in North Carolina, guys. This is going to be a blue mirage, and right now, Harris is ahead in North Carolina. Even a lot of the rural areas are blue, which is just a telltale sign that this is going to be all early vote. Like she is not going to get over 70% in Wake County. We'll see if she gets 84% in Durham. I don't know, but she's not going to win Anson County. She's not winning Wilmington. She's not winning Brunswick County just to the south. That's not going to happen. So these are going to be all early votes. And at the end of the day, I still expect Trump to win North Carolina fairly easily. We'll just have to see the final margin, which might be indicative of even places like Virginia. We'll just have to wait and see. That's several hours away yet.
Right. And Virginia has 10% in. Harris has a big lead as expected. A lot of votes from Fairfax County, which is a deep blue county. Yeah, the rurals have been very underreported so far. So that's expected. But yeah, I mean, Trump is performing. Oh, we have our first votes out of Ohio. Not much.
Okay, so we got 45% now in Fairfax County. Okay, let me go. This is getting to a comparable point now. So 45% in Fairfax County. It was a 70-28 Biden County. Right now it's 68-30. So that looks like it's about 4 points net swing so far. We'll have to see if that holds. But if that does hold or that gets better for Trump, that's going to be a good sign in Virginia. That is going to be closer. Not that he's going to win it, but that's going to be closer. And we just got some more votes in Prince William, and he narrowed that gap. He's now at 35% in Prince William, and he got about 36% in 2020. So in the early returns, it looks like he's performing at or even above 2020 levels with percentage. I don't know about raw votes quite yet. And maybe once we get like 60, 70% of the vote in, we can start comparing stuff like that. But so far, it looks like he's performing at least respectably well in the state of Virginia.
Yes, it does, for sure. And it's still early, but we'll monitor it as it continues.
First votes
Let's
from
see.
Ohio. So first votes from Ohio, Trump is up by 15 points. To be entirely honest, I don't know why this one is not called yet. So Warren County is at 61%. That's just northeast of Cincinnati. Looks like he's underperforming a little bit at the moment with about half that vote in. With the percentage, the raw votes seem to be in line. Stark. Again, I think these are going to be the early votes coming in from Ohio. Trump is down by 1 vote in Cleveland. 23 votes are in Cuyahoga County. Again, it's not going to be within 1 vote at the end of the night, but it's just fun to see the first results come in and see it's a 1 vote gap. But yeah, so far it looks like it's early vote in Ohio, and he's up quite comfortably. I expect them to call that probably within the hour. I don't see why they haven't called it already, but we'll just have to wait and see how long that takes.
Let's see. South Carolina, he's up by 17 points with 4% of the vote in. Georgia, he leads by 22 points with 9% of the vote in. New Hampshire has Harris is up 13 there, 7% reporting. And then, as you said, yeah, Ohio, Trump is up by 18, but almost no votes from there. And in Florida, Trump is holding on to his 9-point lead from earlier, now with 74% of the expected vote in. and that should get redder as the night goes on. We'll have to see.
So getting some new results from New Hampshire. Gorham Township, this is just south of Berlin. In 2020, it was about 9 points for Biden. Almost all the votes are in. And it's about 4 points for Harris. So again, she's underperforming. In another township in New Hampshire, I can name at least 3 so far that she's on, even 4 if you include Dixville Notches. She's underperforming right now in New Hampshire with almost all the votes or all the votes in. So that is not very good for her. Concord is up to almost 60%, and she's running about in line percentage-wise. And there might be a few more votes. Maybe not. It's like 60% in. But Trump's at 35%. He's already doing better in Concord, and that has been getting more red throughout the night. That's no guarantee it's going to get red from here, but he's currently outperforming by a few points in Concord, New Hampshire as well. It's becoming an early trend. I'll tell you that right now. It's becoming an early trend that he's outperforming 2020 in a lot of key areas in a lot of key states, at least so far.
Yes, he definitely is. Yeah, I would definitely expect a state like New Hampshire to get pretty close. It did get pretty close in 2016. Clinton barely held on to that state. I would expect Trump to be pretty competitive here.
Yeah.
Now, I don't have him flipping the state, but I have him getting really close. So that is interesting. Yeah, he is performing better in a lot of the counties from 2020 in the state, as you said. So that's looking good for him. And still really early, but yeah, that's all we can say. It's looking really good for Trump right now, at least as of the very early hours of this election. So,
yep, absolutely. Yeah, I'm just kind of in the mode where we're scavenging for votes almost, but I just keep looking back at Virginia, trying to look at those suburban margins. I just took a peek at Alexandria City, and it's only 5% in, but Trump's at almost a quarter of that vote. If that holds, that's breaking news. If that holds, he's at 24%. He was at 17% in 2020 in Alexandria. So if that holds, that's breaking news, and that would say something about Fairfax County and a lot of those other suburbs. But we'll just have to see how that goes. Trying to look for, so West Virginia got some results. This might be telling in terms of if he's really running up the score that much with these voters. He's winning Monongalia. That's how you say it. That's where West Virginia University is. He's winning that county by a point. And he won that county in 2020 by about a point, almost the exact same margin. And that's only 63% of the vote in. I don't know what that vote comprises of, whether that's early or in person. I don't know. Mason County is at 76% last time. He's at 74 now with a little over a third of that vote in. So again, we're in vote watching mode at this point. In some early mail-in returns from North Carolina. And like we said before, you're going to see a blue mirage in some states. You're going to see a red mirage in some other states. It's going to be a long night, especially when we get to 8 o'clock, 15 minutes away. We're going to get Pennsylvania, and we're going to get like at 9 o'clock, we're going to get the rest of the Rust Belt. It's going to get pretty hectic here. This is almost a calm before the storm, if you will.
yes, it is.
Just looking back down at Florida. I want to see if anything new is in. 81% in Palm Beach now. That's a 1.5 for Harris now in Palm Beach. So that wow. I think that's going to flip.
Yeah. 88% in. Yeah, it's a 1.5 for Harris. Biden won this county by 13 in 2020. So, I mean, if that flips, that's about a 14-point shift to the right.
Yeah.
Of course, the turnout will also impact things as well. But yeah, that's looking really good, guys. I mean, that's looking really good. Miami-Dade is holding at plus 11 for Trump with 80% in.
Yeah.
And that would be an 18-point shift to the right from 2020. So yeah, he guys, he's running up in Florida. He's doing exceptional in Florida. I expected this. I think that the state's definitely going to trend to the right. Yeah, I mean the state is basically gone for Harris at this point. It's looking really good. It's looking really good so far.
Yeah, I think they're going to call Florida at poll closing.
Yeah.
I would see no reason why not, especially given the votes that are in so far. CNN's not called South Carolina yet. I know On Point has, but CNN has not called that race yet. Again, I expect that to happen soon. Let's check back in on the early states. So Indiana is 63%. That's 22% of that vote in. Kentucky is back up to 64% now with almost 30% of that vote in. And let's see where these are coming from. Are there any more from the liberal areas? It doesn't look like it. You just have to watch that. And we've still gotten nothing from the key county in Indiana, which is Vigo. So waiting a while for that. Youngstown. Okay, so here we go. Ohio, Mahoning County. This is where Youngstown is. Trump lost this barely in 2016. He flipped it in 2020. 40% of that vote's in. That's probably early vote. Harris is up by 9. That's only 4,000 votes with still more than half of that vote left. If that's all she's getting out of Youngstown in the early vote, that's going to be she's going to have a rough ride if that's all she's getting from blue collar areas, and that would be bad, especially for Pennsylvania, because a lot like Mahoning County borders Western Pennsylvania, so like places like Erie, places like Beaver County, places like Mercer out in Western PA, you're gonna have to watch those counties because you might have a blue mirage in Pennsylvania as well.
That's right.
So just got to watch those. And again, some states will report different ways. It's just the times we live in. It's so weird. I just wish they would just count the same way, just like before COVID. Everybody counted the same way, and it was all nice and peaceful. But yeah, like some states are just going to look weird on the map at first, but chances are they're going to end up where you'd expect them to, but some might not. So that's why we watch. First votes from Loudoun County, Virginia are in. Almost all of them. Okay, so 92% of Loudoun County votes are in Virginia. 57-40 for Harris. I think that's an improvement, a substantial improvement. Biden was at 61.5 to 30 to 36.5. He won it by 25 points. That's 14 points. Or sorry, 17 points. 17 points with 92% of that vote in.
Yeah,
that's significant. That is very significant in Loudoun County. Trump is
92% in. Yeah,
Trump is he's going to get more raw votes in Loudoun than he did in 2020. I don't know if I expected that.
Wow.
And is she going to fall short of Biden? She probably is by a little bit. Wow. I don't quite know if I expected that. Has Prince William updated? Not really. Fairfax? Not really. Alexandria? Not really. Arlington, the same deal's going on. It's very early, but he's outperforming substantially there. So all of the modeling I did on Virginia, all the turnout projections that I was tweeting about for pretty much months now since early voting started, it seems like that's all coming to fruition right in front of our eyes. and I showed like a Virginia being within 3. If this holds, let me just check on some of these rural counties. If this holds, he's running it up in the rurals quite well. This is going to take a while to call tonight in Virginia. I mean, he's doing exactly what he has to do. He's right now winning in Chesterfield with a quarter of the vote in. He's winning in Virginia Beach big time with 14% of the vote in. He's running it up in Fauquier County with 12% of the vote in. He's already overperforming in percentage. Like the Northern Virginia suburbs and exurbs, he is doing incredibly well right now. He's doing what he needs to do to keep the state close in those areas. And we still have a lot of Republican Virginia left to report. This is going to be close.
Yeah, looks like it's going to come down to the wire for sure. Yeah, I don't have Trump flipping the state, but it could get really close, guys. It could get really close. And it's still early, so I do want to caution with that. But I mean, if you're wanting to turn a lot of these deep blue states competitive, if you're Trump, this is kind of what you want to see. This is what you want to see. It's exactly what you want to see. Big shifts to the right in Loudoun County. Yeah, it would be an
Loudoun
shift
County.
right.
The net shift in Loudoun County, again, 92% of this vote is in, so I don't think this is going to change all that much. The net shift is Republican plus 7 to 8. And the turnout looks to be about the same, if not a little bit down. So that I would be a little nervous looking at that if I were in the Harris campaign right now. If maybe it's a tabulation error, maybe it's not, but I mean, that's not good for her at all.
Yes, I'd be, if I was Harris right now, I'd be pretty nervous looking at that. Because 92% reporting, that's a lot. That's not that margin isn't going to change that much. So yeah, it's looking good for Trump. Still early. We're still analyzing this race.
Yep.
Hope you guys are enjoying this live stream. Should be a long night. Should be fun.
Yes, and make sure to like that stream.
Like, subscribe, comment, guys. It's going to be a long while, but we're going to try to keep it entertaining for you guys. So,
yep. So Spotsylvania County, Virginia. This is very early. This is my now home county, but Trump is running up almost like over 80% of the vote. It's 2% in, so take that with a grain of salt. But I mean, if that's going to be indicative of what's happening across Virginia, then I'm telling you guys, Virginia is going to go late. I'm telling you right now, this is exactly what my modeling showed, and it's literally coming to fruition right in front of my eyes.
Wow.
Okay, let's get off Virginia here for a second. Let's go check out some of these other states. Virginia's not the only state voting tonight. Want to go back down to Florida, see if these numbers have updated. Nothing from Palm Beach. Osceola's flipped, 85% in. Trump has flipped Osceola County, Florida, narrowly, but he's going to win that county.
Wow, that's huge.
Yep,
that is huge.
That was Biden plus 14 last time, so that's at least a 15-point shift in that county.
Wow.
Broward is under 20. It's 19.9 now for Harris. Tampa, Hillsborough just flipped. It's now Trump leading by 3 points with 81% in. He's leading Jacksonville very narrowly with 80% of the vote in. And he's running it up big time in Florida.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, his lead is holding, or actually he increased his lead to 11. He's up by 11 in Florida right now with 80% of the vote in. And his lead is continuing to increase, guys. It was at like 7 about a half hour ago. Then it went up to 9. Now it's up to 11. And these are, well, he's at 80. It's at 80% reporting. And the state is going to continue to get redder. So we could potentially be looking at a 15-point state for Trump in Florida. I have him winning it by actually 16 points. So,
and that might be right on. And we'll see.
Yes.
Gadsden County in Florida, suburbs of Tallahassee. Trump is net gaining 7 to 8 points there as well with 80% of that vote in. So he's improving. I would be shocked to look at this map post-election and see if there was a single county that shifted left in the state of Florida. Because right now I don't see any. So, and that this is a bloodbath. Like this is a bloodbath. This is what we're talking about when we say it's going to be a bloodbath. This is it right here. You're looking at in the state of Florida.
Yes, that is definitely correct. Yeah, he's still holding at 11 points in Florida. Should be getting redder.
He's right now leading big in Georgia. Quarter of the votes in. Okay. My map just updated a lot of counties. Cobb County is very early. A lot of these are very early. That's unfortunate. Clayton County is not that early. 2/3 of the vote in. Harris is at 85% in Clayton County, Georgia. That's about what Biden was at percentage-wise. Let's see turnout. And she might get around the Biden turnout if that trend holds. But Trump's also going to get his turnout as well. He's going to be above his 2020 numbers. So we're going to have to see how this plays out. If he's running it up more in the rest of the state, given how close it was, it came down to 12,000 votes last time. So, if this holds and he's running it up a little bit more in the red counties, he's probably going to win Georgia at the end of the day, at least as far as I see, unless there's some magical surge out of Atlanta that nobody really sees coming.
Right. Yeah. Georgia was the closest state in the last election. It would not take much at all for Trump to win it. Even just a slight dip in turnout in Atlanta or the surrounding suburbs would turn the state red. So if you're Harris, you need max turnout in Atlanta, and she probably won't get that. So things are looking good for Trump right now.
Yep.
What's that?
Loudoun County just gave a few more votes, and Harris's margin actually dropped again. She's under 57% now in Loudoun County. Biden got 61.5.
Wow. Yeah. It's getting better.
95% of those votes are in, and she's not going to get Biden's numbers of votes. And Trump is already above his 2020 numbers. I want to make this clear. In my modeling, I had Loudoun shifting the least of all the Nova counties because Loudoun is generally richer, more suburban, white. So those demographics, at least on paper, would probably be more favorable to Harris. The fact that he's performing like this right now, if I were the Harris campaign, I would be calling all my people in Nova and asking what's left, because right now she's not performing by margin in Prince William either. She's not performing by margin in Fairfax. Well, she's doing better in Fairfax County, but that's only 45% in. We don't know what's left out. And there's still a lot of Republican votes left. There's only 8% in Augusta. There's only a quarter in Rockbridge along 81. There's only Montgomery County flipped. It's 12% in. Trump's winning it by 14 points. This is not the D plus 10 state that it was 4 years ago.
Yeah, definitely not. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot closer. If you're Harris right now, this is not good. This is really bad if you're Kamala Harris. We're looking at a 9-point rightward shift in Loudoun County from last time, 95% reporting. That's really bad. That's really bad if you're Harris.
That's stunning to me. I thought it was going to shift, but I thought it was only going to be 3 to 4 points. And I can actually bring up the modeling that was done by L2, which is a firm that models out the early vote. Loudoun, the early vote was about 36% Republican. And if I modeled out the independents, I did not even have Trump getting 40% of the vote. I had him getting 38% of the vote. So he's outperforming even my modeling right now in Loudoun County. So if that continues across Prince William and Fairfax, I already had it as like a D+4 state being generous. So this thing is probably going to be within 3 the way it looks right now if these trends hold. I mean, this is like 5-alarm fire almost in Virginia right now.
Yeah, absolutely. People are asking about Ohio. Harris leads Ohio by 5 points, only a fifth of the vote in, so it's pretty early.
Yeah.
And they're counting from the major blue cities. Like the rurals are very underreported right now, so that's why she's leading. But let's see, Franklin
I got a
County.
quarter of the vote in. Harris is up by 10 on CNN. Quarter of the votes in. She's up by 40 right now in Franklin, with about 40% of that vote in. We just got our first votes in Pennsylvania, or the polls just closed, sorry, in Pennsylvania. So we'll be hopping over there in a second. But yeah, these are all mail-in votes in Ohio. This is the same thing that happened in 2016 and 2020. Don't be alarmed. This is going to come back. This is going to be a Trump win at the end of the day. It's just a matter of how fast that gap goes away and how much Trump wins the state by. But if you're worrying about Ohio, don't. You've seen it before. It's gonna come back. They just called Florida for Donald Trump on CNN. That's no surprise. They have not called. Interesting. So they have not called Illinois. They have not called New Jersey, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Maine, or Pennsylvania. Wow. I mean, is it really that bad that they're not able to call Illinois yet, or Connecticut, or Rhode Island?
Yeah. Wow. That's interesting.
Just want to go back to Florida. Even though they called it, I want to see the margins. Pinellas, 81% in. Trump is up by 5.5 points. Tampa, he's up by 3 with 81%. I don't think that's changed. Palm Beach is still 1.5. Broward is still 20-ish. Miami-Dade is still 11. Nothing too much has changed. Yeah, so not too many updates from Florida for once. Early votes in Pennsylvania are blue. Again, that's not too surprising. That's Allegheny County. That's 25% in, though. So let's check this. This is going to be mail-in votes because she is getting right now 72%. That's not going to hold in Allegheny County. That's Pittsburgh. That's not going to hold. Those are going to be early votes. We'll have to see how the rest of it comes in. But yeah, those are the early returns from Pennsylvania. And that one's going to go late as well. So we're just going to have to play this out. But this is going to be a long night. No matter who's going to win, there are going to be some states that go very late. And I think the biggest surprise, even to me right now, is the state of Virginia, given how those suburbs are looking. And that's not good news for Pennsylvania. It's not good news for North Carolina. And we'll just have to see how this plays out at the end of the day. Wow. Okay. So big news. Prince William County, 75% of the votes in now. And Trump is at 39%. He got 35.6. And that's getting redder. She's underperforming by, again, 6 to 7 points. Oh, my. This is going to be under 3 points. I'm telling you guys right now, this is going to be under 3 points in the state of Virginia. The way it looks right now, let me just go through some of these rurals. 60% in Bland is in. And he's outperforming substantially. Let me just check the raw votes. Yeah. Oh, my. Yeah, Virginia's going to go very late, guys. Wow. Just want to see these other little areas here in suburban Virginia. Like, for example, Manassas City is red right now. That's not going to hold. But wow, I mean, these margins in Northern Virginia suburbs, even better than I expected at the moment. Yeah, my model had Trump again at about 38% in Prince William. He's outperforming that so far. So we'll just have to see how the rest of this quarter of the vote plays out. But I mean, Loudoun County was not good. It doesn't look like Prince William's going well either for her. And for Nova, the last big hope for her, at least in terms of a big basket of votes, is going to be Fairfax County. But even that's almost half in now, and she's underperforming margin there as well. So, wow. Alexandria, she is still underperforming dramatically. Arlington, she is still underperforming dramatically. Like everywhere in Nova, she's underperforming dramatically. Wow. Yeah, there's a reason the state isn't called yet, guys, and that's it. Found it. It's in Nova. Hey, Gold Crown, are you there right now? Okay,
What happened to Gold Creek?
I don't know where he went.
We'll try to let's see if he gets back.
Okay. So North Carolina. Hey, can somebody show the? Oh man. Let me see if I can share screen somehow. Trying to pull up these results. Let's see. Can I here Lester, why don't I try to share my screen? Okay. Okay, so let me know if you guys can see this, what I'm looking at right now, which should be Virginia. Let me know if you can see that on the stream. No. Seeing some no's. Okay. Hey, Lester.
What's up, y'all? It's Dustin.
Hey, Dustin.
We've been troubleshooting some data issues in the background, but this election is looking great for Trump. He's trending positive in many areas. I think Lester is probably going to be the closest among many of the modelers out there. It's definitely looking exciting, and we'll be bringing some data analytics and spreadsheets to the stream very shortly. Any questions?
Yeah, so I'm just trying to share my screen here. I'm trying to
Dustin, do that, please.
Yeah.
Yes. There you go. Boom.
Okay, cool. So
Yep.
Okay, so let me know now in the stream if you can see that screen now. That should be Virginia up now. Yes, seeing some yeses. Yes, yes, okay. Good. Okay, so I can go over Virginia again. I understand that I lost some of you guys there. I was not aware that I was not sharing my screen. So let's go through this again. So Loudoun County, which is up here in northwestern Northern Virginia, this is generally more white. It's a little bit, it's more populous. It's a little bit more rich in terms of the demographics of the county. This county went 61.5 to 36.5 for Joe Biden last time. you can see 95% of the votes are in here, and Harris is not even at the Biden number in terms of raw votes, and she certainly is not there in percentage. I mean, this is an 8 to 9 point swing in Loudoun County, Virginia right now, with almost all the votes in, maybe even all the votes in, and she's not doing what she needs to do in Loudoun County. We can shift it on down here to Prince William. This is another county once it loads up. So you see it right there. So she's getting 59%. She is once again underperforming in Prince William County, and she's underperforming quite substantially. I mean, Trump did not even get 36% of the vote here, and not all the votes are in. It's only 3/4 of the vote, but Trump is running incredibly well in these Northern Virginia suburbs right now. We can go take a look at Fairfax County. They've been stuck at 45% for a while now. And she's also underperforming by about 3 to 4 points on net there. And Arlington, Alexandria, it's not getting any better for her either. So right now, this has all the earmarks of Virginia going very late into the night. I'm not saying Trump's going to win Virginia, but he is running much more competitively. And actually, we just got votes here from Henrico, which is suburban Richmond. That's very early. Biden won this county with over 60% of the vote. If something like this margin were to hold 50 to 47, that would be a problem for her, but it's only 1% in. But I mean, the earmarks in Virginia are there for a very, very tight race. And I've been saying this, I know Lester and Goldcrown have been saying this as well for months, that this is going to be an incredibly tight state. And we were laughed at for a long time. In fact, I've been even saying this since last August when I was seeing some of the primary polls with Youngkin and some of these other general election polls. I was seeing this a long time ago in Virginia, and it's coming to life literally right before our eyes, which is actually somewhat vindicating. We'll have to see if that stays, but and not even all these votes are in rural Virginia yet. And look, we have 95% in here in Wythe, and that's 79.4. So we'll have to see in these rural counties if he's outperforming. And so far, it appears that he is outperforming 2020 percentage and potentially vote totals as well. So Virginia is looking like a very, very tight state at the moment. And we'll have to see how this sticks. Probably when more of Fairfax County comes in, and we're just going to have to wait. But this race has not been called for a reason. It is looking incredibly tight. It looks like it's going to go very, very late into the night, guys. I'm telling you right now, my modeling had it at about a 2 to 3 point race. The modeling maybe even understated Trump a little bit in these outer Northern Virginia suburbs. So that's really not a good sign for her whatsoever. And this is supposed to be one of the bluer states on the map in terms of the swing states. So that's really not good for her. Let's take a look at some other states. I'll let you guys ask which state you want to see next. Let me know which state you want to see next. There are a lot of states out there right now. North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania, New York. No results yet from New York. Okay, so we'll go to Georgia first, and then we'll go to North Carolina. I see a lot of Georgia, North Carolina in the chat. So let's start with Georgia. Once that loads up. So you got almost half the vote in now. Said at the beginning of the night that Georgia was going to count fairly quickly, and they have. And right now, Trump is up fairly substantially. He's up 11 points, 265,000 votes. That's a pretty healthy lead. So where's that coming from? Let's look at Atlanta first. 53% of the vote is in Atlanta. Let me bring up the 2020 map here so we can compare this in real time. So Atlanta, you can see there 72, 73 to 26. And right now it looks like he's doing marginally better. But again, even if he's doing marginally better in Fulton County, again, the largest county in Georgia, if that holds with 53% of the vote in, he's going to win Georgia. I'm telling you right now, unless there's some magical surge somewhere or some magical drop-off of Republican votes, if this holds, even 71-28, it looks like a blowout, that's going to be enough for Trump to carry the state. If it holds. Half the vote in. Right now, she's on track for about 428,000. Again, there might be good turnout there, mostly because of population growth. But again, Trump is probably going to be on track to hit his targets as well. So, I mean, that's the thing here, is that it's really not going well for her, even where she is hitting 2020 levels of votes. The problem is Trump is also hitting 2020 levels of vote, and he's even higher, at least in the trajectory of the vote. So this is, again, like these returns are really not good for Harris right now. And this is probably something they've been stressing internally for a while now. Clayton County, 70% of the votes in. 85%. Let's see. So 14 and was it 15,000 votes, 16,000 votes. He's going to hit his targets. He's going to hit 2020 levels in Atlanta and all the suburbs and most, if not all, the rurals. He's getting his voters out. I mean, there's no doubt about it, looking at these results right now. And so, again, these are 1%. 77% in Rockdale. You see, like, she might be doing a little bit better there. It's a smaller suburb, 70 to 29. And she's running it up there right now. But you see it, 20,000 votes. I want to see if anything's in Cobb. There is 57%. That's a 15-point gap. That was a 14-point gap. So again, if Cobb County stays where it is right now, that's a good sign for Donald Trump. And if Fulton stays where it is right now, that's a good sign for Donald Trump. I mean, it really is not looking bad at all for Donald Trump in the state of Georgia. I know a lot of you wanted to go to North Carolina as well. So let's hop over there and see what's going on. And it looks like Trump has already closed that gap a little. So let's see what's going on here. So let's look at Wake first. 7% of that vote. Again, she's not going to get 70%. So it tells you that's early vote in Wake County, probably mail-in vote. And we'll see how that one plays out throughout the night. Robus, this is Columbus County down here. These counties down in the southeastern part of North Carolina, I expect them to shift very much to the right, and heavily so. Columbus is one of them where he's running up pretty big. Robeson's another one where he's running up pretty big. And these counties as well, Scotland, Richmond, Anson County, these counties, I expect all of them to go red, and 2 of them will be flips from 2020. So again, I think this is early vote coming in from North Carolina, and it's only a 4-point gap. So again, Kamala Harris is not running up the margin she needs right now to offset the surge of Trump votes. This is evident everywhere. I mean, even in blue-leaning states like Virginia, for example. I mean, you see it happening. And some of these states, like, you're going to see mirages. Like, if Kansas goes blue, that would stun me. If Illinois goes red, that would stun me. But like a lot of these states, like, she's not running up the margin she needs. Okay. So any more state requests, or else I might just go start tracking the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic a little bit more here. Yeah, Pennsylvania is very early. New Jersey, now that one, I'm surprised they haven't called it yet. And why is Ohio blue? That's because of the early vote. They're kind of the early vote first in Ohio. Okay, so yeah, let me actually check on New Jersey first, because I have not checked in on this all night yet. I don't know how much of this vote is in. It's 10%. It's very close. It's very close right now in New Jersey. Right now, Bergen County is red. That's a big deal. 25% of the vote in. If that sticks, that's a big deal in Bergen County. Let's see what is in Newark and Hudson. Hudson's almost half of the vote now. 68. I can't believe I'm tracking New Jersey on election night. Hold on. Is uncharted waters. She's underperforming right now in Hudson County. Essex, which is Newark, 77. Oh, there's no votes in there yet. Union's very early. 43% in Ocean, 65. Wow. He's overperforming in New Jersey right now by the looks of things. I don't know what votes these are. Wow. I didn't think I was going to see that in New Jersey, at least so far. 10% of the votes are in, and you see Kamala Harris has a very small lead statewide right now. We're still waiting on Newark, still waiting on Trenton and suburban Philadelphia down here in the south of New Jersey. But right now, that's a lot closer of a race than I expected it to be. So let's head on over. I'm actually going to go to New Hampshire. We probably have more votes in New Hampshire at the moment. And we'll be able to see some of these townships and how they're voting. Portsmouth is one of the bigger areas in New Hampshire. Let's see how this one's going right now. Almost, okay, not all the vote. 62. And next door in Rye Township. So he's getting 40% in Rye. Let's just check this real quick. Compared to 2020, he's overperforming again in Rye, New Hampshire. Do we have any from? We have some from Green. That's Brookline. Harris +3 in Brookline. It was Biden +7. Again, another underperformance. It's happening everywhere, guys. There's just no other way to put this right now. She's just underperforming everywhere. Berlin itself is Trump +4, and he lost it by 7 last time. Again, 11-point shift. He flipped Berlin Township. And again, Dixville, we talked about earlier, he got a tie there. Wow. This is that's not good for her, guys. Let's see if Concord's updated at all. 87% now, 36%. Yeah, dramatic. That's pretty dramatic in Concord. You see that right there, 63-37, and she's underperforming by like 5, 6, 7 points. So again, you're seeing this everywhere, guys. I mean, she's just underperforming in all the areas where she needs to perform. And this is almost reminiscent of 2016, where Hillary underperformed everywhere. And just to remind you, we have not gotten to Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin yet. We have not gotten the Republican votes in Ohio yet. I mean, man, the early part of this night is anything but what Kamala Harris wanted. That's the way it looks at the moment. You see Ohio just shifted red on there. Let's see if these votes have started to come in. 40% now. And you see that map fill in. And these are still largely early votes. Like Trumbull's going to end up being a heavily Trump county. Like Mahoning County is going to end up Trump is probably going to win Mahoning County. What's he doing in Cleveland right now? 28%. Let's just check that. 28%. Right now he's underperforming a little bit. That's probably early vote. I mean, the fact that he's even ahead right now with still a lot of early vote in, that's really good news for Donald Trump in Ohio. Yeah, I mean, there's not really much else to say. He's running it up, guys. He's running it up. Let's see what's going on in Pennsylvania. You see Kamala Harris with the lead. First thing I want to see here is Philadelphia. First thing I want to do is check on Philadelphia. 17% of the votes are in, and she's at almost 100,000 votes. Just like John Roberts was on Fox News saying she needed like 700,000 votes. Right now, she's on track for about 500,000 if this exact math were to continue. Maybe a little over 500,000. That's, at least based on preliminary reporting, that's not going to be enough in Pennsylvania for her. Erie County is blue, again, very early returns. Let's see what Westmoreland is out here. Again, these are very early returns out from these areas. There's not really much in, except for in the Philly suburbs. So we'll go back there. Bucks County, early returns. Those are early votes. Trump, again, that's a big margin for that county. Montgomery, again, that's closer than you would expect it to be at the end of the night. So you're seeing some mirages in some places, but Delaware, 15%. I'm not really going to try to compare that so far. But other than that, it just looks like Kamala Harris is not getting the turnout she needs. And we've been, like, all of us have been saying this for really months, and really ever since early voting started, that it doesn't look like she has the votes to pull this thing out. And you're starting to see that come to reality in real time.
Yes, we are.
Oh, you're back. Well, hello.
Yeah, sorry. I literally thought that I was in the stream and I was like talking and you were like talking over me, but I wasn't even in the stream. So I was like confused by that. But yeah, I'm back, guys. Sorry about that.
Yeah, so I ended up sharing the screen with the stream. And so they're able to see like where my cursor is. If you go to the stream, you'll be able to see which page I'm on. But do you have anything that you want to go over urgently?
Let's take a look at Florida. We haven't looked at that in a while.
Okay, let's go to. Oh gosh, my map is loading very slowly. Stupid CNN. Okay, so we're in Florida here. Trump is obviously the projected winner of the state. Right now, he's up by 13 points with 85% of the vote in.
Yeah, that's a big lead.
Palm Beach, it's on the verge of flipping. 87% in, he's down by half a point, pretty much. So he's gonna flip that. I mean, a lot of people, like a couple of weeks ago, like a lot of people on my X feed asked me, "Do you think Palm Beach County is going to flip?" And I was like, "Let me go through the early vote modeling," and the result was it potentially could. A lot of people were saying it couldn't, just because it was so Democrat, and they're right, it was very Democrat even back in 2020. But the early voting was not good for them there, and it's going to flip. It's going to flip this time. And Miami-Dade is going to be, what's the margin right now? It's still 11 points with 80% in. So, I mean, Southeast Florida is no longer the Democrat stronghold.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, guys, he's up by 11 points in Miami-Dade. This was a county that Biden won by 7 points back in 2020. You're looking at an 18-point shift to the right. That is enormous. That is huge. I mean, this is if you're Kamala Harris looking to Florida right now, this is beyond horrific for the Harris campaign. And it could be at least somewhat indicative of how Hispanics are moving elsewhere in the country as well. It's not a uniformal shift, but Hispanics are really dictating where Florida's going. It's zooming off to the right. And, so we'll have to see how, more Hispanic heavy states trend elsewhere. But, especially a place like Texas. And we could actually look at that next if you want to.
Yep. I was already ahead of you on that. I was trying to look at some of these southern border counties, and not many of them are in right now. Jeff Davis is one out in western Texas, out by the El Paso area. That county was 60% for Trump last time. Right now, it's about 59% with 2/3 of that vote in. So again, that could be early vote, or that might just signify that there's not much of a shift going on in that one county. But we'll have to wait and see on that. They just called Arkansas here at 8:30 as those polls close. But Trump is leading in Texas by about 5 points, 41% of the vote in. Just going to check in on Dallas here. 60% of the vote. They're counting the votes in the urban centers very quickly tonight. I'm very pleased. Dallas at 61%. She's underperforming quite drastically, actually, in the Dallas area. And Tarrant has flipped with 3/4 of the vote in. It's flipped by 6 points. So that's significant in Texas. A lot of people thought these suburbs were going to maybe trend left a little bit. And right now, at least right now, that does not appear to be the case. Just want to check on this one border county down here, Jim Hogg County, and Harris is at 59% there, and it was 59% last time for Biden. So we'll have to see when the rest of these votes come in. That's only half in, but that's really all I can say. I mean, he's really running up the score right now.
Yes, yeah, he's overperforming everywhere from 2020. I mean, it literally doesn't matter what state we look at, guys. He's looking better everywhere.
Just want to look at Virginia again. See if Fairfax County is updated at all. They're up to 49%. Is that? And it's gotten a little bit redder. He's at 30% with half the vote in. Again, I just want to compare that. So he's at 28%, 168,000. Right now, he is on track to have more votes in Fairfax County than he did last time. Kamala Harris is on track to have fewer votes than Joe Biden last time. Again, that is every single Northern Virginia suburb. And by the way, Chesapeake City is now voting for Donald Trump. If I can, that's stupid. Wait, I can hide it. Chesapeake looks like it's going for Trump narrowly at the moment. That's very early votes. Checking on my home county of Spotsylvania. Half the vote in, 59. He's at 52 last time. He is crunching. He is romping in these rurals and exurbs right now. He's absolutely romping. And he's doing what he needs to do in the Northern Virginia suburbs. The one outlier here right now is Chesterfield. And he was leading there slightly for some of the time tonight, but that's 35% in. We'll have to see how that plays out. It's very close. But he is doing exactly what he has to do in Virginia. And he's running it up.
Yeah, I mean, there's no other way you can really put it. This is crazy. I mean, this is amazing. If you're Trump right now, this is crazy. I mean, the rurals are looking really red. The deep blue counties are seeing a lot of reversion from 2020, and I think that we'll certainly have to see as the night goes on. But if you're Kamala Harris, you're sweating bullets right now. This is not what you want to see. This is not at all what you want to see if you're Harris. And I mean, he's really running it up in the rurals, as we said, and wow. I mean, I have Virginia pretty close. I have it at about 1.5 for Harris, I believe.
That's not far off from what I had either. I had it. I've been saying within 3 for months now, and was being ridiculed by a lot of people for it. But I was like, no, I'm sticking with this. That's what the early turnout's telling me. That's what the Nova modeling's telling me, and here we are. So I was told to look at New Jersey because this state has not been called yet, and there's a quarter of the vote in now, which I can't remember the last time that's happened. So Harris is at 55%. Let me just go to New Jersey here in 2020. So Bergen County, this is significant. Bergen County right now is red with a quarter of the vote in. The last time I saw that was the New Jersey governor's race in 2021 when Phil Murphy almost lost. I'm not saying that Kamala Harris is going to narrowly win New Jersey. However, if that holds, and if Bergen County, maybe the most densely populated state in the state of New Jersey, is going to trend significantly to the right, that's going to be a problem for her in New Jersey. And I did not think the state was going to still be technically on the board at 837. This proves our point that he is running it up where he needs to, and she is not doing the same where she needs to. I mean, it's really as simple as that right now. And you're seeing it in every single state. We're going to get it soon in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin too.
Yeah, I have New Jersey at about +5 for Harris in my forecast. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all if New Jersey is not called for a really long time. I mean, it should be pretty competitive. I think that Harris is still going to hold on to the state. But if you're talking about a close New Jersey, I mean, this is not the razor thin election that the media would have us to believe.
No.
And we've all been saying it for a while. On point, myself, Connor K, we've all been saying it, that this election, I mean, certainly things were different when Biden was the nominee, but even when Harris was injected into this race, it's still like the key indicators just did not show that this race would be close. And the results are kind of showing up in front of our eyes right now. I mean, if New Jersey is competitive, think about the swing states. This is not a close election. And I do want to caution, it is still fairly early, so I don't want to get ahead of myself, as I've said before on this live stream. But I mean, this is not what you want to see if you're the Harris campaign at all. And Trump is overperforming everywhere we look, as I said. And yeah, that's pretty much it as of so far.
I mean, Illinois is not even called yet. Connecticut isn't even called yet.
Right.
I mean,
yeah.
When's the last time you saw that? Like 40 minutes past the poll closing time.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like Chicago, just looking at Chicago, it's very early in the vote there. I just want to see what he's doing by percentage. Well, that's interesting. I guess they split Chicago and Cook County into like two separate. Okay, they have Cook suburbs for a reason. That's stupid. Okay, well, that's going to be almost impossible to gauge. Okay, but obviously he's doing at least better in Chicago, or else they would have called Illinois already. So there's your breakdown there. Not really much of a breakdown. Connecticut, I can't believe I'm visiting here, but it's only a 7-point race right now with only 1% of the vote in. But let's check. I can't believe I'm doing this right now. Let's check New Haven, Connecticut. 2% of the vote in, and you see Kamala has a pretty healthy lead there. We'll see how that one plays out. But this is can't even say this is a race I thought. This is even more red than I thought it was going to be. Definitely at this time of the night, like Ohio and North Carolina are already red. And we've already gotten most of the mail-in and early votes in. Like, they're only going to get more red from here. Trump's up by 6 in North Carolina right now.
Wow. Yeah, it's looking really good. Let's check on Ohio. Let's see how that's doing.
Let's go to Ohio. I feel like John King right now at the Magic Wall. Let's see Ohio. So Trump is up by about 3 points. That has been a growing lead. And I think there's still a lot of early vote out here, but Trump is building up a fairly healthy lead with still a lot of election day to go. And I'll let you take it away from here.
Yeah, I mean, it's we're looking at, it says estimated 44% of the votes in Ohio. Cuyahoga County is bluer than it was last time, but it's only a third reporting, so it's going to get redder. It's probably overcounting the blue votes as of right now. But yeah, he's holding at a steady lead right now, and that lead is going to increase as the night goes on. I mean, it's already red. It typically is not this red at this point. And so, yeah, I mean, Ohio, I think this state's gone for Harris. I would, as I said, I'd expect him to increase his lead from here. The rules look very red compared to 2020, so it's looking good. It's looking really good for him right now.
Yeah, again, I'm surprised they haven't called Ohio yet, to be completely honest with you. I don't see any path for her there. But I guess we'll just have to wait and see just how late they call it. But it's probably going to be a double-digit win at the end of the day for Trump. Let's check. I wonder if Michigan has many votes in. They have 7%. So let's go in and check. We have some votes from Oakland. 38%, 58-40. Let's check that. 58-40 in Oakland. And that's a little bit better for her at the moment. Again, these could be early votes. Grand Rapids is barely blue right now. Look at that, like literally 4 votes. Obviously, that's very early. But again, if these are early votes and she's only slightly outperforming 2020, she is going to be in a whole lot of trouble, even in a state like Michigan, which should be the bluest of all the blue wall states.
Yep. Yeah, that's supposed to be the bluest. And she's not performing where she needs to be. Not at all.
Wow. So yeah, Cass County, for example, a quarter of the vote is in. Look, he got 64%. She better hope these are election day votes because he's at 78% right now with a quarter of the vote in.
Wow.
She better hope that's election day vote.
Yes.
I mean, if he's running it up like that everywhere, this state is gone. I mean, you're not going to be able to make up that amount of votes because that would be across the entire state of Michigan. 5,600 votes. He's already a third of the way there with a quarter of the vote in. Wow. He's winning. Is that Grand Traverse up there that he's winning? Yeah, he's winning Grand Traverse right now. It's very early, but wow. He's running it up. That is a consistent theme. Kansas flipped blue again. It's just kind of funny to see Kansas blue. But
yeah.
I want to go back to Texas, see if these border counties have filled in anymore. Not really. It's been more in the heart of Texas. Trump still leads by 5.5 points. And now it's 6. It just increased right now, so it's now 6 points. Houston, 52-47. I don't think it was that close in 2020, was it? No, it's 56-43. So, I mean, he's improving there as well in Houston substantially. I didn't expect that. Sorry. He's overperforming my expectations right now. And not by a little bit. Just want to check one more time on Florida, even though it's already been called. Palm Beach has had nothing new come in. I don't think nothing's really changed. Trump is up by 13 right now in Florida, over 1.3. It's probably going to be over 1.5 million lead at the end of the night. And I just want to go back to Virginia again too, because this is a must win for her. And 43% of the vote in, that's a really tight race right now at 3,000 votes.
Wow. Yeah.
And Fairfax County is still at 45%. And dropped a little bit. I thought we had more in last time.
All right, guys, I'm hopping in really quick to announce this. Trump has basically matched my prediction in Florida. He's barely above 14, and rounded my Trump result was Trump plus 13.95, and he's up at like 14.2. So he basically matched my prediction.
Wow. Just want to see.
Yeah.
So Stafford, look at this. So Stafford County, let's just remind everybody. Stafford County went for Trump in 2016. He lost it by 3 points in 2020. With over half the vote in, he's leading by 9 points. That is a Youngkin-like margin in Stafford County right now.
Wow. That's incredible. That is, wow.
Wow. Wow. I want to check Arlington, Alexandria. This is turning into one of the states of the election right now, like right in front of our eyes. Alexandria, he's still overperforming significantly. He was at like 17% last time around, and he's at almost 24 in Alexandria. He was at like 19, I think, in Arlington. He's at almost a quarter. Even in the core areas of Virginia for Democrats, where they should have higher margins than they have right now, they're not getting that. And you can tell it's hurting their margin across the state. It's hurting it badly.
Right. Yeah.
And Chesapeake just got more votes too, only 5%. He's winning it by almost 12 points. Again, these are almost Youngkin-like margins right now, and I can't believe I'm saying this.
Yeah, the state's tied now with an estimated 45% in. Wow, guys, this is crazy. This is, yeah, like he said, this is Youngkin type margins.
My God, Caroline. He barely won it. He won it by 4 points last time, and right now he's up by 16 with over half the vote in.
Wow.
And he just took the lead in Virginia by 195 votes.
Yep.
This might, I don't want to say this too early, but this could be the tightest state of the entire election. That's what it's shaping up to be right now. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the wire for sure. But think about that, guys. This is Virginia. This is not like a swing state that we're talking about. This was a plus 10 Biden state, and now we're looking at it as an ultra tight, razor thin competitive race. This is, I mean, the Harris campaign has got to be freaking out right now. They've got to be, I mean, they've got to really be scared at this point. And I do want to caution once again. I'm not saying that, that I don't want to get too excited, but yes, it is looking amazing in Virginia and everywhere else. So Trump could, I mean, he could flip the state. I don't have him doing so, but he very well could. He very well could. And the early numbers that we're seeing shows that he definitely has the potential to flip the state, which would be incredible. This state hasn't gone red since 2004. I mean, that's crazy, guys. This is insane.
So 45% of the vote is in. The statewide gap is Republican by 305 votes right now. That's
Wow.
how close it is. And there are 1 million votes for both candidates at this point. Wow. And the difference between this election and prior ones, as we're up to now 85% in Prince William County, usually the Republicans get a huge early lead, and like 70% of the vote is in statewide, and then Nova comes in. You're not seeing that tonight. You're like Loudoun is already in. They're all in. Prince William is almost all in. Like we're waiting basically on Fairfax, which got more red as more votes came in. So, I mean, she's run out of options here in Virginia, and Trump is still romping it out in the rolls and the excerpts. I mean, this right now is, if she's going to win the state of Virginia, it is going to be by the slimmest of margins. I'm telling you that right now, like 100%. That if she's going to win it, she's going to barely win it, and it's not going to be called until late tonight. This is staggering.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Do we have any state requests from chat? We've been talking about Virginia for a while now.
Pennsylvania. They're asking for Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. Okay, so let's go there. See what's going on. Obviously, Harris has a lead. These are early votes, so you're going to see like exacerbated margins in places like Scranton. You're probably going to see, like 60, 2/3 of the vote. She's not going to get that at the end of the day. Pittsburgh, she's still at 72. She's not going to get that at the end of the day. So a lot of these are early votes. We'll have to see when the more Republican votes start coming in through what they call the T up here, up through the center and along the top. You have to see how those come in. But like Westmoreland County is not going to end with a Kamala Harris victory. Like that's just early vote. So she has a lead right now. The most important thing to look at right now is Philadelphia, where she's probably on track for a little over 500,000 votes, maybe 550. And I just, it's hard to believe that's going to be enough with the lack of early vote that they ended up banking in Pennsylvania. It's just hard for me to believe that's going to be enough, but we'll wait and see. But I mean, it's not looking good for her in Pennsylvania either, even though it's very early.
Right.
Yeah, so we're waiting on more Republican votes to come in there. Oh my God, Illinois is still not called. New Jersey's still not called. Wow. I don't know. Is it worth checking in on Illinois? Getting the votes about where you expect it. I think St. Clair down here. I think this is a red county, or it should be. No, it's Biden by 9 points last time, and right now she's winning it by like almost 20. So again, these might be more early votes, and if he's already at 40% of the vote, he's matching 2020 already. Well, what more do I have to say? I mean, he's just running it up everywhere. It's just no denying that.
Yeah, no denying it.
Yeah, I'm checking in on New Jersey for like the third time already. So looks like Harris's lead expanded a little. I think, again, this is mostly early vote, and he's at 43. He's already outperforming substantially as it is right now. And I think we still got more Republican votes to go. Wow, 45% in Mercer. Again, if she's outperforming percentage, it probably means it's because it's early vote. And she's outperforming right now in Trenton, outperforming in Atlantic City. That's actually a red county, I think. Or no, it's blue by 7. But she's still winning it by like 23. So like you see what I'm talking about, like Camden is probably going to be the same deal, 73 and 66%. Yeah, so these are early votes, and she clearly is not running up the margin she needs with them. It's just clear as day. And wow, that's going to be the most used word in this entire stream, but it's just wow. I'm shocked.
Yes. This is shocking to say the least, guys. I mean, and I can't say that I did not expect this, given my analysis, but I mean, it's looking good for him everywhere, and it's going to translate to the rest of the country as the votes come in. And if it's looking this good for him now, if that holds up, we're going to have Trump back in the White House. And it is still fairly early, but we're getting there. I mean, he's leading Virginia, and his lead is increasing.
What?
He's up by one now.
Here, look at this. So this is a 2020 margin. He got 57%, right? And so you think even if he's doing well, he might get like 60%. There's 40% of the vote in. He's in the mid 60s.
Wow.
In Fauquier. I was talking about the exurbs of Virginia before. Like through all this red, he's really running up the score. And even in a lot of blues, just like Youngkin did, wow. I mean, he's overperforming. This is a net shift of well over 10 points in Fauquier with 40% of the vote in. Frederick County was blue a while ago. It's now 61, and he got 63. So there might be even more Republican votes left. I mean, for the first time since I've been tracking politics, we're looking at Virginia with 47% of the vote in, and there might be more Republican vote left out than Democrat.
Wow.
I mean, Henrico's only
That is-
7%. Let's be careful with that. Richmond
Yes.
is only 6%, but it's not like a huge area. So I mean,
Right.
you're running out. Like the last you have really is Fairfax County in terms of Nova. That's the last big basket you have, and Trump's lead is expanding to almost 12,000 votes now. And Trump is getting more red in Fairfax. He just got more red again. It's almost 31% now. So almost 60% in, it's getting more red. I mean, you could be looking at a state right now where Trump has a legitimate chance to win it.
Yeah, I think he does. I think he does. This is going to be a really close race in Virginia, guys. Man, that's crazy. I can't believe that. That is insane.
And yeah, I think there's still more Republican votes left in places like Hanover, where he got 62. I don't think he's going to end up getting 55, like it says right now. I think that's probably early vote. You probably got more Republican vote left there. You probably got more Republican vote left in Chesterfield, where it's pretty much a tie. You probably got some more Republican votes left in Hampton Roads and all throughout the mountainous regions. I mean, I can't believe I'm saying this, but she's run out of options here for her votes.
Yeah, it's sure looking like it.
And only half the vote is in. I kind of just want to go through these ruby red areas, 95%, just see how much of the vote is in, see if there's like any more left out here. It seems like a lot of them are reporting now. 60 there in Russell, 90, only 47. So, I mean, you're still seeing some places where there are still Trump votes out, and they're big counties for him. So, and by the way, Montgomery County down here by Roanoke and Radford is a flip from last time. That's almost 80% in, and he's leading by 5 points. And that's a flip. Let's see. Biden won it by 6. That's a 12-point shift in Montgomery right there.
Wow. Yeah. Wow.
I mean, he's not just flipping these counties, he's flipping them and winning them handily. I want to see Allegheny. This is one of the counties where the early vote was very good, and there's only 2/3 of the vote in. He's still going to probably get another 1,500, 2,000 votes there based on that margin. Voted toward is almost all in, and you still got a lot more red to go. So, wow, this might be the state of the election right now. You're looking at it right here in Virginia.
Yes. Let's look at some other states.
Yep.
The Rust Belt states they don't have a lot of votes yet.
No.
Let's check in on Georgia.
Georgia. Okay, you got it. I'm going to go get some water real quick. And why don't you just tell them what you see in Georgia right now?
Yeah, sure. Let's see. So Fulton County, 72% reporting. It is looking bluer from 2020. And that is interesting. But Trump, he's up by 6 points in the state right now. Let's see here. The rurals do look pretty red, which is a good sign for him. Cobb County has 75% in. Harris is up by 16 there. Let's see what that was in 2020. I have to double check. Cobb County. Cobb County was plus 14 Biden, and now it's plus 15 Harris. So it does actually look like Atlanta's getting a little bluer. But Trump is still up by 6 in the state right now.
Yep. And you got to keep an eye on how much of the vote is in. Like there's 3/4 of the vote in Cobb now. There is
Right.
almost 3/4 in Atlanta now. I mean, it's just like Virginia where they're running out of votes. Like Atlanta is by far the biggest area, and they might be getting the margins they need, but they are getting swamped in the rest of the state. So, I mean, they could end up hitting their 2020 targets in Atlanta and losing the state by 5 to 6 points because they're just not doing it anywhere else. I wonder if Columbus is that way. Muskogee County, 72% in, 62. So yeah, she's doing it again. She's doing okay by percentage. The question is turnout. And if she's matching 2020, well, then guess what? If Trump's winning the state, that means he's overperforming 2020 and probably fairly substantially.
Yeah, that's looking pretty good.
Just want to look over here at Savannah, Chatham County. That's early vote. She's not going to get 3/4 of the vote there. Yeah, Georgia's looking pretty good for Trump at the moment. Almost 2/3 of the statewide vote is in. I got to say they count very quickly tonight.
Yes,
And
they are.
I'm very pleased with that. And it's looking good for Trump, guys.
Let's check in on Texas again.
Texas, they called Texas for Trump, CNN did. That is a change from the last time we checked in on it. He's up by 8 with 60% of the vote in. Let's see these border counties. That's the first thing I want to look at. 60% in Willacy. Let's go back to the last time. It was blue. It was blue by 12 points. Right now, that's a flip.
Wow.
That's about a 15-point swing there. If that holds, I expect this entire border region to do somewhere near the same thing. That's what happened in 2020. That's what happened even in the midterm years that happened. Maybe it wasn't as large a scale or magnitude of a shift, but it was still there. So I would expect that that's not going to be very isolated.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm sure that Trump is going to flip a lot of those border counties, and they're going to shift really heavily to the right, just like they did in 2020. So,
Look at Dallas.
his lead is increasing in Texas, guys. He was up by 6, now he's up by 8.
And look at Dallas. I mean, 60% of the vote is in, and Harris is at 60% of the vote. Biden got 65% of the vote.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's the thing.
That is a 10-point swing in Dallas.
Wow, that is crazy.
And Tarrant, I don't think that's really changed, but that's still a substantial swing as well. El Paso, 59-40. Look at that. That's all. Look at that. That's like an 18-point swing out here right now. In El Paso,
Man.
2/3 of the vote in. 72,000 votes. He's going to easily crack his 2020 number there in El Paso. Easily.
Oh, yeah. Biden went up by 35, and now it's Harris plus 20.
19.
My gosh, man.
If you want to round up, it's more like 19.
Yeah, that's wow. I don't even know what to say. That's amazing.
It just tells you, like, all these dark reds, he's overperforming everywhere. Like blue counties, red counties, swing counties, doesn't matter. He's overperforming absolutely everywhere. By the way, more polls just closed. New Mexico is not called yet. Colorado is not called yet. Neither any of the Rust Belt states as of yet. Arizona is not called. Wow. And this, I can't believe some of these states are not called yet. Like Illinois, New Jersey, Connecticut, like they've been closed for over an hour now. When's the last time it was 9 o'clock and those states were not called for the Democrat?
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, and we're going to be watching like the expanded battleground map that On Point and Gold Crown and I were talking about again for months before was New Mexico, Minnesota, Virginia, New Hampshire. As of now, neither of those 4 states are called, and all of them look like they're competitive, especially Virginia, New Hampshire.
Yeah, they're looking really competitive. That's the thing. And these are not, once again, guys, these are not swing states. These are deep blue states that we're talking about. They're much more competitive. I mean, if you're Harris right now, this is a nightmare. This is just, you do not want to see this. And, sure, you can make the case that, all right, it ultimately comes down to the swing states. But once again, if these deep blue states are much more competitive than they were last time, that should be indicative of what's happening everywhere else in the country. So,
by the way, she's underperforming substantially in Nashua with only 14% of the votes in. She's underperforming by like 5 to 6 points already. That's a pretty swing area in New Hampshire. Concord is almost all in now, 36% for Trump. It's doing a lot better. That's like a 4, 5, 6 point shift in Concord. New York, by the way, New York is not called.
Wow.
New York is not called yet.
That's wild. That's pretty crazy.
Wow. If you were right now, Colorado is shaded red, by the way. I don't think that's going to last. If that lasts, she's going to lose Virginia if Colorado stays red. But I don't expect that to happen. This is right now shaping up to be a landslide. I'm not going to try and sugarcoat that anymore. It's looking like a landslide right now.
Yeah, as more of these votes come in, I mean, our confidence in saying that will only increase. I mean, early on, it was a little hard to tell where this race was headed, but I mean, Trump is running it up everywhere. He's looking amazing. You can't say anything short of that. This is crazy.
Just want to see where these votes are coming in from Colorado. I swear, if they're coming in from the Denver suburbs, I'll lose my shit, but they're not.
Hey, guys, the decision desk already called New Hampshire for Kamala Harris.
Okay. Okay, so there's one. Now, we don't know what that margin is going to be, but that was going to be a tough state for Trump. But again, we'll have to see the margin. It's not necessarily who wins these states. Like even Colorado, like Trump obviously is not going to get 76% of the vote in Colorado, but even if he's within like 7 points, then that's going to be a sign that he's probably doing better with the youth and probably doing better with some minorities out there. But again, it's about the margins in these states, and the states that aren't called are just as surprising as the states that are called at this point. And so many of these states that you would expect to be like deep blue, like Illinois and New York and Connecticut and New Jersey, and even Colorado, they're not called yet, and that tells you something.
Yeah, that definitely tells you something.
No votes from Wisconsin. Wow, that doesn't look like a Dem +3 in Iowa, does it? It's probably one rural county, yeah. So 34%. Let's just see how it's comparing in Wright County. Where is it? 66%, 64. So again, underperforming a little bit. Maybe those are some early votes. We'll have to see. Wait on what those are. But again, I think Trump's going to probably win Iowa by double digits, similarly to Ohio. Kansas is still blue. It's still blue. Nebraska is also still blue. Might be worth checking on their second district, though, in Nebraska, if they have it split here. Maybe not. I mean, she's probably winning it. It's generally the Omaha, Lincoln area down here. Again, that's generally speaking, like not exact, but she's probably winning that district right now, and by a pretty healthy margin. I obviously don't expect the state of Nebraska to go blue, just that district. The same thing with Kansas, except there is no other district to split. New Mexico, we got 8% in New Mexico, and Trump is leading. That's early vote from Sandoval. 73%. Well, let's see. I just 53-45. That's pretty much a tie.
And Biden won it in 2020 by 8 points.
By 8
Sandoval
points.
County. Wow. Yeah. I mean, guys, we're seeing like 8 to 10 point shifts everywhere. This is not like it isolated to a single state. We're seeing this all across the map. It doesn't matter what state. It doesn't matter, what county. We're seeing it everywhere. So Trump is looking phenomenal, to say the least. I mean, this is.
He's already at 154 electoral votes. He's winning the popular vote right now by 7. And that's about 3.2 million votes.
Yeah, and he should be leading it by now. That's before Deep Blue California comes in. But
in New York. By the way, 18% in New York is in, and this is still not called.
Wow.
He's leading in Niagara. Again, I think this is early vote. I mean, he's only at 29% of the statewide vote. He got 38. So I would expect him to be in the 40s here in New York as a state. Let's see. Livingston is 51-49. Yeah, and like Niagara, yeah. So these are going to be early votes here. Expect, as the night goes on, for it to get redder in New York. That's probably why they're not calling it, just because they want to be super cautious. I'm not saying New York's going to go red, but in fact, it's almost certain not to happen. But again, the margins are going to matter in these places.
Trump's lead is up to 9 points in Texas with 62% in.
Early votes in Wisconsin. Not too much to look at there yet. Yeah, let me go. You said Texas, right? It was up to like 9 points.
Yeah.
This map is slow, man.
Yeah, it's really laggy.
Blame it on CNN. All right. Texas, yeah. It's still about what? It's 9 points now.
Yeah,
Austin,
Dallas County.
Williamson.
Dallas County 60% in Dallas.
So Williamson voted for Biden by 1.5 points. Right now, 85% of the vote in. Trump has flipped it narrowly, but he's flipped it. Those are suburbs.
That's good.
So clearly there's some reversion going on, even in the most left trending of suburbs, and that's significant.
Yep.
Just want to go back to Virginia. I haven't checked in on this in a while. I want to see how Fairfax County is doing, notably. Trump still leads by 23,000 votes. 53% in. It looked like that was a tabulation error in Stafford, but that's still a healthy lead. That's still a really healthy lead from there. 95% in Spotsylvania now, 54-45. I think that's an overperformance. It is by a couple of points. And this county has been shifting left as well. So the fact that it even went right at all is quite substantial. I wanted to check in on Fairfax County, so let's do that. 58%. I don't think that's changed, and we're still waiting on that. 38% in Chesterfield. Just going around looking at these areas where Democrats could possibly pick up the vote. They stretched out Henrico a little bit. Virginia Beach is still a healthy Trump lead. Chesapeake is still a healthy Trump lead, only 9% in. what's Caroline right now? I think that's the same. And Fauquier is still about the same. Nothing's really changed in Virginia, I don't think, except Trump has expanded the lead a little bit to 30,000 plus votes now.
Let's check in on Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania, let's do it. Up to 20% now, and it looks like we're getting some more of the election day / maybe even like in-person early vote. Chester County, that's weird that it's red right now. I wouldn't expect this to end that way. That's because 1% of the vote is in. Yeah, if that ends that way, he's going to win Pennsylvania handily, but we'll see. Philadelphia, any update from there? That is, yeah, so she's maybe on track for 550,000 out of Philadelphia. I don't think that's enough for her. Bucks County, yeah, these are still early votes being reported in a lot of these places. And a lot of these places out west now are starting to fill in their election day votes. Like Westmoreland was blue earlier. It is now Republican, but it's still underperforming Trump's percentage. He got like in the mid-60s here last time around, and even in 2016. So there's a lot more Republican vote out there, and her lead is 268,000. So this is going to take a while. We're probably going to go into tomorrow, and then we'll see what other kind of games they want to play in Pennsylvania after. But so far, I would just say be patient on Pennsylvania. It's going to go late, and we'll see how it goes. But so far, at least based on Philadelphia turnout, I'd say advantage Trump.
Yeah, I'd say it looks that way, for sure.
Anything in more in Michigan? 10%. It's up by about 6.5. Let's see. Oh, is that Eaton or Ingham? Ingham, only 3% in. That would be a big flip if that were to stay. Oakland, 56-42. I think that's gotten closer. It has. It's almost matching 2020 margins now in Oakland, with a little under half of the vote in, and that got redder from the last update. And we still have nothing from Macomb either, which is just north of Detroit. So, I mean, Kalamazoo is red. That's not going to stay. Yeah, it's 1%. Yeah, we'll wait for Detroit. It's going to come in notoriously late, as it always does. But again, she does not look like she's running up the early margins in Oakland County that she needs to offset. This is Washtenaw down here, where University of Michigan is 63. Wow, really? Wow. You see that? 73-26 last time. Right now, it's 63-34 with half the vote in. Wow.
Oh wow, that's
like 20
crazy.
Points.
Wow.
That's college town youth. That's like a 20-point shift.
That is wild. Yeah, I mean, Trump's lead is expanding in just all these states that I'm seeing. Texas, his lead is up to, actually, it's just over 9 points still. But yeah, I mean, he on the New York Times, they've already called him with 177 electoral college votes, so he only needs less than 100 to win at this point in time. So we'll keep updating this as we go on. But yeah, I mean, things are looking really good, guys. It's looking really good. Harris is not performing at the levels that she needs to in a lot of these counties that I'm seeing. And yeah, I'm sure they're freaking out a little bit at the Harris campaign.
Yeah, that's probably putting it nicely.
Yeah.
See, Minnesota's shaded blue at the moment. That's very early returns. Colorado shaded blue. She has built up a pretty comfortable lead there as expected. I just want to see if this could be any quicker. There we go. City of Denver, that's going to be where this is decided here. Half the vote in, she's at 79. This will be telling of if the state's going to be closer than 14 points. And where's Denver? There it is, 79-18. So it's about matching 2020 at the moment with about half the votes in. Arapahoe, 60% for her, 61%. So, I mean, percentage-wise, she's probably about doing it in Colorado. We'll have to see about the turnout, like 122. So she's probably going to be somewhere around Biden's number as well. Trump got 127,000, and he might be right around there as well. So I would expect Colorado to probably be about a 10-point win for her, unless she starts to really drop off in Denver for whatever reason. But I don't think Colorado is going to be overly close. I expect that one to be called shortly, actually. New Mexico is shaded blue now. That was shaded red earlier. And I would suspect that's Albuquerque, probably. Santa Fe. Santa Fe, only 15%, 85. Yeah, so that could be early vote. We'll see. But even then, he's still within 5 points in New Mexico right now, 5.5 points. And he actually just moved back ahead as I was speaking. So looks like that one's becoming a bit of a seesaw. And Minnesota is back red too. So we're seeing seesaws all across the map right now in these states that we all had as sleeper flips on our expanded battleground maps.
Yep, that's right.
I want to check back in on, Iowa's blue right now. I would suspect that's Des Moines or John City.
Someone wants to say hi.
Here we go.
You can talk.
Hey there.
Hello, everybody. Tom Else with the BizDoc here from the Decision 2024 and Valuetainment. Thank you for watching. I love the fact that all of you on Point are watching. It's kind of a bit of a simulcast going on here. And if you can move your head back a little bit and over, there we go. Lester just put his head in front of that light. But thank you so much for watching. Hope you appreciate what we're doing here. VT News AI is our site where we're dedicated to neutral, presenting the news and presenting you all the spin answers so you know what's spinning where. But tonight, this is all about, let's see if we can get a win. Thank you, Lester.
All right, you're welcome. All right, guys. I've been listening to the podcast for the past couple hours, and he's looking to be in a really good spot, guys. I mean, I think we may call Georgia soon. We're waiting, but we might call it soon.
May I borrow this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I plug?
Yes, go ahead. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, he's holding at +6 in Georgia. That's looking pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm feeling really good. He's about to overtake his raw vote share in Georgia by over. He's like 400,000 votes away from overtaking it. So I'm feeling really good. We've been calling states here really quick.
What is your current thought process on Virginia, Lester?
It's going to come down to the freaking wire. It's going to be really close, but it's not going to Harris. We already called Virginia for Harris.
You did?
Decision just called it, so we called it. But it's going to be close.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see just how close that's going to be. That's going to be fascinating.
In Georgia, it looks like Georgia may actually win pretty decently, but I want to wait until it's like at 85%.
Yeah, I'm looking at under 3/4 in Fulton still. That hasn't updated for a while. Cobb County is at almost 80.
Yeah, all these blue counties are almost all in. already. All
Yep.
of them, all these blue counties in Georgia are almost all in already at this point. So, I mean, I don't know. I'm feeling pretty good, but I want to wait because I don't want to mess this up. Because you see his lead in North Carolina just shrunk again. So I want to wait. PA is at 24% in. Okay, so right now, Donald Trump has just won the 3rd congressional district in Nebraska. He just picked up the 3rd congressional district in Nebraska here.
So that's 3.
Okay.
Yes, now he's at 3 electoral votes in Nebraska.
How many left?
There's 2 left. So the 1st district and the 2nd district. I got New Hampshire wrong. His decision desk already called it, but that's okay. It's not a big deal. Did we call Louisiana yet? Because they already called it. We need to call Louisiana.
Okay.
Yep.
Just wanted to check in on North Carolina here. Wake County is at 64% Democrat, 3/4 of that vote in. And that might get a little bit more Republican in the late returns there.
PA is still too early.
Yep. Yeah, and that's going to be too early for a while, I would think.
Yeah, it may still be too early for a bit. There's still so many votes to report out of there.
Yep.
So many. Donald Trump's holding up well. He's catching up in Michigan right now, but they're taking a bit. Well, we already called Iowa. We called it already. I took the bullish chance.
What happened to the Seltzer Dem +3?
Yeah, bro.
What do we want to do?
Okay, I want to wait.
Who's calling?
Okay, I want to wait for Georgia and North Carolina.
Yeah, we're not doing those just yet.
Okay, we need to call. Which one's the one that I just saw? Yes, Louisiana. We need to call Louisiana. Hold on. Oh, it's already gone. Okay, perfect. All right, we're good. Okay, we're pretty much ahead of all the networks.
Okay.
Yeah. We're pretty much ahead of everybody right now. It's close, and I have Harris winning it by 2.3. But again,
In New Mexico.
still very early. But she is. Tom, go to New Mexico on decision desk.
Trump has won 3 in Nebraska, 2 left.
Yes.
What did you go? New Mexico? You want to see?
Yeah,
how the
go to
Can
New
we pull up
Mexico.
New Mexico.
Go look because I want to see how she's because Los Alamos County and Canaveral County are almost all in, and those are like the deep blue counties.
All right.
69%.
Nice.
I knew this was going to be close.
He's doing the
What
decision desk is
percentage?
behind. Decision desk is behind because he is 400,000 votes away from beating his 2020 vote total.
Mm-hmm.
If he
North
beat
Carolina was called.
for
What was
Trump,
it called? For Trump? Are
they
you
called
serious?
it. Oh wow.
For
Okay.
Trump?
Yep. It's
It is?
This is yep. Okay.
It
Yep,
is?
guys. Donald
Okay.
Trump has won the state of North Carolina according to decision desk.
Cool.
Wow.
No surprise. Not a surprise there to me.
Nice.
Yeah, and I was actually just looking at North Carolina.
Okay, you know what? Okay, you know what? Let's. Okay, all right. So you know what? If they called North Carolina and Georgia's looking like this, I think we should already start being on standby for Georgia.
For Georgia, yeah.
Maybe. Tell Pat,
Front of the boat. Will we go up again?
Yeah.
Okay.
fast.
Okay.
go quick.
We're going.
So I was just looking at North Carolina. Pitt County, which is home to ECU.
That's a big one.
Trump's
That's
outperforming.
huge. I genuinely did not think they were going to. Tom, they called it at 54% in. That's crazy. I just wanted to be overly cautious about those states. They called North Carolina. North Carolina.
You gotta tell him to mute his mic.
Hey, Lester, can you mute?
Huh?
Can you mute your mic?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
That's funny.
But yeah, I was just looking at North Carolina. It gave my voice a little bit of a break. I've been talking for like an hour and a half, but yeah, North Carolina apparently decision desk just called that for Donald Trump. That's huge. I mean, it's 9:30 at night and only half the votes are in, and we're already getting calls on North Carolina for Trump. Just to put some context on it, Kamala Harris spent most of the latter half of her campaign trying to flip North Carolina, and I would be amazed to see the results of that governor's race between Mark Robinson and see how he's doing. Because if Donald Trump, it looks like he's on track to win North Carolina by 7 to 8 points right now. And if he's winning it by that much, I would be shocked if Mark Robinson isn't at least within a shout. in the North Carolina governor's race, even after everything that's gone on. He's running it up. Trump is.
Well, I saw that actually the New York Times pretty early on called the governor's race for Stein, actually.
Okay.
But yeah, at the presidential level, I mean, yeah, it's looking like an 8-point win. I have it at +9 for Trump in my official forecast. So yeah, he's doing amazing right now.
Sure is. And Virginia is still red. And there's 59% of the vote, and it's still very close. It's only 34,000 votes. Again, we're just going to check on Fairfax here. 63% of the vote is in, and it's almost at 32% for Trump.
Wow.
It's getting more red. He's overperforming by, again, 8 points. Virginia could flip, guys.
It could.
It really could. I was bullish on Virginia for a while. I was not this bullish.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like a very competitive state. Yeah, I have it at about 1.5 points for Harris in my official forecast. And yeah, guys, it's looking like that. You know, a similar margin to that could be playing out. This is not a one-sided state like it was last time where Biden won it by 10 points. This is looking amazing for Trump right now. Man, I really wonder what the Harris campaign is feeling right now. They've got to be in shambles. They're in panic mode. I mean, this is not good for them.
So Loudoun County shifted about 10 points right, and all the votes are in Prince William, and Prince William shifted about 10 points right. Wow. So those are the two more outer suburbs. She's not doing well comparatively in Fairfax County. And Alexandria, again, she's losing percentage in Alexandria, and she is losing percentage in Arlington still. And sure, they're only like a third of the votes in these places, but I mean, they aren't that big population centers. You're not going to get 100,000 like you're going to get out of Fairfax County. So she's in real trouble. She's almost in dire straits right now. Even like in Virginia, and that says nothing about Pennsylvania and Michigan, and apparently North Carolina just got called. It hasn't been called on CNN yet, but apparently some people have already started calling North Carolina for Donald Trump with only half of those votes in. So it just tells you just how much he's running up the score, and it is quite impressive.
Yes, it is. He's up in Texas by 10 now.
Wow. New Mexico is shaded red yet again. 14%. It's up by 4.5 almost. 61% in Luna County. If I remember, that's a red county. But it's only 54, and right now it's 61.5.
Wow.
This county next to it is Grant County. It's Harris +2, and it was Biden by 7. I mean, like all these trends we told you about at the beginning of the night, they're all coming to fruition right now. And not the least of all in New Mexico, which I don't think anybody really expected to be in play. And again, I was ridiculed for saying New Mexico is going to be within 5 because it has similar demographics to a state, you know, like Florida, or a state like even to a degree Virginia with a Hispanic vote, and North Carolina too. I mean, like these things don't happen in isolation. Like if North Carolina and Georgia are going 5 points more to the right, then there's no reason to believe that the Rust Belt isn't moving at least to the right, and that a lot of these other states aren't going to do the same thing, that especially that have similar demographics like New Mexico. And that's why I always thought, if we were talking about this expanded battleground map, I always thought New Hampshire would be the hardest to flip, just because demographically it was not very friendly to Trump. It was more educated. It was, like, ironically less diverse, which the less diverse a state is, the less it helps Trump, which, you know, is kind of weird. It's reversed from 2016, but
Right.
And it always looked to me like New Mexico and Virginia were going to be the first ones to go out of even before Minnesota. And that state also looks very competitive. So it's this. I can't say this is surprising me too much. If he wins it, like New Mexico, it certainly would. But I mean, there's just certainly not like Kamala Harris. Like she has to know at this point. Like the writing is pretty much on the wall, in my opinion.
Yes, they're probably freaking out at Harris headquarters right now. It is not looking good at all. At all.
Trump is now up by 5 in the popular vote. And we'll see. They called New York for Kamala Harris. 36% of that vote's in. New Jersey is still not called.
Wow.
Connecticut is still not called. 55% in. This is within 10 points in New Jersey. Let's see. Atlantic City, that's probably going to flip. And that was the Biden County last time. So that's already closer than it was. And there's still half the vote and probably a more Republican-friendly vote to come in there. And that's, again, very touristy. So you'd almost expect Trump to do better there. Ocean and Monmouth. Monmouth, 55%. That sounds about right. Well, no, it doesn't actually. He's overperforming by like 10 points. Why am I surprised? It's like that's just everywhere. He's overperforming by 10 points, like literally everywhere. 67% in Ocean, 64, so not quite as bad there for her. Bergen County is now blue, 41%. Passaic, 3 points. Yeah, that was 16.5 last time. That's half the vote in there. That's a warning sign. This is going to be an early night, man. I'm telling you, this is going to be an early night.
Yes, it definitely is. Let's see. He's up by 11 in Ohio already with 62%.
How is that not called? I don't know how that's not called yet.
Yeah, seriously. Wisconsin's like a whipsaw, just keeps going back and forth, blue, red, blue, red.
Yep. So Wisconsin is a slight Harris lead at the moment. Michigan is a slight Harris lead at the moment. Pennsylvania is a sizable Harris lead. Actually, not really. That's closed substantially, actually. Let's check in on this. Chester County is still red. It's only 4%. Or sorry, no, it's blue now. It's blue now. Okay. Just looking at some of the margins here. Luzerne, that's early vote. That is not going to finish that way. Lackawanna, look at that. 90% of the votes in Scranton. Let's take a look at this. It was a 54-45 to round. It's now 52-47, a 4-point swing in Lackawanna. That could get worse yet for her. We'll see. Harrisburg, this is one of the counties I was watching. It was Harrisburg, Dauphin County. And that's the only early vote. She's not going to get 2/3 of the vote there. And that's still the case in a lot of southeastern Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Philadelphia keeps getting redder and redder.
Yep. Quarter of the vote in. Let me hold on. This computer is really slow. I must have too much running on it. 140 times 4 for a quarter of the vote. Right now, she's on track for about 564,000. Not enough. And by the way, voting was extended in Cambria County until 10 p.m. tonight. So they're still voting out there. 20% of the votes in. Harris is not going to win Cambria County, but they're still voting out there. So what's Erie? 55-44. That's very early. See what goes on there. 57% in Allegheny. That's coming back down to earth a little bit. It was up in the mid 70s earlier. It's back down to earth now. 63. It's still probably going to get redder as well. So there are more Republican votes left out here, and her lead that an hour ago was 300+ thousand is now only 126,000 and closing quick. And
Yes.
And let's see. I just want to see the percentages here. And Montgomery is 21%. Chester is only 4%. Bucks is 20%. So, yeah, I mean, you still got a lot of votes to go. A lot of that in southeastern Pennsylvania is early vote. But we'll see how that goes. But I mean, if Trump now is 112,000.
Guys, what are your thoughts on Georgia? What's your thoughts on Georgia right now? Because we here are trying to make a decision about whether we want to call it early. We see that the rules are pretty much called in Georgia, and there's some of the Atlanta counties left, and she is outrunning Biden in some of them, but Trump is killing her in the rural counties in Georgia. So what do you guys think about the state right now?
So he's 218,000 ahead. I would want to see how much of the rural vote is left, and just picking on random counties, it doesn't look like there's a whole ton. So I'm just looking through some of these counties in the Atlanta area for percentage.
Arizona's next.
Hold on, let me just do some quick math here. Trying to find like how much vote is left in these counties. 51, 497, 1160. So if that's about 3/4, you'd probably expect another 77,000-ish in DeKalb. Atlanta is 80% in now. $24, 47, 88, 22. Over 5s, you probably expect another 90,000-ish there. In the Atlanta area, that's like 170,000. And Cobb, $1,489, 348, both for 5, so another 70,000. That's getting pretty tight. I just want to see how much is left out in these Republican areas, because the Atlanta votes are indeed coming in well for Kamala Harris. But if there's even like 10 or 15 counties left that still have Republican votes left, I would say it's very likely Donald Trump carries the state at this point, just based on what's projected to be left out in the Atlanta area. And there's still some counties that are blank here, and those are going to be more Republican votes. So I would feel pretty confident about Georgia. I don't know about calling it early until like more of the Atlanta votes come in, but I still think it's heavy advantage to Trump.
Yeah, for sure. I have the New York Times map pulled up, and they have the shifts by county from 2020, so that makes it pretty easy to see everything. And yeah, the rules are much redder than last time. We're looking at like 5-6 point shifts to the right for Trump, with higher turnout as well. Rockdale County, Fayette County, those deep blue ones are getting bluer though.
Yep.
So that will somewhat offset the rural shift, but I mean, it's still looking good for Trump, I would say.
Yep. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah. Do you have on that New York Times map, do you have a percentage of the vote in or projected votes left? Is there like a future for that?
Oh, here I see Electoral College estimate. They don't really have like projections like by state. Oh no, they do. Georgia leans Trump. Let me see. It doesn't give like an odds estimate, but yeah, Trump is leading in their projected Electoral College 286 to 252. Chance of a Trump victory is 70%, according to the New York Times. So yeah, it's looking pretty good.
Yeah. Just want to see. Yeah, and like some of these other areas, like Burke County, Georgia, this county's probably going to end up voting for Donald Trump. And you see, it's only 5% in. They still haven't. There's still going to be Trump votes out there. Other areas are coming in with higher percentages. Again, I must say though, I'm very happy with Georgia. They're up to 80% of the vote already.
Yeah,
They have done a much better job reporting numbers this year.
yeah, it shouldn't take 2 weeks to call a state. Like, it's like, geez.
Yeah.
Guys, the fact that North Carolina was called 3 weeks after the election in 2020, and they called it now at 50% in on the decision desk is insane.
Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty significant. That's really significant.
Yep. Yeah. So for now, I would say heavy advantage Trump in Georgia. We'll see how the rest of these votes in Atlanta and the surrounding areas come in, and we'll see like how many Republican votes are left. At least based on what I'm seeing by percentage in, I don't see like a huge basket of Republican votes really left out there. We'll see though how it goes in Georgia. Again, I still think Trump has a pretty healthy advantage there, but we'll see. New Mexico is still red. How much of that vote is in? 20? Point and a half lead. Las Cruces. 58-40 going to Anna County. 58-40, remember that? 52-46. 60% in. This is nuts. Virginia is still red. I just want to keep checking back in on this. Trump in the narrow lead. Now I'm going to go on mute for a second. Why don't you keep it going here for a few?
Sure. Yeah, okay. Let me look at Virginia, guys. This map is loading for me. Let's see here. Yeah, so he has a 1-point lead in Virginia. As we said, the deep blue counties, they're showing really sharp shifts to the right. You talk about Loudoun County shifting like, I think 9 points to the right. This is a deep blue population center that Harris needs to be leading by like 25, 30 points to win the state. But it's down to a 16-point lead for her. So that's not good. That's really not good. The rural counties do look really red in Virginia as well. And they have not maxed out yet. They're still reporting left. Yeah, a lot of them have like 50% reporting, the rural counties do. So Trump does hold a 1-point lead in Virginia right now, but I wouldn't say that he's the favorite. There's still some blue votes to be counted in Fairfax, which is let's see. Fairfax is at plus 25 for Harris with 67% reporting. And back in 2020, let's see what that was. Plus 41. So that's compared to plus 25. Wow, that's a big swing, guys. That's a big swing to the right. That's huge for Trump. Wow. I mean, there's nothing else to say. That's crazy. That is amazing. Yeah, he still leads the state by a point. And I would share my screen, guys, but I'm unable to for some reason. I'm having some technical difficulties with that on the stream. He should be back in a second. Yeah, in Texas, Trump is up by almost 12 points with 68% reporting. That's looking good for him. Florida, his lead is holding pretty steadily at about 13.5 with an estimated 90% in. Ohio, his lead is at about plus 12 with 68% reporting. And that's getting redder throughout the night. I'm noticing that. But yeah, it is looking good for him. It's not like we can call the race for him just yet. I'm surprised though, those deep blue counties in Georgia are getting really blue. I would have expected he'd perform better there. Yeah, he's up by, in North Carolina, Trump is up by about 5.5. And I was a little surprised because the New York Times actually called the governor's race for Stein pretty early on. I was a little surprised by that. But it's still looking good for Trump pretty much everywhere that we can see.
All right. So what did I miss in the 5 minutes or so I was gone?
Not much. I'm just talking about a handful of states and their margins, comparing the counties from last time. His lead is increasing in Ohio. He's up by 12 in Ohio. North Carolina is about plus 5.5. Texas, let's see, he's up to 11.5. Florida's holding steady at about plus 13 to 14.
Yeah, he's almost ahead in Pennsylvania now. That gap is closing very quickly. He's only down by, what is that, 40,000 votes now. And this is what happened last time. It started blue and then it went red and then we wait. So I think we're on that same trajectory this time, unfortunately.
How's it going? It's Dustin. I wanted to come in and give a quick update. We've been troubleshooting some technical errors on the back end, but I'm here to kind of break down this election. I know that a lot's been going on. Our coder is feverishly getting some things set up so we can showcase some really cool things in just a little bit. But this election is looking very interesting. I'm real happy that at least some news organizations have given Trump North Carolina some interesting results coming in.
Yeah, Virginia. What are your thoughts on Virginia right now? Because I think I didn't have it flipping in my modeling. In fact, I had it on the more cautious end of a Dem +3. But it looks like it can very well flip. What do you make of that?
Well, certainly it's close. Several organizations have already called it for Kamala, so I'd be interested to see where the outstanding vote is remaining. I know that in Fairfax County, very populous, going big time for Kamala, only has about 76% in, so I expect Kamala to probably gain another 80,000 to votes there. Loudoun County, pretty much all in. That's a good sign. Frederick, there's some counties by Richmond as well. Actually, Chesterfield with 40% in looks to be nearly tied. So, I want to look for areas where Trump can make up ground, and with the modeling, it's just not there. I probably wouldn't quite call the state of Virginia quite yet. Modeling would probably put it around 96% or 97%, but it's just one of those states that it's real hard unless you get incredible turnout.
Yep. Yeah, looking at Fairfax right now, 70% of the vote now is in. Trump is outperforming his 2020 margin by about 6 points here in Fairfax. And in Loudoun, Prince William, where all the votes are in, he's outperforming his margin by about 10, give or take. So he's doing, by percentage, he's doing extremely well in Nova. Even though he might not win the state, it's still going to be a very respectable margin.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we're seeing pretty big shifts to the right in these deep blue counties. Let me actually look at the shift by county on New York Times. Let's see. Yeah, I mean it's all redder. The rurals are like all redder everywhere. But yeah, I wouldn't expect that he would win the state, but the fact that it's still competitive is just pretty mind blowing. This should not be a state where Trump even has a fairly realistic chance. But the fact that it's not called for Harris, I mean that's crazy. And so yeah, it's looking good everywhere. I mean, I'm looking at these shifts by county, like Kentucky is crazy red in terms of the shifts by county. It's looking red everywhere. I'm not seeing much blue in terms of the shifts from 2020. And on New York Times, it is notable given that his chance of winning the White House is now up to 71%. That's up from 70% from earlier. And his electoral college estimate is now at 287 compared to Harris with 251. So he has to be increasing in terms of the odds for sure.
So check this out. So the New York Times has their modeling system, and they have Trump at 71%, and that's actually a big deal. Coming into the election, the collective modeling that we did with On Point Politics and Gold Crown, we had Trump with a 77%. So it's falling right in line with what we were thinking.
Yeah, as far as my modeling is concerned, I thought I was being pretty bullish. If anything, I might have been understating Trump a little bit, which is quite impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, just looking at North Carolina, it's a 5-point lead now with 2/3 of the vote in. Raleigh is 76% in. Durham is 87% in. And they're waiting on Mecklenburg. I guarantee you that's what they're waiting on. And once that gets to 50, 60% and they see you're not closing the gap, they're going to call it on CNN.
Right. Yeah.
But that's not a big enough population. She's down almost 200,000 votes. And there's still a lot of Republican vote to come. So even if Mecklenburg comes in and it's overwhelming, that's not going to be enough votes. I mean, I would just call it right now if I were them. But I mean, at the same time, they also haven't called Ohio yet, and that should have been called at 7:30 p.m. I think so. Oh well.
Harris is holding on to a lead in Iowa, but that lead is quickly shrinking. So that +3 Iowa Harris poll, it's not going to hold up, to say the least.
Oh no.
I mean, think about it like this. Did anybody think that Iowa Harris +3 poll would perform better than Atlas Intel and Mitchell from Rasmussen? I don't think so.
Polling USA did.
Yep. It's not a good sign.
Yeah, I put out something, I think it was yesterday. I was like, somebody's going to be right, and then somebody is going to not want to log on to X Wednesday morning. And I think we're finding out who those people are now.
Yeah, that's right. Let's see. Trump, his odds went up again to 73% in New York Times. And his electoral college estimate is at 289. So yeah, I mean, his odds keep going up. They keep going up, guys. It's looking good.
Apparently, this came out 3 minutes ago from Seth Keshel. Georgia, Trump called. I don't know who called it. That was from Seth Keshel on X saying somebody called Georgia for Trump. So, I mean, that wouldn't surprise me, just given that Decision Desk has already called North Carolina with only half the votes in. So it wouldn't really surprise me, but that would still be fairly significant, especially given it's only 10 o'clock at night.
Right. Yeah.
So just have to see about that. This is annoying me that they haven't called Ohio yet. He's up by 12 points with 71% in. What the hell are they waiting for?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. What are they waiting for? I don't know.
Trump is up by 3 in New Mexico with 22% in. This one's going to go late too.
Yeah.
We have no votes from Arizona. That's interesting. And Nevada just closed their polls, and that is, I would suspect that's too close to call. Maybe even too early. I don't know. Minnesota is still red right now. Only 2% of the vote in, though. They're counting slow.
Yeah, I hate these states that are counting so slow. It's just it's like it's just so annoying. I don't understand it. How some states, like we said earlier, have been counting so fast. Florida's already 90% in on CNN.
Yeah, they're done almost.
Yeah,
and
it's
look how many votes. It's like 10, 11 million votes. I mean, it's not like it's 5 votes or something from Dixville Notch. Like these are tens of millions of votes they're counting in like an hour.
Yeah. Yeah, and then you have these other states with much less vote counts, and they're just like, I don't know. Let's see, Michigan 16% reporting, Pennsylvania 44%. Yeah, so that's pretty annoying, but it is what it is.
Yeah. Let me just check in on Pennsylvania again. And by the way, New Jersey is still not called, and Connecticut is still not called. Just putting that out there for whoever wanted to hear that. But Pennsylvania is pretty much a tie right now, 2,500 votes lead for Harris. That her lead is just evaporated. It was 300,000 like an hour ago. Just putting it out there, and that has all but evaporated. It's gonna completely evaporate here any second. I would think the next update.
Yes, definitely will. Yeah, New Jersey is
Still only 7 points. There's 2/3 of the vote in now, and it's still not called. It's only a 7-point race.
wow.
How much of the vote? Like, again, I can't believe I'm saying how much of the vote is in Newark, New Jersey on election night. But here we go, 72 to 27. And I gotta give you guys credit. Like, I didn't think New Jersey was going to be this close. 77-22, and keep that in mind. 77-22. What was that? 14 points? 10, 14 points in New Jersey or Newark?
Wow.
Like, are you kidding me? What's this county down here? Gloucester? As Trump +2. That was a Biden +2. So that's another flip. That's just ridiculous that we're even talking about New Jersey at 10 o'clock. New Hampshire on CNN has still not been called yet. Interesting. I think Decision Desk had already called New Hampshire for Harris. So we'll see how that one plays out. Pennsylvania is now red. Look at all that red on this map. Wow. Like every swing state is almost red right now.
Yep.
New Mexico. Yeah. He's expanded the lead with now 24% of the vote. He's up by 7 in New Mexico.
Wow. Yeah,
he's up in there. Well, it's a tie in Arizona right now. Like quite literally, it's a tie. Phoenix, Maricopa is Harris +2, and that's going to flip.
Yeah, it
Like,
should. It should.
He's ahead in Arizona at the first drop of votes. He's going to win Arizona.
Yeah.
What the hell are they waiting on Ohio for? Like, my God.
Yeah. I don't know what that is.
It's a 13-point lead with 3/4 of the vote in. Even if it was all mail-in and it went 100% for her, she's not catching up. Just call it.
Yeah.
My God.
Yep. Iowa flipped red. Rip Seltzer.
Yep. Seltzer. Give me some seltzer. I just want to keep checking in on Virginia because he's still leading. And I know some people have called it, but I mean, 32% in Henrico, 38% in Chesterfield. What is Fairfax coming in at all anymore? No, it's still 70%. Even if he loses a state, it's going to be within 3. Something I've been saying for well over a month. North Carolina, Georgia. So we've gotten word that Iowa, Ohio, North Carolina, Georgia have all been called by somebody at this point. And they've all been called for Trump. And who is that?
Hey guys, what's going on? What do you think about Arizona? Because they have a lot of ballots recorded, and right now she's only leading by 2 with half the vote. That's not good for her at all.
She is going to lose. She is going to lose Arizona. Like the returns that came in later in 2020 benefited Trump substantially. Yeah, it's going to be extremely hard for her to hold Arizona.
That's horrible for her. That's so bad. Oh, that's terrible. She's overperforming. That's what it is. 80% in Georgia now. Man, she actually did better than Biden in Atlanta somewhat. Interesting. Yes. Oh, there's a lot more out. What?
Breaking apparently just now, New York Times projects Donald Trump to win the popular vote. Eric Doherty on X. Apparently that just broke right now.
Wow.
Yeah, New York Times.
The New York Times has projected him to win the popular vote?
Yep.
Wow. Yeah, his odds are up again.
Where can I see that? Where can I see that metric of the popular vote? Where can I see that, guys?
New York Times, I think Gold Crown probably has the link.
Where is it?
I don't know.
see it.
Okay, but where did you guys hear that from? I can't.
It was from Eric Doherty on X.
Okay, well, I'm not on X because I'm not trying to draw myself crazy. So.
No, but
Yeah, I don't see it.
Eric Doherty figured that out.
Okay, cool. Man, Trump's odds have spiked really hard right now. Yep, there it goes. Yep, Nevada. It's gonna probably be 312.
Oh my God.
So I would have been off by 2 states, and that's not bad at all.
He's up to 77% on New York Times.
Okay, he's at top.
Wisconsin's back yet. Well, we got 38% of the vote in Wisconsin now.
Oh, yeah, let's see.
What we got. 55% in Kenosha, 57.5% for Trump. He got 50.7 last time. We'll see if that holds. If that holds, that's significant there. And that in and of itself would be enough to flip the state if everything else just held.
Yeah, definitely.
51% in Dane County. It's 72-26. She's underperforming by about 6 to 7 points in Dane. That's catastrophic for her. And
She's
Milwaukee,
underperforming in Milwaukee. She's underperforming by about 4 points, I believe.
67-31. Yeah, about 4 points. Yeah. That's not good enough.
That's not good for her.
Nope.
That's
Nope.
really bad. I mean,
Especially-
Biden won the state by 20,000, I think. So yeah, any shift in the blue counties are very significant.
Just checking these Iron Range counties up here in the northwest part of Wisconsin. Bayfield has the most in of those three right now. She's up 56-41. That's about what it was in 2020. We'll see if that holds. That might be indicative of a little bit of Minnesota. So we'll just have to see how that one plays out as well. But other than, I mean, those counties aren't Milwaukee or Madison, though. I mean, they're not going to be enough to carry her, even if she does well.
Right.
Again, Trump, heavy favorite in Wisconsin right now.
Yeah, it's looking really good.
Haven't checked on Michigan in a while. Let's check there. Got only 17% in, though. They're counting very slow. Detroit. Look at this, guys. Detroit is red. Yeah, 1% of that vote is in. Somebody take a screenshot of that, please. 61% for Donald Trump right now in Wayne County, Michigan. I'm going to take a picture of that. I'm going to brag. Yeah, I saw it on screen. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Trump is absolutely overperforming. This is incredible. We're literally witnessing history right now.
Yep. Absolutely.
I mean,
agree.
the betting odds have spiked. Polymarket has Trump at 87%. Incredible.
Minnesota. They haven't even counted anything. Arizona is now blue with 50% of the vote in. Pima is half in. It's 62.6 to 36.6. And right now, that looks like it's early vote because she's overperforming Biden at the moment. But even though she's only up by 15,000 statewide, that's not going to be enough. 58% in Flagstaff, 63-36. That is not going to be enough. Like, she is going to lose the state of Arizona by several points.
Okay, so what are we feeling on Arizona, guys?
She's going to lose it probably by at least a few points.
Wow, Tom.
Yeah, that's not looking good for her.
Yeah, because I mean, look, like these are early votes in Flagstaff. They're early votes in Tucson. They're early votes in Phoenix. Her statewide lead is 15,478. Are you really going to try and argue that Trump isn't going to make that up with the remaining half of the votes? It's like, no, like of course he's going to make that up. Like that's election day vote left. Like I don't see any way he's going to lose Arizona right now.
Guys, I think he might win Arizona by over 5. That's horrible for her. For horrible initial runs. Biden was how much was he up in those originally? He was up by like 8 or 9 in those.
Yep.
10.
Yeah. No, it's bad for her. It really is.
Yeah.
Still waiting on votes from Albuquerque in New Mexico. I think that's really like the last. That's going to be the big test. Bernalillo, however you pronounce that county. That's it. Like if that doesn't come in well enough for her, she's going to run the risk of losing New Mexico.
Yeah, that would be something else. Yeah, I'm seeing Sandoval County is about 7 or 8 points redder from last time in New Mexico. She leads the state by 8,500. He's still ahead in Virginia.
By 4,000 votes.
Yeah.
It is very, very close. And I'm just wondering where these votes are coming from. I'm just going to check Hampton Roads here. 68% of the statewide vote is in Norfolk. I just want to check these margins real quick. 70 to 29 in the city of Norfolk. 70 to 29. He's doing better by about 4 points there. Let's see. It says Portsmouth, 65-33. He is doing substantially better in Portsmouth with about half the vote. See, this is Hampton up here, I believe. 70. That's very early. I'm not even going to go over that. And 51% in Newport News, 59-39 in Newport News. Holy smokes! Yeah, he is. Wow, that's a trend. My gosh, my throat is so sore from talking. Chesterfield is still blue. Only 38% in. That not many votes have come in there the last little while. Fauquier is almost all in now, 60% to 39%. And he's doing about 4 or 5 points better in Fauquier. Again, exurbs of Nova. Talked about that earlier. Culpeper, this is one of the areas that looked like they were going to be on track to match 2020, at least based on what I heard just before the polls closed. Right now it's 92% in. And it looks like they were right. So 16,000 to 11,000. And there you go. I mean, that's about dead on. So there you go. I mean, that's why Virginia's close. Like Trump is just running it up all like it's not just the red counties. Like he's almost with the exception of maybe not winning, but he's basically pulling a Youngkin right now.
Yeah, it looks like it. Pretty much. And that is saying a lot.
Yeah. Especially for Donald Trump in Virginia. Like a lot of people thought that Donald Trump was like such a bad fit for Nova. And to be fair, he really is not the best fit for a Republican in Virginia. The problem is the Democrats threw their entire advantage. I made a video on this like last August, and maybe I can like link it somewhere. But I was like, look, the general election polls, it was still Biden back then. The polls only have him up by like 2 to 3 points. They have Biden up by 2 to 3 points. And I looked inside those polls, and the Youngkin approval between like a Biden +9 poll and a Biden +3 poll, like the difference in the Youngkin approval was about 6 points. That was the difference in the entire poll, like between the two polls. And I was like, so where would those Youngkin voters go? Like if the Youngkin approval is being underdone, like it was earlier on in like Biden +9 polls, and when they were like 48%, when it was like in the upper 50s, his approval, I was like, okay, so where would these voters go? And so I looked at the primary polls, and they're all going to Trump. So, I mean, that was just glaringly obvious. I was trying to warn people about that since last August, and unfortunately, it looks like we might have started talking about it just a little bit too late. But I mean, no matter which way this ends tonight, it's still a statement.
For sure. Absolutely. Let's see. He's up by 6 in North Carolina now. He's holding at just under 5% in Georgia. Let's see. Arizona's gotten bluer. They still haven't called Ohio. What are they doing? I don't know what they're doing.
Well,
That's
yeah, I don't know
crazy.
what they're waiting for. I would love to hear their excuse for this.
Yeah, that's crazy. And
So,
Trump's
so yeah,
lead in-
Ohio.
So, are you guys ready? So
up?
Donald Trump is now up to 90% in the poly market betting odds. 90%.
Wow. Wow. That's pretty big.
There you go. Now, betting markets aren't everything, but the like the fact that they are swinging so heavily, it doesn't mean nothing. I will say that. It like obviously the betting markets are not like the actual votes, and we still have to wait to see how these come in. But that's not insignificant. That at 10:21 p.m. on election night, the betting markets are trending like all nearing a certain Trump victory.
His odds are up to 80% on New York Times now. They keep going up.
Is that for the electoral college or the popular vote?
Electoral college. Yeah, he's projected to get 296 now in the electoral college. Yeah, I mean, I'm just seeing it everywhere. All the rules are getting much redder. And in most places, there is reversion in the deep blue counties for Democrats. But yeah, I mean, his odds keep going up. It's looking good. We don't want to get too overexcited, but things are looking good. And yeah, the betting odds aren't perfect for sure. They're not real votes, but certainly people are putting real money down. Yeah, his odds went up again, 81% in New York Times. It's looking good so far. It's looking good. And so let's see, his lead in Iowa has increased
it's
8
red.
points, which is funny.
I can't believe it's red.
Yeah, all the liberals are like, what's happening? I thought Iowa was blue. Oh, no.
You know who the big loser tonight looks like right now is Rufus.
Oh, yeah. That guy? Oh, my goodness.
Insufferable.
He's just
Like-
going to cradle into a ball. Like, it's not looking good for that guy.
So yeah, like ever since I started, like he followed me like randomly, like out of nowhere, like a couple months ago. And the first thing I tweeted out was Rufus just followed me. I don't know how to feel about this. and then he started like quote tweeting some of my stuff about Virginia. He's like, I would be willing to bet $500 that Virginia's not within 3. And I was like, dude, I don't make bets with dumb people. Go pick on someone your own size. And he kept trying to make that bet. And maybe it would have been a good idea to take it. But I mean, I'm not like that much of a betting person. And I definitely wasn't going to do it with the doofus. So, but no, like just to show you, like he thought Virginia was going to be like 6 or 7 points for Harris. Very clearly, that is not going to be the case.
Yeah.
And even my cautious, like almost pessimistic Virginia model was like Dem +3. And that it looks like it's going to be closer than that too. I mean, unless Fairfax County drops a crap ton of votes, and her lead is now 30, almost 40,000 in Virginia. 70% of the vote is in. See, has Fairfax done anything else? This computer is slow. No, it hasn't. Yeah, so coming in slowly. I'm surprised that Brunswick and Greensville down here haven't flipped. I'm a little bit surprised at that. I mean, they were really heavily right trending. So I'm a bit surprised they haven't flipped, to be honest with you. But.
Man, Michigan is counting so slow. They're at 21% estimated reporting. That
CNN
is so slow.
CNN has called Ohio. Finally. They only waited until 80% of the vote was in when Trump has been leading by 15 points for the last 2 hours to call it.
Yep.
That's all it took, guys.
Yeah, jeez.
By the way, Youngstown is red. Mahoning County is red. Let's go to Pennsylvania, where Trump is leading by a few points now. Center County is red. How much of that vote is in? That would be significant if that holds. That state college, 63% of the vote is in there. Erie, what do we got in Erie? 32% now. And again, those are early votes. Scranton, almost all in, if not all in. 51-48 for Harris. That's it. Luzerne, about 2/3 of the vote is in. It's Trump plus 13 right now. Yeah, I think he's looking very good in Pennsylvania. What's Philadelphia looking like? Half the vote. She's on track for like 530,000. That's not enough. I mean, she's only going to have like 300,000 more raw. Like, that's not even net. She might have like 350,000 net more votes. And that might be generous in Southeast Pennsylvania. She's trailing by 111,000 already. And there's still a lot more Republican vote to go. I don't see it for her in Pennsylvania right
Guys, not gonna lie, bro. I think she might be cooked.
now. Oh, really?
I'm just saying, based out of everything that we're getting, I think she might be cooked, guys.
Yeah, she's cooked in Iowa. So much for that +3 Harris poll. He's up by 10. The liberals are losing their minds.
They're getting their seltzer right now. Yeah, and that's still largely early vote. Like, Clinton County is going to vote for Trump out in eastern Iowa. And right now it's Harris +5. Like, there's still early votes being counted, and Trump is still going to expand the lead. He's up by 10 already? Like, what the?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a blowout.
Everybody, please put down any money you can on the next seltzer poll that comes out. So it looks like Virginia is trending Harris right now.
Hey, guys, decision desk called Georgia for Trump. He's won it.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
So that's it. He needs PA, and he's done.
And it looks like he's going to win Pennsylvania based on what I'm seeing right now.
Yup. And
Looks very likely.
If we call Pennsylvania for him, we're going to call Wisconsin too. We're calling both, so we don't have to freaking wait for Alaska.
86% in Georgia, 153,000 advantage.
Man, it's a wild night over there.
Yeah. Yeah, they're having a party over there, aren't they? Yeah, so it was looking like it was a heavy advantage for Trump all along in Georgia. Apparently, the decision desk has now called it. And they've also called North Carolina, as I understand, as well. Have they called Iowa? They probably have.
I don't think so.
No. Well, they're probably going to call it any minute.
Yeah.
But yeah, they've called North Carolina. They've called Georgia. New Mexico is still shaded red right now, that's just impressive at this point. Colorado has been called for Kamala Harris. Arizona's back red again, 51% of the vote in. And I bet you those votes came from like Yuma or somewhere. They did not come from Yuma. Yes, they did. Playing mind tricks with you at 10:30 at night. So Yuma, let's see what that looks like. 34%. And he's at 64. Whew. Check that out. 52-46. Right now, it's like 64-34. 35 or something. And it's absurd.
Wow. Yeah, he's still leading in.
Guys,
New
if he
Mexico.
wins Pennsylvania, it's over. Because if he gets Pennsylvania, I'm gonna have them call Wisconsin too.
Yeah, that's right. That would get him to 270 flat because he's got North Carolina, he's got Georgia. Yeah, that would be it.
That doesn't even include Nevada. He's probably going to win there too. I'm just finding this so funny. Kansas is still not called. Nebraska is still not called on CNN. And New Jersey is still not called. Connecticut is still not called on CNN.
Yeah.
I just want to check on New Jersey again because this is the polls closed, by the way, 2.5 hours ago in New Jersey. Just for y'all's information. It's a 6-point race now. That's actually gotten closer. 74% in. 74% in, and we're talking about New Jersey.
Wow. Yeah, that's really good for Trump. I mean, it could continue to get redder as well.
It could. Yeah.
Very well could.
Taking a look at, there's still some votes to come in Newark. Still some votes to come across the river, I think, in Hudson. Oh, no, they're almost all in now. 62-35 in Hudson County, New Jersey. Are you seeing that?
Yeah.
That's like 20 points in Hudson.
Wow. Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, that's why New Jersey's close, guys. It's because Hudson is shifting 20 points to the right.
Whew. That is a huge shift.
I just want to check New York City area, because there's no way it's not happening there too.
Yeah, it would have to.
Trump is over 40% of the vote in New York State.
Yeah, he got 38% last time, so
yeah,
now he's over 40. Wow.
By the way, this is either, I think it's Suffolk County, along Long Island. It's dark red right now. 83% of the vote in. He is winning that county by 10 points.
Wow.
He won it by literally 200 votes last time. He's winning by 10 points.
Yeah, 83% in too.
Yep.
Let's see. His odds are now up to 83% in the New York Times. So that's good.
Connecticut is not called yet either. There's only 13% in Connecticut, but it's an 11-point race.
Oh, that is so weird. Why do they count so slow? Like, jeez. It just makes no sense.
I'm going to go on mute here for a few minutes. Please keep the stream entertained.
Yes. Okay, let's see here, guys. So, yeah, New Jersey, she's still up by about 6. I would expect that to remain somewhat competitive. But if we look at the swing states, Trump's up in Pennsylvania by about 3 points with 57% reporting. Let me see the deep blue counties. Philadelphia County keeps getting redder, guys. 62% reporting. And Trump is down there by 56 points. And last time around in 2020, Biden won it by 64. So that's about an 8-point shift to the right in Philadelphia County. Let's see the rurals. The rural counties are starting to somewhat max out. Actually, that's not sure. Some of them are. That's looking pretty good in Pennsylvania. I mean, yeah, because guys, if Pennsylvania is called for Trump, he's won the election, because at that point, he's already got Georgia, right? He's got North Carolina, and if he gets Pennsylvania, that's 270. That's all he needs. So Pennsylvania is the one to keep an eye on. Let's see, Michigan is red now. Only 23% reporting, so that's not much. But yeah, guys, Pennsylvania is the one to keep an eye on. Now 58% reporting. Trump is up by just under 3 points. If that state is called, then Trump wins the election. And that's it. So that is a key state. That is the state to keep an eye on. I'm looking at these deep blue counties in Pennsylvania, trying to identify the shifts from last time. Yeah, I just don't see the math here for her to win, because she's doing much worse in Philadelphia County. Plus the turnout there is going to be lower for her compared to Biden. And to win Pennsylvania, Democrats need max turnout in these deep blue population centers. So that's really not good for them. That's really not good. Let's see. I don't know why more votes haven't come in Florida, because it's been holding at about 90% reporting for like the past hour or so. And the numbers haven't really changed. But Trump is up by about 13 there, so that's good for him. Texas, let's see Texas. Texas, he's up by almost 14 now. Wow. Let's see, Dallas, 2/3 reporting. Harris is getting 61% in Dallas. And last time Biden got 65. So yeah, Harris is doing worse everywhere you look, guys. Everywhere you look, she's doing worse. And I do apologize, guys. I can't share my screen. I've been having some technical difficulties. I would, but I'm not able to at the moment. Let's see. Georgia, Trump is up by 3 points with 86% reporting. But they already called the state technically, so. Wisconsin's
took a
tied
narrow
with
lead in
about
Michigan.
52%. What's that?
Wait. Oh, wait. It looks like... What the hell is going on with my map? Like, Michigan just switched like 3 different times in like 5 seconds. Looks like now Kamala has the lead again in Michigan. Probably some Detroit came in.
Yeah.
So we were laughing earlier when Wayne was like 61% for Trump, and now it's 93% for Harris. Yeah, that's not happening. That's probably a tabulation error. It's 15% of the vote. I don't think there's any way she's getting that much. I think that might be a tabulation error there. And Macomb is blue as well, so it just shows you it's still an early vote. And she is not going to win Macomb County.
Yeah. Trump's odds are now up to 86% on New York Times.
Yeah, and yeah, you know what's significant about like decision desk calling Georgia, North Carolina, and I think there's probably enough info out there to call Arizona, and potentially Nevada as well. Although we still have to wait for the votes to come in, and CNN just called Iowa for Trump. Michigan and Wisconsin, in that case, they don't matter. Like
Right.
Pennsylvania is it. Or
that's
if
it.
he's going to win Nevada, he needs just one of the 3 Rust Belt states, and he's leading right now in 2 of them. So he's basically got it's his election to lose right now.
Yeah, that's what it is at this point. I mean, if Pennsylvania gets called for him, then that's it. But even if he doesn't win it, he still has, I mean, Nevada, we don't have any votes there, but Arizona, It's tied right now. And
So-
let's see.
It is 10:40 p.m. CNN has Kamala Harris at 91 electoral votes. Imagine that.
Yeah, that's disastrous for her.
That
That's
that
really
tells
bad.
you all you need to know.
Yeah, that's horrible. That is horrible for the Harris campaign.
I mean, let's just look at the states that are not called by CNN right now, from west to east. Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, Nebraska, statewide, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, New Jersey, Connecticut, New Hampshire, and Maine.
Wow.
Those are the states that are not called, and it's almost 11 o'clock.
Yeah, that is that is amazing.
And Trump is up by 6 points in the popular vote right now.
Yep. And I can't believe they called that too. If that is true, if New York Times did call Trump for the
Yeah.
popular vote, I mean
And by
that
the
is
way-
really indicative.
Yeah, and by the way, New York State is 75% in. So
Wow.
it's not like we're waiting on New York State. It's basically just California's her only hope at the popular vote. I don't know if it's going to be big enough. Like, he has like over a 5 million vote, almost 5.5 million vote lead. That's going to be pretty tough to overcome.
Yeah, that would be really tough to overcome for sure.
I mean, that might be your whole margin in California if she gets the same margin Biden did, which if the trend follows, she's not going to get anywhere close to that.
I don't know why more votes aren't
Hi,
coming
guys.
in Florida.
Hey, what's up? I think we're getting close.
Yes, we are getting close. Yes, we
I
are.
think he's.
I can
I
go to
think
bed.
he's- I almost think he's won.
What is the popular vote right now?
What?
Right now, it's +6 for Trump. Oh, I thought he was asking me.
By the way, it's +6 for Trump. Yeah, but I mean that's what 75% of New York State in, and I can't really stress that enough. That's not that they just started counting votes there. I mean, they're counting it pretty quickly, and his popular vote lead, because he's running it up so much everywhere else, he's overpowering New York State right now.
Yeah, he is. He definitely is.
Just want to check on Florida real quick, just to see Palm Beach County, see if that's flipped. It hasn't. They're almost all in now, so maybe it won't flip. It's going to get close, but maybe it won't flip this time. Miami-Dade certainly has by 12, 11.5 points. Is that 87% in?
Wow. Yeah, that's
And
crazy.
Broward is only 17 points. They are all in.
Wow. Yeah, I don't
And-
get why their votes have stopped tabulating there for the most part, because they've been at like 90% estimated vote for like the past hour or so. I don't know why that is, because they were counting so fast initially. That's interesting.
Duval County is R+2. That's fairly indicative of the state of Georgia, which we've been saying.
Yeah, that's a really good sign.
CNN has not called North Carolina yet. I'm a little surprised by that. Trump with a lead. I suspect it's because Charlotte came in. Yeah, 90% of the vote in Charlotte. 65-33. Let's just go down to North Carolina. 65-33. He's doing marginally better there. She couldn't afford that. So at this point, I don't know what they're waiting for in North Carolina anymore.
Yeah. At this point, I think they should probably call it. I mean, 84% in.
And all the Democrat senators are over 80%.
Right.
And
Yeah.
he's down by 135,000 votes. There's not the votes there.
Yeah. There's not.
I hope this doesn't become like in Ohio where they take 5 years to call it when it looks the most obvious thing in the world. But yeah, we were talking about these southeastern North Carolina counties before. I was talking to you about Scotland here, Richmond, and Anson County. 2 of those 3 went for Biden in 2020. I predicted 2 of them would flip. The only one that wouldn't flip was Richmond because I voted for Trump last time, but they have all gone to Donald Trump by fairly substantial margins, as expected. Oh my God.
Yeah, he's holding at about +3 right now.
Or sorry, he won Scotland County last time as well. But he only won it by 2 points. Here he's winning it by like 7. But yeah, I don't know what they're waiting for in North Carolina anymore. There's really no suspense in who's going to win that state.
Yep. So at that point, it's just Pennsylvania. That's the one to keep an eye on.
Yep. I mean, that's it.
He's leading by just over 3 points there, 61% reporting. Philadelphia is definitely redder from last time.
Is it over 17 now?
Oh, he's at 21% in Philadelphia.
Whoa, what?
Yep, 2/3 in.
Wow.
What happened, guys?
We're just saying he's doing really well in Philadelphia County. Last time he got 17%, and now he's up over 21% in Philadelphia County. Oh, was he not? I thought he was talking to us. Oh, that's funny.
I mean, Trump is
Michigan
ahead
is
there.
counting so slow.
Trump
Man,
is ahead in the Arizona early vote.
That's good.
I mean, unless the independents are swinging so much to the left or Republicans lost election day vote, which we know for a fact they didn't, he's going to win Arizona fairly comfortably.
Yes, it certainly looks that way.
See, the good thing about this election is that it looks like it's so Trump friendly across the Sun Belt that Michigan and Wisconsin may not matter. It's just going to be
that's right.
He may very well win both of those states as well, but it's looking like Pennsylvania, which is what we've all been saying for the past year.
Yeah, that's right. And it is interesting because Wisconsin and Michigan were the only of the swing states, I believe, in poly market that were favored to go to Harris, but Trump doesn't need them. So that's really good.
I'm check on Cambria because their voting closed about an hour ago. They haven't updated for a long time, so we're waiting on Trump votes from there.
Yeah.
Erie is still at 32. Allegheny is now at 85%, 60-39. About where you'd expect it. Philadelphia, as you were just talking about, he's at 21.5%, 72% of the vote in now. And her cushion is only 261,000 in Philadelphia with 3/4 of the vote in.
Yeah,
It's not good
that's
enough.
looking good for her.
Not good
Yeah.
enough.
Let's see. New York Times, his odds are up to 87% chance of victory. 87% and going higher.
And I still think there's a lot more Republican vote left out in southeastern Pennsylvania because Bucks County is still Democrat +6, and it is not going to end that way.
Yeah, Bucks County. Yeah. Let's see. Biden won it by 4 last time.
I mean,
Now
the
it's-
registrations are like Republican +2 heading into this election, and it just got closer as I was speaking. It's now 40% in. It's now a 4-point race in Bucks.
Yeah, that one will shift redder. Absolutely.
Yeah. Northampton is Trump by 5 at the moment. 90% of the vote in.
Allegheny is +20 for Harris.
That's about what it was in 2020.
Yeah. New Mexico is going for Harris now. By 6 points.
Monroe County is about to flip to Trump in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I mean, these counties are going to get redder. So I just don't see how she has the math here. I just don't see it. I mean, if Trump is doing this much better in Philadelphia already, and it's going up. He's at 21.5% in Philadelphia, likely with decreased turnout from last time. That's just the math eventually just isn't there for Harris. So it's not looking good for her right now. And I mean, his odds just keep increasing everywhere. He's projected to get 298 electoral college votes in the New York Times, which would be him winning every swing state except for Michigan, I believe. So he'd win Nevada in that scenario and everywhere else except Michigan. Yeah, Michigan they're counting so slow. Like, geez. His lead is going up in the popular vote too at this point in time, and that's with New York still reporting. Texas is 77% reporting, plus 13.5 for Trump. Yeah, she's doing worse in Dallas County. In Dallas. Tarrant
Harris
County.
now leading by 2 in Virginia. Oh, wow. Okay. So Stafford County looks like it flipped. It's now Harris barely wins it. Like literally barely wins it by 0.3.
Connecticut only has 16% reporting. Jeez. Got some sloths over there. Like, come on, pick up the pace. I mean, seriously, man. Yeah, Florida counts like what? Let's see. Florida counts 10 million votes in a couple hours. In Connecticut, their vote total is under 300,000 in the same time period. Like, that's just, I don't know. pretty lame.
Yeah, so it's
Trump
looking like
is-
she's spreading it out a little bit in Virginia. She's probably going to be projected the winner there shortly. We'll see what the final margin ends up being, but it's definitely leaning Harris in Virginia right now.
Trump's getting a little closer in New Jersey. It's +6 for Harris, just under now. And he's also closing in in New York a little bit. He's at 42.6. That is a big improvement from last time.
Yes, it is.
Let's see. Yeah, and the deep blue counties in New York are, for the most part, maxed out.
%5.7% in New Jersey right now. That's just absurd.
That's almost my margin. I had like Harris plus 5.3 or something like that.
Well, you got 19% left to count for it to be exactly right.
Oh man, that would be awesome if I get that margin. That would be pretty nice. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Let's see. She's leading Illinois by 11 points with 76% reporting.
Had to get my first cup of coffee for the night. I really hope it's my last.
Yeah, this should be called certainly much faster than last time. We should know by tonight or sometime somewhat early tomorrow who the winner is. Let's see.
Yeah,
Trump's up
I think
3.4.
CNN's being very cautious with their calls. It took a while to call Ohio. They're taking a lot longer than necessary, I think, to call North Carolina and Georgia.
Yeah, they're taking their sweet time right now. They're taking a long time. Colorado, she's up by like 13 or 12. 69% reporting. Let's see Nebraska. Douglas County's plus 12. Last time it was plus 11. Biden. But yeah,
Trump
Pennsylvania's
is up at 14 in Texas.
Yeah,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
I saw that. Wow. Yeah, that's a big lead. Let's see. Dallas has 2/3 of the vote in. Looks like the rurals are starting to max out. But yeah, that's a big lead there.
All these border counties are expectedly shifting very hard to the right. Many of them are flipping.
Yeah, that's definitely what was expected for sure. Absolutely.
I mean, like Hidalgo County was Biden plus 17. Right now it's a tie.
Yeah, that's a big swing. That's a huge
Starr
swing.
County was Biden plus 5. We don't have any votes there yet. I anticipate Trump's probably going to win that county by about 10.
Yeah, he should flip a lot of these border counties down here.
Laredo, Texas, that's Webb County. That's a tie right now. That was Biden by 23. where Laredo, Texas is, and that's a tie.
Wow. Harris County is +6 for Harris. Last time it was +13 for Biden. That's a 7-point improvement.
Harris
him.
better win that county. It's named after her.
Yeah, she better.
Only 5 points though. That's not that great. Biden won it by 13. That's again, that's urban and suburban. I mean, that's not just rural. Like that, it's happening everywhere, guys. Like these shifts are even like very notable, large shifts. Whether they're one cycle or not, it doesn't matter. They're happening right now, and it's everywhere.
Yeah, El Paso was only +20 for Harris. Last time it was +35 for Biden. 15-point shift. That is huge.
And they still got votes coming in too. They're only at 65%.
But yeah, it looks like the only one or the main one we're waiting for is Pennsylvania. It's coming in kind of slow there. It's up to 68%, and Trump is up by just over 2.5 points.
Oh no!
Hey, guys.
California got called for Harris.
Oh no, that's horrible news.
Guys, go to the decision desk and look at the data. We've already. Let me show you on my screen what we've called already here. Dustin, can you put my screen on really quick and then switch back to Connor? Hello?
By the way,
Yep.
I'm not sure if he's there.
No, I don't think he's here.
oh, make some noise for Thomas working.
Guys, get all the way in because on the decision desk it shows up as 95% in, and she only won it by 2
Where is this?
on decision desk. It
No,
shows
but like
95 it shows that it's 95% in, over 95% in the statewide, and she's only up by 2 points in Virginia.
in Virginia? Oh shit!
Check on your end. I don't know.
Yeah, I will.
Because for me, it shows up as the state's 95% in, and she's up 2. And so that makes my prediction good.
So check your vote count because I got 1.75 million Harris to 1.68 million Trump.
The estimated vote in is probably a tabulation.
Looks like it's down to Pennsylvania again.
So that's feeling pretty good.
Oregon's not called. Whoa.
Arizona, Trump is into the lead.
New Jersey is 5.5 now. Atlantic County flipped.
Wow, it's still getting closer.
Yep. And there's still 30% of the vote left there. I think it's going to get closer right to the end.
Yeah, it seems like it. It definitely seems like it.
I mean, this is 2021 vibes right now, except it does not look like Republicans are going to win Virginia. And in fact, I do want to check on some of the House races in Virginia as well, because I know Virginia 7 was a battleground. I would love to see how the 10th district is doing up in Northern Virginia and the 2nd district out in the Tidewater area. I would love to see that. And I'd love to see how Hung Howe is doing as well. I can't imagine Hunk Hao's winning, sadly, but let me see if I can get these on my phone.
He's down by about 5 Hunkauers.
Yeah, I can't say I'm surprised.
Yeah, I haven't even checked the Senate. I wasn't even thinking about it. McCormick is leading in Pennsylvania by 1.4 with 70% in. Wisconsin for Senate is tied. And Michigan, Rogers is up 2. But they don't have many votes in. I'm going to check the House, too.
Republicans right now are leading in every single Senate race in the Rust Belt.
Yeah, it's all red.
Every single one. Yeah, by the way, that includes Bernie Moreno. Oh, I thought he wasn't going to win. Wow. That Wisconsin race is really close.
Yeah, dead heat.
Interesting that the New Jersey Senate race is called. Andy Kim's at 53%. The presidential race is not called. Harris is at 51.6%. Oh, and Rick Scott wins by 13 points. I thought that was going to be a close race. I was told that the polls were going to be R+4. They were going to be, he was going to underrun Trump by 10 points. Oh, see how that worked out.
Right, and I actually underestimated Rick Scott. I had him at like +11, but he's leading there by 13. Wow.
And Ted Cruz is winning by 10 points.
Yeah.
All that money.
So much for Blue Texas, guys. So much for that.
One worrying sign right now in Arizona is that Kerry Lake is behind by 7 points.
Yeah, that's not good.
That is a little concerning.
Yeah, I think to
What the hell? Hey there. I think he went on mute again or something happened. All right. So yeah, just looking over the Senate races, guys, it looks like it's so far Republican leaning across the entire Midwest. In the Sun Belt, Arizona looks like it's the most worrisome for Republicans so far in the Senate with Kerry Lake. We have not gotten any results from Nevada yet. Jackie Rose and the Sam Brown race. It looks like Tim Sheehy is in the lead in Montana. And we're gonna watch the rest of these races. Jim Justice wins in West Virginia. Virginia is not called yet, interestingly. Other than that, though, let's see what the Senate's like right now.
Moreno's at +6, almost. Or actually +5.
Again, why they haven't called that race is beyond me.
Yeah, that makes no sense. I had it at
No.
+6 Marino, and that's pretty good. That's shaping out to be
Yeah.
pretty good, but it's probably going to be redder than that.
Trump now up in Pennsylvania by 178,000. So let's see what's left out here. 72% in. 81% in now in Philadelphia. He's at 21.4. That's what he needed to do right there. Bucks County is 46%. That's getting closer. Looks like Northampton is going to flip. Oh, big yawn. My goodness. Monroe is really tight. And Erie County is starting to tighten up a bit. But yeah, again, I don't see the math here for Harris. I don't see it in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Yeah, Trump's holding at 21% in Philadelphia, 81% reporting. And he's holding at about +3 in the state. He's up by about 170,000. Yeah, I don't really see it for her. I don't really see it. It would take a lot for her to win the state. It would take a lot. And wow, look at Iowa, +15 Trump. What happened to your +3 Seltzer for Harris? I mean, geez, like what? That is just egregious. And people were like thrown off by that so heavily. It's like, guys, no, that's not like it did. Just because she was accurate in the past doesn't mean it's going to be accurate now. It doesn't mean that. And it went against everything else that you saw. Everything else. There wasn't even a poll close to that. Even the far left-leaning ones, there was not even a single one that had Harris leading Iowa. And now it's +15 Trump. And it's going to get redder. It's only 82% reporting. So much for your blue Iowa Democrats. So much for that. That dream is gone. This is not Obama 2008. Okay, like seriously, it's not.
just figured I would share this while it's still there. Washington State is red. 13% of the vote in, and Trump is leading in Washington State. Hey, Seltzer, where's the R+3 in Washington State, Seltzer?
Yeah,
we need one of those. Come on. You get a Democrat +3 in Iowa. We get a Republican +3 in Washington State. That sounds like a fair bet.
Yeah.
Now, just to temper everybody's expectations, we don't have any votes from Seattle yet, so he's not going to win Washington State. But that's just there for fun. And now it's blue, so there you go. I hope you enjoyed it. That's the show.
It was good while it lasted.
Yep. New Mexico, still blue. She's up 6.
Trump is only down. He's only down by less than 13 in New York. Wow.
Looks like Trump is holding his 2020 margins in Santa Fe and Albuquerque. We'll have to see turnout. But outside of those two areas, he's doing very well in New Mexico. Wisconsin has been red for a while. 62% of the vote in.
Yep, he leads by 2 there. Let's see. Milwaukee is 67-31. That's 4 points better from last time. It's looking good. Dane 74-24. That's also about 4 points redder as well.
So almost all the votes in Madison. 74-24. He's underperforming just marginally there, but that's going to be enough. And Milwaukee is only half in. Again, they're waiting on Milwaukee. Like, that's it right there.
Right. Yeah.
Like, I guarantee you that's what they're waiting on. If there is more than a Republican net 90,000 votes left in the state of Wisconsin, they should be calling this race right now.
Yeah, they should.
Hey guys, how's it going on your end? What are you guys seeing? Because at this point, I think he's doing really well in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania.
I can hardly hear you.
Can you hear me?
No, you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're getting a lot of noise though.
Okay. What do you guys think about Wisconsin and Pennsylvania? Because I think he's looking really strong in those two.
So these are the three toss-ups.
I would agree.
Yeah, he's looking good there.
So 67-31. Still 4 points underperforming in Milwaukee. What about Michigan? It's about a 2.5 point race right now. Only a third of the votes in, though. There's not many votes in, really. Seems like they always seem to count slowly.
Yeah,
Combs only
really
20%. Is she still at 93% in Wayne County? Yeah, she is. That hasn't changed.
That's funny.
So that's the only reason she's ahead in Michigan right now.
Guys, on our end, on decision desk, Trump's up by 6 in Michigan.
Really?
Wait, what?
Yeah, guys, have the decision desk open as well because he's up 6 in Michigan.
What? No way. How is that possible? Oh, it must be that.
Oh no, not there. The New York Times. I mean, the New York Times, not
Yeah.
decision desk.
New York
DYT
Times.
type.
Oh, he is. Yeah. Huh. That's weird. Yeah, he's up by 6 in Michigan, with the same estimated vote in 33%. Huh. That's weird.
Wow, New York Times says Minnesota's a toss-up right now. Wisconsin, lean R. Michigan, lean R. Pennsylvania, toss-up for some reason. Virginia, very likely Dem, sadly. Shift from 2020. Wow. I mean, these shifts are just nuts.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
Northern
bananas.
Virginia, Prince William County, 9 points. Loudoun County, 9 points. Fairfax County, if I can find it. Where is it? Oh, come on. Where is Fairfax County? Maybe they don't have it yet. Pennsylvania is now lean R in New York Times.
Yep, and he's up to 90% of the odds to win the election now.
Arizona is now lean R as well. Yep, New York Times called North Carolina for Trump.
Yep, he's at 230 in New York Times. So, and they still haven't called. They haven't called Georgia, even though it's very likely R.
Yeah,
94%.
just like Oregon, very likely Dem. They haven't called that yet. There's over half the votes in it.
That margin's going to go down in Oregon, and that's going to match mine. A lot of the margins that I have are actually looking pretty good, but Georgia and North Carolina they trended to the left really bad.
Yeah.
They trended a lot harder than expected, way harder.
But yeah, it's looking good for Trump right now. All the Rust Belt is lean R. Georgia's very likely R. Arizona's lean R. And nothing from Nevada yet. But he's got a 90% chance to win, so.
Yep.
That's really high.
Nebraska 2 has not been called yet. That's interesting. Harris is up by 10 there, likely Dem. Maine 2's not been called yet, although it's very likely R. Trump's up by 16. Oh my gosh. Likely Trump victory, 91% chance. And Tim Kaine just won the Senate race for Virginia.
Yeah, I'm looking at
Yep,
this.
all the remaining battlegrounds are lean Trump right now.
Yep. Wow, McCormick is holding really strong in Pennsylvania. He's up by 2, 76% reporting. Hovde's up in Wisconsin by 1.5.
Harris wins in Oregon. Wow, Virginia 10 was really close.
What was that?
I was just saying Virginia 10 was really close. Virginia 7 remains uncalled, but it looks like Vindman's in the lead, a very narrow lead. And the second district is looking like it's going to go Republican.
Trump's up in Texas now by 14.5 with 80%.
That's ridiculous.
So much for that, Soros. Yeah. Blue Texas, nope. That one's gone. It's so weird to see New York oh my God, it's getting closer. New York is plus 12 for Harris
Yeah. Wow.
with 87% in, and it keeps getting closer. And I have my forecast is, I believe it's New York is Harris plus 9.5. So that could be pretty close. We'll have to see. It's getting redder. And that's why Trump is still up in the popular vote by 5 right now, because New York has just shifted way to the right. Yeah, California is 22% in, and he still leads by 5 points nationally. That is
Wait, are
crazy.
you guys serious? Wait, are you serious? Wait, he's leading by 5 nationally still?
Yeah.
Yeah, 4.9.
California's counting? Oh my goodness.
Yep.
We might actually get the popular vote right.
And on point, New York is within 12.
Yep. I saw that. A lot of my margins were right. A lot of them were.
Yeah. New Jersey is plus 5.5 for Harris.
4.9. New Jersey's 4.9 for Harris now.
Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness.
85% of the votes are in. CNN has still not called it. New York Times has. CNN has not called that race yet.
Wow.
I mean, when you're going back and watching like the replays of like election nights past, this is going to be one where it's like, wow, they didn't call New Jersey until like midnight. They didn't call Connecticut till like midnight. Like they called North Carolina before New Jersey. Like what kind of election was that?
Yeah. Seriously. Jeez. Oh, wow. Illinois is within almost 5. She's barely up by 5 or 5.3 with 84% in. Wow, that is crazy. That's closer than I had it. I had it at like Harris plus 7.5. That is so weird. Like I'm telling you, like all these deep blue states are like shifting way hard to the right, but the swing states are like not much at all, which is kind of weird. I mean, I kind of expected to see somewhat, something somewhat like that, but not to that extent. I mean, because if you asked me yesterday, if I saw New York at plus 12 for Harris with 87% in, I'm thinking he's winning the swing states by at least 4 or 5 on average. That's weird. I don't know. But yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, New Jersey, New York, Illinois, they're all much closer. He's going to win Florida by about 13.5. Those slow pokes in Michigan, only 36% reporting. They're freaking sloths, man. They're slower than Biden. Like, geez. It's like, hurry up. Like, what are you guys doing?
Hey, man.
Let's see. New Jersey is still plus 4.9 for Harris. That's just so weird to me. It doesn't make sense because like it's like we're obviously not going to see uniform shifts everywhere. Like obviously that's the case, but at the same time, like the voters, especially in Western New Jersey, I would expect if they're shifting that hard to the right, I would have expected to see Pennsylvania at least plus 5 for Trump. And he's doing better in Philadelphia, which is right next to New Jersey. But that is interesting.
He's also doing very good in Pike County, Pennsylvania. In 61 right there. He got 59 last time. Doing about 3 points better, 6 points net. And he's doing better along the entire eastern Pennsylvania area. And Bucks is going to flip here anytime now.
Yeah, that's getting pretty
Yeah,
close.
it's 0.4 right now for Harris with half the vote in. That's going to flip. My bedtime is usually 8 o'clock. I'm not supposed to be up this late.
Guys, did you see go to New York Times and look in New Jersey. Go to New York Times and look in New Jersey.
Oh, we know.
Yeah.
We've
What
been
the
talking
hell's
about
going
it all
on there?
night.
What happened? What in the world happened there? I didn't notice that until now.
So
What
here's what happened. Hudson County shifted 20 points to the right. Newark shifted like 10 points to the right, and the rest of the state is shifting to the right pretty substantially. That's what happened.
Wow. Wow. Biden could have actually lost it.
I don't know.
Biden could have lost it.
I think he would have lost it.
New Hampshire, that's crazy that New Hampshire might actually be more blue than New Jersey. That's weird as hell. Minnesota, she's up by 12 points with.
He's gone from 55, 60 to 63% chance.
Do you think we're ready?
You sure about that main congressional district?
Oh no, Tom, that's gonna go red. This congressional district, that's gonna go red. He's won it twice before, and the whole nation moved to the right. He's gonna win that district.
What I want to know Arizona to come in.
Look what it says here. Most voters cast ballots by mail. Counting typically takes days. Officials in Maricopa said full tabulation can take 10 to 13 days.
God.
Oh man.
You have half the number of the ballots.
But
Jeez, that is so annoying.
I mean, unless they're taking 10 to 13 days to make sure they're doing the audit correctly, then I mean, I guess that'd be the only way. I'd be like, well, you know what? Maybe that's okay. But I mean, anything past like, I don't know, tomorrow to be lenient would be like suspicious.
Yeah, seriously. Because there weren't nearly as many mail-ins from last time.
Yeah.
It's just.
And you're telling me it's going to take like twice as long?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I'm so fed up with this. I mean, freaking third world countries, man. They count their votes faster than we do. They're ahead of us. It's just ridiculous.
Good news is Trump is ahead in Arizona, even with the early vote.
Yeah, that's a good sign. That's a good sign.
New Mexico is about 5 points right now. 78% in. I feel like CNN's probably going to call New Mexico pretty soon for her.
Yeah. Pretty soon.
Although they've taken their sweet old time on Virginia. They haven't even called that one yet. Michigan is red now on CNN.
Yeah, I see that.
51-47. Is it still 93%? No. Okay. So that was a tabulation error in Wayne County. She was not getting 93% of that vote.
Yeah, no way.
And look at that. I mean, she's at 62% right now. Look at that margin in 2020. 68. She's at 62 to 36. I mean, she's going to lose Michigan if that stays.
Yeah, definitely.
Like she can't lose. She cannot lose that much ground in Detroit and win the state.
Trump's up by 3 in Wisconsin now, with about 70% reporting.
Pretty much all the votes are in Dane. 58% in Milwaukee. He's up by 67,000. That's almost into projection territory right there.
Where? For what state?
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin? What do you guys think about Wisconsin?
If you were to go to Milwaukee, which is the only big Democrat area really left, like even if she got a good margin out of there, she would hardly make up the margin Trump has statewide right now.
Wow.
And Madison is all in.
What's the popular with 54 million to 49? He's been leading her by 5 million.
Yeah, we gotta wait.
Yeah.
On point, did you see Illinois? Illinois is under 5.
No,
Didn't see
it's
that?
not. No, it's not.
Yeah,
Where?
it's 4.7.
What the hell? What's that? That's Illinois.
Dude, and it's 86% reporting. Yeah, plus
Wait,
4.9
on
Harris.
CNN? No, it's not. Don't
Or
tell me.
4.7.
Yes, it is.
Are you serious? Where?
Let me go to it right now. I'm right next door. Once my map decides to load. Yeah, look at that. It's within
Holy
5.
shit. It's under 5 points. Illinois at 86% and it's 5 points. Oh, Donald Trump. Holy crap.
That's just indicative.
He got 37%. Look at this. Holy crap.
This guy's like waking up on Christmas morning right now.
Illinois.
Wow.
He got a 37%
Merry
in
Christmas.
Chicago. Holy.
Yeah, and now New York is under 12. Jeez.
Just want to check on Indiana real quick, see how Northwest Indiana is doing. Because that's probably Gary, Indiana. Look at that. $57.42, $52.46. Kentucky, 65. Yeah, he's doing much better in Kentucky. Actually, he did much better in Kentucky. Almost all the votes are in there now.
Let me check my Kentucky margin. I had Trump in Kentucky plus 33.
He is plus 31 right now.
Pretty good.
Plus 30.7 if you want to be exact.
Yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand these shifts like by state. Like if you told me Illinois would and just got closer again, it's 4.6. What is going on? Dude, if you told me Illinois is under 5 points and you told me that Wisconsin is only plus 3 for Trump, that I don't know. I mean, it's not like you can apply uniform shifts everywhere, but like, I don't know. I would expect similar shifts just because the states are so close to each other. But
Early votes in Nye County, Nevada. First votes in from the state of Nevada. Trump is outperforming substantially, about 6 points in Nye County.
Oh, that's good. Man, these CNN maps take so long to load. Jeez.
And he's already at his raw vote output in Nye County from 2020, and there's still 20% of the vote to come.
Let's see. He's up in the popular vote right now by 4.3. California's 31% in. Yeah, I don't think she makes that up for the popular vote.
I don't know what they're waiting on in Georgia. They got to call Georgia right now.
Yeah, they should.
And I personally, I would think about calling Wisconsin right now.
Oh, it just got closer. Illinois is plus 4.5 Harris.
No, it's
Jeez. Yes, it is.
Also, New Jersey's 4.8.
Bruh, that is... I can't even... That's crazy. How does that make sense? I don't get it. That's the thing. Like,
They need to retract the call on Illinois ASAP.
man, these deep blue states are like way closer, but the swing states are, I mean, they're shifting right, but like not nearly as much. I would have expected them to shift a little more than they have, but yeah, that's crazy. Illinois and New Jersey are both under 5. That is crazy.
We have to call Wolf Blitzer and ask him to retract the call on Illinois.
Yeah. I mean, apparently there's 86% reporting, and it's getting
Wolf,
closer.
you idiot!
Yeah, it's like, good job calling that one, buddy.
And Seltzer, your secret poll had Illinois at 4.5.
She decided not to release it out of fear of public backlash.
Yeah. Well, speaking of Ann Seltzer, let's look at Iowa. Right now, it is a 13.5 point margin.
Yep.
Wow.
So
16 points
close.
off so far.
So close.
I have it at
was
plus
only
within the margin of error.
I had Iowa at plus 16 in my forecast.
Oh, me too. That's what I had.
We were close.
I didn't care enough about Iowa to have a forecast for it.
Yeah. I wonder what political chatter thinks. He was, I don't know if you know who he is, but he was like so excited when that Harris plus 3 dropped. And he was like, okay, guys, 2008 Obama all over again. And it's like, nope. Not only is that not happening, the complete reverse is true.
Yeah.
Ruby red, Iowa. Ruby red.
Yeah, so it looks like Georgia was a lot closer. I mean, Trump's still going to win it, but it was closer than I think a lot of people anticipated.
Yeah, that's weird. Georgia's shifted super heavy left.
Yeah, the trend is very much to the left.
Yeah. Trump was probably the only Republican who could have won Virginia, Georgia this cycle.
Maybe.
Let's see, Michigan, he's up by 4.5 with 40% in. Wayne County hasn't counted much though.
Connecticut's under 10 with, wow, 31% of the vote in. What's New Jersey at, like 90?
Let's see,
85?
New Jersey's 85, yeah.
Wow,
Well,
they're
he
only
said
about
he-
50% higher than Connecticut. Holy crap.
I didn't know turtles lived in Connecticut. Like, you learn something new every day. Like, geez, they're just living in slow motion. Like, I mean, they're living in so much slow motion, Joe Biden could seriously take lessons from them. Like, seriously. Florida, 10 million counted. Connecticut, what is that? Like, just over 500,000, 550,000. That's just so stupid. Let's see. Yeah, these totals are coming in slower now. That's kind of annoying.
Yep.
But that's what happens. Let's see. His odds are still at 89% on New York Times. And according to them...
Oh, they just called Virginia for Harris.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Rust Belt is all lean R. Georgia's very likely R. Arizona's lean R. And not much from Nevada yet. So it's still looking good. Let's see. Minnesota is Harris plus 10 with about half in.
Yep.
Yeah, New York is still under 12. And Illinois is still 4.5. That is so weird. And Trump is still up by 3.5 points nationally with 43% in California. Let me see LA County. That's probably a big shift to the right. 70 to 28. Not yet. Let me check on the Senate. See how that's looking. Rust Belt is still all red as of so far. McCormick's looking good. He's up by 2 points in PA with 81% reporting. Yeah, it doesn't look like Lake is going to win Arizona, though. Let me check the House. I haven't seen that.
So Christian Hines just sent out a tweet a few minutes ago about Pennsylvania. Said he projected out all the Philly collar counties and the city of Philadelphia itself, even if she wins the remaining outstanding vote by the same margin she's currently leading by, and if she wins 88% of the remaining vote in Philadelphia proper, she'd be down by 40,000 statewide still.
That's interesting.
So basically, he's saying she's going to lose Pennsylvania.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think she can win there. I just don't see it. Because he only lost it by 80,000 last time, so.
Hey guys, Minnesota, all the ballots in Hennepin County came in on decision on the New York Times, and she's only up by like 200,000 votes in Minnesota.
Yeah, I see that.
Wow.
Yep.
You want to show them?
That's about the same margin it was in 2020.
Yeah, but they still need to report all the rural votes, though. There's no rules in.
Yeah, so we
Fair point. I'll be back in a sec. I gotta find some energy from somewhere.
Okay. I am sorry, guys. I can't share my screen. It's unfortunate. Had some technical difficulties earlier. But let's see. Wisconsin. Trump's up by 3.4 there with 74% reporting. Michigan, he's up by about 5. That'll probably get bluer. Pennsylvania, he's up by about 4. And that, as we said earlier, is the state to watch. That's the one that he needs to get to 270 at this point, or at least the last one. Arizona's counting pretty slow. It's tied there with 52% reporting. Yeah, Virginia at this point is pretty much gone for Harris at this point. Minnesota is about +8 for Harris, and it should get closer. Let's see. New Hampshire is about plus 5.5 for Harris. 58% reporting. So yeah, Pennsylvania is the one to watch. I know CNN finally called North Carolina for Trump. Took forever.
Bucks County is finally flipped red. Pennsylvania.
Oh, I see that. Yeah, if you really want to go to bed, I won't force you to stay up. If you're getting tired.
No, I'm definitely getting tired.
Yeah. So I'd say go to bed whenever you feel like it. If you want to stay up, that'd be cool.
Yeah, I might go here in a few minutes. I don't know if Dustin's there, because he would have to like share like your screen.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he's still there, but I don't know. I mean, there's not really much else to talk about at this point. It's all just it's going to go on for a while in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin. So
Yeah. New York is no 11.4 for Harris. It's getting closer. It's probably going to be under 10, which is absolutely crazy. Let's see. Trump's still up by
Center County is still Trump +4. I mean, he didn't win that county either time.
Yeah, the math just isn't there for her. He's still up by over 200,000. I don't think it's there.
Yeah, so Northampton's flipped, Monroe flipped, Bucks flipped. Erie's probably about to flip.
Yeah, he's still up by 3.5 points statewide. And that's been pretty constant for a bit of time.
Yeah, I'm probably going to head out here. Dustin, are you there?
I don't think he is. I can contact him on Discord.
Okay. Yeah, just let him know that you want to share your screen, and he can do that for you. But yeah, I'm gonna head to bed, guys, because my already sleep deprived eyes have taken a beating tonight. So I will talk to you guys later.
Yeah. All right. See ya. Have a good night.
Yep. Have a good night.
Okay, guys. Well, I have not been able to share my screen on stream because I've been having some technical difficulties. I can still try and get it up. Let me see here. Hold on, guys.
Guys, how we doing?
Hey, Connor K just left.
Yeah, I know. I saw. I'm gonna charge my AirPods so I can hear. But guys, I was right. Look at the margins. I mean, I don't know what to say, but I was more right than a lot of people.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I can't believe it because Illinois is literally 4.5 for Harris. Oh, he's gone. Well, I'm not sure, guys. I'm not sure if I can add my screen. I'm still having the same difficulties. It's not allowing me to add it for some reason. Is my mic even on? I'm not even sure. Yeah, let me know if you can hear me, guys. Oh, you can? Okay. Yeah, I'm really sorry, guys. I just haven't been able to share my screen. I really would, but I'm unable to right now. I'm just having technical difficulties, and it's not working. Oh no. But yeah, I mean things are still holding good for Trump. In the New York Times, all the Rust Belt is still lean R. Pennsylvania is now at 84% reporting, and he's still up by about 3.5 still. So it's holding well for him. Yeah, I'm a little surprised, in terms of my forecast, guys. It is looking like I overestimated Trump, and to be honest, I am pretty surprised by that because, I looked at all the best key indicators. I looked at job approval. Historically, it's been the best predictor of vote share. And Harris is outperforming that, which I did not expect. And it is interesting, though, because a lot of these deep blue states are much closer than they were last time around. I mean, New York is only plus 11 for Harris, guys, with 91% in. My final forecast for New York was plus 9.5 for her. So that might not actually be that off. I think I overestimated Trump in Florida. It's looking like plus 13.5 for him in that state. In Texas, it is plus 14.5 for Trump. That's pretty spot on. I had Trump plus 14 just about. Let's see.
How's it going? What's up, y'all?
Oh, hey there, Dustin. How's it going?
Hey, so I just want to give a quick update. So unfortunately, I hope I'm not giving out too much information, but because of how the websites were set up this year, we weren't able to adequately pull data. So we had a whole system and a whole back end ready to go to put out election results, but the inputs and the data coming in was all really bad. So, for example, we had county maps prepared. We had so much ready to go, and the counties would populate with the entire state level data. So you would have Orange County in Florida, which would have like 9 million total votes. I'm like, that makes no sense. So we literally spent the last 4 hours trying everything in the book. Our coder has been working ad nauseum trying to get it to work, and we've found no avail to that. I have one more trick up my sleeve, but unfortunately, it's going to severely scale back our analysis. So my game plan is to develop a quick spreadsheet for just Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. And there's one site I found that has usable data that we can copy in, and I think it's going to work incredibly well. So hopefully in the next 30 minutes or so, we'll be modeling data. And it's unfortunate because it would have been really great to see all the results. In fact, before the election took place, I had simulated what I had expected to happen. And what we're seeing right now is pretty much spot on with what I had anticipated happening. With Trump looks like, I mean, according to the New York Times, it looks like he's going to win the popular vote by a point. That 312 map is certainly in play for Trump, and it's looking like all the things that we were noticing before the election, and some of the excellent pollsters that we heard from, such as Mitchell at Rasmussen and Atlas Intel. It looks like African Americans and Hispanics heavily shifted toward Donald Trump. It looks like suburban men especially shifted toward Donald Trump. And it looks like that, especially in that early vote, it looks like that in-person early vote really made a massive difference in turnout for the Republicans. And I don't think that the Democrats were able to make up that difference on election day. It's pretty interesting what we're seeing, but I think the most noteworthy conclusion that I can make is that if you're paying attention to On Point Politics, if you're paying attention to Gold Crown, if you're paying attention to Rich Barris, guys like that, you would be on the right side of knowing what would happen in this election. If you're paying attention to some of the other guys, I'm not going to mention names, but if you're paying attention to them, then your expectation is probably not going to be met. It looks like Trump is going to put now it's going to be a long night. There's still quite a bit of votes to come in, and some of that vote looks to lean left, and we'll look at it. And that's exactly why I'm about to prepare a final solution for Pennsylvania, for Michigan, and for Wisconsin. We're going to look at those states, and we're going to get into the nitty gritty. We're going to look at the counties, and we're going to figure out what exactly the odds are in those states, because all based on what we're seeing in Arizona, based on the expectation on Nevada, Trump just has to win one. At this point, I think Trump's winning all three. He just has to win one. Wisconsin looks great. He wins Wisconsin, he wins Arizona, he wins Nevada, he's the 47th president. He wins Pennsylvania, he's the 47th president. He wins Michigan, he's the 47th president. It's nearly game over. It's been a long night. And now we're into the morning on the Eastern time zone. But I'd say that it's been successful thus far.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's looking good. Pennsylvania would win him the election at this point in time. It's holding pretty steady for him right now. And yeah, it's looking pretty good, and that's pretty much what we can say at this point in time. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I would share my screen, but I'm having technical difficulties. I'm not sure what's going on.
Yeah, I can for a little bit I can share something. Is there a particular site y'all want to look at? Decision Desk, New York Times. Do you have a preference?
Let's go with CNN. If you could pull that map up.
Yep, doing it right now, and then I'll get it in.
Awesome, cool. Oh, we got some super chats. I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Roman Wolf Gaming says, "What's your thoughts on Pennsylvania? Also, the total electorate." Yeah, as we just said, Pennsylvania is looking pretty good for him right now. I mean, he's holding at about, let's see, he's up by 2.8 points with an estimated 85% in. He's doing pretty well there. I mean, Philadelphia County, he's overperforming pretty notably from 2020. It's also showing lower turnout in that county as well. So Pennsylvania is looking, it's looking solid. I would say it's looking solid. In terms of New York Times, they have it as, let me see. The classification went away. I'm not sure where it is. But I mean, it's looking solid for him right now. It's not the lead I was expecting for him personally, but it is holding pretty well. Let's see. Loyalist says the illegal alien vote could be to blame for estimates being off. However, there are still many votes to be counted. Yeah, there are definitely still votes to be counted. And we'll see how this develops as the night goes along. There's the map there. You guys can see it on CNN. But yeah, so far it's looking good for Trump. It's holding pretty strong for him right now. And let's see, Wisconsin, he's up by, that'd be 3.7 with 78% reporting. So that's good.
Yeah, if there's any states you want me to go in detail and show on the screen, we can definitely do that. I also have my spreadsheet up, and this is the midnight hours. So if anybody wants to come on in and see what it looks like to build an election model in real time, I'm doing that on the left side of the screen. We're consolidating so we can analyze Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
Yeah,
Speaking
yeah.
of
How
which,
about
we could look at the.
Yeah, let's look into those.
Yeah, so this is excellent. You look at Delaware County. I wish we could look at the deltas, the differences between 2020 and 2024. But certainly these counties fit. Look at this. I mean, is that Philadelphia? Chester. Yeah, this is great.
Yeah, he's definitely overperforming in Philadelphia County, as I said. Last time I think he got about 17 or 18% there. Now he's at about 21%, although that's going down a little bit. But it is definitely looking better than 2020 at this point in time. And
it is. I'm curious to know where the vote is and what's remaining. So I'm going to go ahead and quickly build a new model for Pennsylvania, and there's a website called the Wall Street Journal that has good data that I can copy in. Originally, we were pulling data from a data source, but like I said before, that didn't really work out how we expected. But certainly, the election is going pretty much how we expected. Certainly, like I said before, that 312 map is certainly in play.
Yeah, it certainly is.
And if you look at Decision Desk, they have an odds map, and they have Trump with a 91.9% chance to win the election. That's pretty stupendous right there.
Yes.
If you're going for Trump in this election.
Yeah, he's at 90% in New York Times as well, and that's looking pretty good for him. Yeah, that's pretty much what things are looking like right now. I mean, we could go over a couple other states. Michigan's a little slow to report. They're at 49% of the estimated vote in. Trump is expanding his lead there, but there aren't a lot of votes in from Wayne County, which is a deep blue county. But yeah, guys, all it would take for him to win is Pennsylvania. At this point in time, he's got Georgia in his column. And so if he wins Pennsylvania, that's 270 right there. And that would be the election. Yeah, it's crazy how, let me see, Iowa, but it's plus 14 for Trump. And that plus 3 Harris poll, man, it's getting blown out of the water with that one.
Oh
Jeez.
my gosh, we have to look at this. That's incredible. 94% plus 14. Man, I hope oh man, let's if you're a believer, say a prayer for Seltzer. Hopefully she's not crying too hard.
That's right. Oh man, that is hilarious.
Yeah.
I mean, and the fact that there were some people who actually believed that poll, just crazy. I mean, I will say, like, the vast majority of even Democrats didn't believe that, and rightly so. But there were a few
Yes.
who actually believed it, like legitimately believed it, and yeah, it definitely nowhere close.
I will say that I'm thankful because it gave me a good slot to get a last minute bet in, and I'm probably going to cash in big on it. So the betting markets took a nosedive for a little bit there. So we'll see what happens. There's still a lot more vote to come in.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see here, super chats. Maverick says basically 1 million votes out in PA. He's leading by 175,000. She has to win the rest of the vote in PA by basically a 60% to his 40%. Yeah, it is looking like that at this point in time. For sure. It is holding pretty strong for him. And as these votes come in, he is holding at about +3. That's been what he's, been holding at for a while. And Philadelphia County is getting a little bluer, which could be a little concerning. But for the most part, I mean, he's holding pretty strong. And we'll have to see how this progresses. But yeah, the math is going to be pretty hard for her in a place like Pennsylvania. Biden won it by 80,000 votes last time around. And so really any improvement in these deep blue counties for Trump, it's going to be very hard for Harris to hold on to that state. And as well as the Rust Belt as well, because historically the Rust Belt votes in tandem with each other, all three of them, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. They've all voted the same way for the past 8 straight election cycles. And so, it doesn't mean that that's going to repeat this time around, but I'd say it's probably likely to, given the similar demographics within all the 3 Rust Belt states. But yeah, I mean, Georgia, let's see here. Georgia is plus 2.3 for Trump with 93% in. And if he's got that one, if Pennsylvania falls for Harris, that's it. That would be the election at that point in time. He wouldn't need any other state.
Georgia might be a little closer than we anticipated, but
yeah,
it's certainly now. If you look to the south of this map, there's counties that haven't reported, and these are not incredibly populous counties, but you're probably going to gain a net of 40 to 50,000 for Trump in these counties. Brooks and Clinch. So maybe Trump will clinch the election in Georgia with Clinch County.
that would be nice.
Yep.
But yeah, the Atlanta area and the surrounding suburbs got much bluer than I expected. I mean, I'm a little surprised by that. I mean, the turnout is definitely looking down, but
oh, for sure.
In terms of the margins, they are getting bluer from last time. It looks like, at least some of them. But yeah, it's looking good for Trump right now. The rural counties definitely got redder if you look at the shifts
Wow.
from last time.
Wow.
What's that?
Lester, I'm not sure if you can hear what I'm saying, but if you remember the mock election night that we did about a month ago, and we're looking at Maricopa County, right now, Kamala's only up by about 2%. I think 2.2, if I'm doing my math right. And that's not enough, not even close. So currently, it's looking very close. I mean, Trump is currently up by only 11,000 votes, which is probably a familiar number. However, I think Trump has an excellent shot, and certainly as votes come in, generally in Arizona, those votes tend to be very, very Republican. It's the initial votes that are very Democrat. So I wouldn't be surprised if Arizona ends up in that 3 to 4 point margin, with Trump probably around 51 to 52%, and Kamala maybe drop into 47.5 to 48.
Yeah, that is definitely something worth noting. In Arizona, the later ballots tend to be a little bit redder than other areas.
Right.
But yeah, she's up by 2 in Maricopa, 55% reporting. What do you think about these deep blue states getting like way closer than last time? Like New Jersey is at +4.
I mean, look
For
at
Harris.
Illinois. This is
Yeah.
crazy. What?
Yeah, it's under 5.
I mean, that's like 4.5. That's insane.
Yeah, and that's
And
the thing. Like I was confused by the fact that, yeah, I mean, Illinois, it's under 5 points. If you told me that was the case, I would say there's no way that Trump is
Not
up
at
by in
all.
Wisconsin by less than 5 or something like that. I mean, it's not like you're going to see a uniform shift, but it's pretty similar voters in those two states, at least fairly similar. I know Illinois
look at
does
this.
have a
Chicago County. I mean, Chicago is literally where the DNC was held. Look at that.
Yeah,
61.8 to 37.
Oh man,
That's
yeah,
crazy.
that is wild. That is crazy.
I mean, what I find funny is look at RFK. Look at that number right there. Imagine if all those votes went to Trump. I mean, it would still be a Kamala victory with this current number, but I mean, how many people put this number or this state in their safe column? It's automatic. Illinois is almost as automatic as a safe state as California. It's the only state that people
Guys, what a
consider
night.
safe. Lester?
What a freaking night, man. What a night. Illinois is Harris plus 4.5.
Yep,
Like, what
that's
kind
it.
of shit is that? What is that? What is that? Incredible.
It's crazy.
Unbelievable. I wonder what the exit polls look like. CNN exit polls.
Yeah, Cook County in 2020 was +50 Biden.
Trump,
And now
okay,
it's-
so Harris won 18 to 29 by 13, still won 30 to 44 by 5, 45 to 64 by 8, and she won seniors by 1? That might be updated later on. Interesting. Trump won married families by 4. Wow. The elector was R+2, just like Allison Until had it.
Oh wow.
Trump lost Hispanics by 8 points nationwide. He got 12% of the black vote, and he won whites by 12. Latinos carried him heavy. He's only down in New Mexico by like 4 points, with 89% in. So my call there was pretty good. And Virginia, oh, it's 5. So that one was a little off. That's okay. So South Carolina, that whole little shoreline is trending left. New Hampshire's a 3-point race for Harris right now. It's going to come down to the wire there, even though it's called already. Minnesota only 4 points right now with 59% in. It's going to be a nail-biter race. If I get that right, that's going to be crazy.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'll let you take over.
Yeah, Minnesota should be pretty close. Yeah, it's getting closer. It's +5, just under +5 for Harris. Yeah, I don't think Trump's going to flip Minnesota, but he could get really close.
Yeah, so apparently a report came out that Pennsylvania is pretty close to being called. Now, I'm not seeing it. Gold Crown,
Hey,
are you able to share your screen?
Dustin, what are you talking about? To call what?
So apparently Benny Johnson put out a report that Pennsylvania is about to be called. I'm not
By who?
I'm not 100% sure. Benny Johnson?
By who, though? By who's he going to be called by?
Benny Johnson. I don't know who would call it.
He's going to call it.
I guess. It's just a report. I'm not 100% sure how, because I'm not seeing it quite yet. I mean, I want to run it through the model quickly, but I'm thinking it's probably about a 78 to 80% chance that Trump pulls it off based on these numbers. So yeah, Gold Crown, are you able to share your screen?
I probably won't be able to. I can try.
Understood. Well, I'm going to keep it on the Pennsylvania map for now. If you want me to transition anywhere else, I can do that. While we have, let's do this. Get the on point cam nice and large. All right, so I'm gonna step away for a few minutes to work on this model, and then I'll get back in and we can run the numbers and look at some different possibilities.
All right. Yeah. Sure. Definitely. Let's see. I'm surprised he's doing so well in Texas, guys. He's up by almost 15 points with 85% in. Although Dallas is a little slow to report, so that is something to note. I think it'll definitely be over 10. I'm surprised that almost nothing has come out of Nevada yet. Been kind of slow to report that. But yeah, as we said all night, Pennsylvania is the one that is really going to, I mean, it's obviously the most important state of this race. And with 88% in, Trump is holding at plus 2.7 right now. And in terms of, let's see, Philadelphia County, 78% in. She leads by 56 there. But yeah, if Pennsylvania is called for Trump, that would that would make it extremely likely that he wins this race. Georgia, it was called on some sites. It hasn't been called on all of them, but the only calls have been for Trump. And there's estimated about 93% in Georgia. And he leads by about just over 2 points right now. But yeah, I'm surprised. Like I've said all night, I mean, you see a lot of these deep blue states are getting way closer. Illinois is under 5. New Jersey is just under 5 as well. I mean, if you told me that beforehand, I would have thought it would be a landslide. But yeah, New York is plus 11 for Harris. What is the popular vote looking like? Let's see. The popular vote is, what was that? I think that's plus 2.8 for Trump, if my math is correct. So he's just under 3 points leading nationally as of right now. California is just under half in as of right now. Arizona is really slow to count. Jeez. Let's see. Minnesota's getting a little closer. 51 to 46.8. So it's just over 4 points for Harris right now with 61% in. But yeah, I mean, if Trump can hold on to this popular vote lead of oh, sorry, it's 3.8. I'm a little tired. So it's 2.8. It's actually 3.8. Yeah, if he holds a lead, any type of lead nationally, it's going to be really difficult for Harris to win this race, just because those swing states, they vote to the right of the country at large. They did so last time. I think if you take all 7 swing states and you take the average margin of where they voted relative to the country, it's about 3.5 points redder on average. And so if Trump has any lead nationally whatsoever, and he does right now by 3.8 points, that's going to decrease over time as the deep blue California votes come in. But if he, like I said, if he has any lead nationally, it should translate to a victory. It should. And, I'll admit it, I overestimated him in these swing states, and I'm a little surprised by the fact that they're not larger margins for him. I'm going to be honest. I'm surprised. Especially with these deep blue states, man. That's what I don't get. They're a lot closer than 2020, significantly closer. I mean, guys, Illinois was Biden plus 17 in 2020. It's under 5 points now. Under 5 with 87% reporting. That is a 12.5 point Republican shift. 12.5 points. That's huge. That's massive. And so the fact that, that didn't at least somewhat translate to its northern neighbor, Wisconsin, I don't know. I don't get it. It's a little confusing to me. You're not going to, and like I've said, you're not going to see a uniform shift everywhere. But I don't know. I'm a little surprised by that. In Wisconsin, Trump is up by 3.5 points as of right now with 82% reporting, which is a decent lead. That's actually a pretty good lead for him. Milwaukee is only about 60% reporting though, and Dane County is mostly in at this point in time. And then the other deep blue population center where Harris is going to really depend on is Milwaukee County, which is about 60% in right now. And she is performing worse there than Joe Biden did in 2020. And if you consider the fact that this state was only plus 0.6 for Biden last time around, if you're Harris, if you're going to win this state, Wisconsin, it's going to be really difficult for you to do that. If you see any type of reversion anywhere in any of the deep blue counties or even the red counties with higher turnout for Trump, it's going to be really hard for her to hold on to that. And then let's see, Michigan. And I'm sorry, guys, I am unable to share my screen at this point in time. Having some technical difficulties with that. It's a little annoying, but let's see. Michigan, Trump is up by about 5.5 right now.
So Goldcrow, you think it'd be interesting for me to stream the finalization of the spreadsheet development for Pennsylvania?
Oh yeah, sure. Let's get that going.
Okay, this is kind of looking at how the sausage is made, so I'll go ahead and drop that in. So here's my spreadsheet, and certainly this was developed for the entirety of the election. We modeled or attempted to model every state and every county and all the main top 10 swing states and states of note. Certainly, we had some data issues earlier that prevented this from fully being fleshed out.
Hey,
Yes, sir.
Dustin, what's he looking? What's his odds in Pennsylvania?
What's his what odds? Let's take a look. Alrighty, so what I got right here is I have data that I can copy in. All right, this isn't showing every county. It's showing all the I believe all the counties that are reporting. Let me look. I'll share my screen as a whole. That way you can see what I'm looking at. There you go. Here's
Yeah, I see it.
all the counties I'm pulling in. Okay, let's find. Okay, that's actually Michigan, so Pennsylvania's right here. So we'll port this down. Okay, perfect. We have a 1-to-1 correlation with how we're. Let's look at that. Okay, so now I need to sort this alphabetically. Again, this is y'all love data, so let's make sure we're 1-to-1. Yeah, we look good on that. All right, so this first column, just going to verify with Wall Street Journal. First column is indeed Trump. So I'm going to take Trump. I'm going to put it in the Trump column on the current result. All right, so Trump's in. Let's go ahead and bring in Harris's number right here. So let's get her numbers in to the Harris column. Boom. And in just a few seconds, once we throw these in there, get the percent reporting, then we can look at odds and expected outcome. So we're going to go ahead and put,
that'd be cool.
Put Chase Oliver's in. Wall Street Journal doesn't have anything for Stein. It's one of those sites that only has one third-party candidate. I think the highest-rated third-party candidate it shows. So, but honestly, third party is not super critical in evaluating what the election looks like between Harris and Trump. So I'm going to just zero that out for completion. Looks like we have nothing out of Cameron County, if this is to be believed. So for that, I'm just going to zero it out for the sake of. Let's see, yeah, we're good there. And the last but not least, I'm gonna put the percent reporting in, and that'll seed the odds side. And we can really dive in and look at it. So this is we'll do the same thing for Wisconsin and Michigan as well.
How's it going in Wisconsin right now? What's the expected odds?
So I haven't put that data in. Let me see where we at with this.
President Trump is on his way to the economic convention.
All right, I'm gonna.
He's leaving Colorado, which means he said in the window last week that the only way he goes about is for victory. That's the part.
Wow.
What is it at?
Right now we're at zero. We're at these values. So I'm gonna troubleshoot that.
I'm waiting for them to tell me what the odds in Wisconsin are based on my expectation model.
I'll go ahead and bring in Wisconsin for you.
What is it? What's the odds for Wisconsin, Dustin?
I'm gonna bring in that information right now.
Wow, he's killing it in Wisconsin.
It's probably close to 9 in the 90s. So I'm gonna copy that in right now. Wisconsin's down here.
Oh yeah, that one's cool. Okay, do we have it in or not yet?
Just about. They have to troubleshoot some horrible errors. This is the fun part right here. So we're gonna get Trump's total in to his column.
Okay. So let me know we got a bunch. Yeah. Can they see me? Yeah, they can see you. Just get a little closer. Get a little closer.
Let me see all these. Detroit, God is good. You know he is, Leo. You know he is, Gio. What's up, all you guys? Leo, Hacker, Renee, De La Rosa. What's up, guys? Trump? Are they Trumpers?
Yeah, they're pretty much all Trump.
Oh, guys, let's freaking go. We can't see your spreadsheet. What?
That's mine.
Wow. Conceded Georgia?
Nice.
You hear that?
Yes. We already had it. We had it a long time ago. We had it hours ago. Conceded Georgia. CNN.
She would have lost the president. She would have lost him. She would have lost him.
Oh, what is he saying? What is he saying? Wow.
We have to say, seriously, not the best talent we created the last 2 months. We got to get some one lesson that I Tim Walsh gave us some of the best content the last week. We have such great commentary from sponsor. The mandate that started
Oh my, look at that.
0-0.
Oh, we can call Wisconsin.
What is it? Okay,
You see
hold on.
that?
Really?
Hey, so what is it at?
Trump has a 99.7% chance.
Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second, Tom.
Wow, that's crazy.
So let's
Go
do
back.
this.
Hey,
So
go
right
back.
here.
Go back. Go back to
I'm
go
gonna
back to
zoom
the
in.
odds. Zoom into the odds. Zoom into the odds because
Real
I
quick,
want
I
to show
wanna-
Tom. Hey,
There we go.
can you zoom in?
You have enough.
Adam.
Audience is losing their shit.
Right there. Let me do this super quick.
We called Georgia on the ATM center when you tweeted it out because
Just so you see what it is. So this is Trump's odds. This is Trump's odds 99.7. This is Kamala's odds 0.3.
Wow.
Is that look, hold on, Dustin, get Dustin. Put it, because I'm gonna take a screenshot of it and I'm gonna send it into the group chat so we can start analyzing Wisconsin already. I think we can call it. Just give me 1 second. Hold on.
So, and what you see,
My independent model has
so
99.7% chance to call it for Trump.
For Arizona?
No, for Wisconsin, from my model. Let's get some nice. Okay. All right, cool. But right now, based on the margin that's there, and my expectation now, we're going to be about the thing. So that's why the model's so confident to call it early. All right, guys, give me 1 second.
now here's a game that we can play. So when we were building the election, we have this right here. Right here. So we can do is we can actually go in and the states that have already been called, we could instead of it being at a percentage, it could be at 100. So Alabama's been called 100. Alaska, we'll leave it at that since it has Arkansas 100, California 100 over here. Colorado. Has Colorado been called yet? Yes, Colorado's been called.
Yeah.
Connecticut. Has Connecticut been called? Yep, Connecticut's been called. Delaware called. DC called. Hawaii called. Idaho called. Illinois. Wow. So we actually had Illinois pretty close by a 12-point margin. So it's certainly closer than that. But we'll go ahead and put, let's see. Yeah, they've called it. So I'm doing this because you'll actually be able to see what the odds are for Trump by going through this. Indiana.
Cool. Yeah.
All right, so we could just do this one column. Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana.
Dustin, do you have the odds for Michigan and Pennsylvania?
The data that we're bringing in from Pennsylvania, I have to work on that a little bit because we're missing a few counties and it's causing some divide by zero issues. But I can also bring in Michigan. But right now, what I'm doing is I'm going through the odds, and based on the states that have already been called, we can look at and finalize what the actual odds are for Trump to win the election. All I have to do is go through each of these calls. Montana,
Arizona might actually. Well, I don't know if she's going to win Arizona or not. But that first step looks really bad for her.
They haven't called New Mexico yet. At least CNN hasn't called New Mexico.
Yeah, that's interesting.
New York called. Ohio called. Oklahoma called. Oregon called. Rhode Island called. South Carolina called. South Dakota called. Tennessee called. Texas, not even close. Utah called. Vermont called. Washington called. West Virginia called. Have they done? Okay, Maine. We'll go ahead and leave the numbers for Maine. I think we can call Maine's 2nd district. Yep. Okay, the way that breaks. Let's go to Georgia. Georgia's called for Trump. North Carolina's called. Michigan. North Carolina's called for Trump. Florida's called for Trump. Virginia called. Okay, look at that. Trump has a 99.2% to win the election, according to our model. So if we had run this through, that's the number that we'd be at. 92 or 99.2%.
Wow.
Now I'm unsure why what the discrepancy is for this. Yeah.
Hey guys, what's going on? What is that?
Oh, we just saw that according to the model, Trump has a 99.2% chance to win.
Okay, better. Actually, 96.1. That's the actual number. Yep. 96.1.
chance to win the general election with 312 electoral votes. So he's going to win. And he's projected to be the popular vote. Let's see. Hey,
Go back to the Rust Belt states. This is
model
Wisconsin.
has Trump 99.7% chance in Wisconsin, and the national race, the presidency, 96% chance to win. So
99.7.
I'm gonna
I already put
build Michigan real quick.
Go build Michigan. Build Michigan really quick, and then we'll look at it.
Wow, Michigan's looking great. Now I know there's still quite a bit of vote to come in, but that's looking excellent. Yeah, this is excellent. All right, so we have Trump, Harrison, Stein. It's like up here. And I'm going to fix some of those number errors so we get a more accurate. Okay, so I guess I'm going to alphabetize this.
Are you sure you can't build Pennsylvania right now?
Yeah, we can look at Pennsylvania.
Build Pennsylvania.
It's already built. It's already built, but there's just some of these number errors that I can
Get rid
fix.
of those counties. Get rid of those bad counties, and let's see what it's at. Because
Yes.
wow, these are full.
Yeah, I'll fix it.
These are full points. He's overperforming my expectation model. He's overperforming the expectation model that I have.
This is where the issue is. That's weird because where's this pulling from? That's funny. Okay. That's it right there. Because this county is at 0. So I'm going to put that, and it's going to zero out the whole thing. And then when that county has vote, I'll re-input that in. Awesome. Yeah, I need to verify that. I need to make sure that's a little.
What's Pennsylvania?
Do you see that?
It's at 100.
Yeah, I want to triple check. That's a
Triple check.
yeah, that's
I'm gonna tell
important.
Tom.
Yeah, I don't. We might just be able to call Pennsylvania, so I want to
Wow.
be very careful.
Yeah.
I need to. This is wow. That's okay.
Hey, can you go back to Pennsylvania?
All right, I'm back. I had to step away for a second, but I'm back. So yeah, so let me fix this standard deviation. So basically, what's happening right now is if you look at the turnout. Let me see what this is doing. Let's see. Okay, this is good. All right, so what I'm going to quickly do is I'm going to quickly compare turnout with actual. Excellent. So this is the actual vote. Okay. Okay, let's build it. And see. That's your reported total. Let's bring in Kamala's numbers right here. Kamala and Trump. All right, so your total. Let's do a sum. Again, I'm building this on the fly. I want to triple check the data, and I think there's a discrepancy with the estimated total vote and the vote that's in, which makes sense because yeah, our turnout. We underestimated our turnout in Pennsylvania, which isn't a bad thing, honestly. It's just a data point to understand. Okay, great. All right, so for Trump, and then we're gonna zero out. I think Stein in Pennsylvania. Is it? Let me verify over here. Yeah, Pennsylvania. I believe it's Oliver that has the data. So. Okay. And everybody's waiting in anticipation on what this is going to look like. Yeah, this is unprecedented.
Wow, Minnesota's getting pretty close, guys. Let me see. Minnesota's plus 3.5 for Harris right now.
Yeah, it's impressive.
5%. Yeah, that's pretty impressive. And Hennepin County is almost maxed out and about 95%.
Guys, how's it going?
He's getting pretty close in Minnesota.
Oh, Tom, he's within 2 points in Minnesota. Yeah, I'm telling you, he's gonna win this. 90. Yeah. Oh, but there's no votes in. Trump's up 3 points in the back. 3.3. Vinny. Trump's up 3.3% in the back. He might win. He's up. He's up by 3.3%. Now, what about the popular vote? Oh, he's up by like 4 points. Tom, I might get the popular vote right too. I think it's like Trump plus 2 right now. And I had Trump plus like 3.
You said you were going to do this. I respect you joining us. You're here with us. You can't really wish to say that. And we'll have some best conversations together.
All right, we're almost done with this. I'm fixing the last thing. We had negative numbers in the turnout for some reason. I think it's because the turnout number exceeded our expectation, and it presented a little red, but we're fixing that right now. I appreciate the patience. There we go. Now our standard deviation should be good. The only thing is this divide by 0.
Yeah,
We'll just zero out. Okay. Now we have a number that is actually a number, and it's an impressive number. Trump
What is it?
has a 99.8% chance to win Pennsylvania. I repeat, a 99.8% chance to win Pennsylvania. And Lester, we had the discussion before tonight. Again, 99.8% chance for Trump to win Pennsylvania.
In Pennsylvania, is 99.
That means, according to the model, we can call it. Now, I would wait. I would wait a little bit. I wait for one more vote.
Wait a little bit more. But okay, so
Yeah.
it's ready to go on here.
I think we can call it. We're very close to calling it. 99.8.
Okay.
I mean, that's very, very impressive. I mean, let's show. Okay, let's look at. Let me do that. Let me go through very quickly. Okay. I'm gonna do some panes real quick so we can get the counties and look at a county by county. View. These panes. Alrighty. Okay, so this is our model margin.
Oh, what's the margin? I can't see it.
So right here, this is your model margin. So that's your county. This is the margin that we're expecting.
Oh, gotcha.
And this is an indication of what we don't have anything in Cameron, so I zeroed that out. I show win by 0. So the expected result for Trump in Pennsylvania is to win by 150,000 votes.
What is the margin? What's that margin?
The model is currently expecting over 7 million votes in Pennsylvania, expecting Trump to win by
What's the margin? But what's the margin? Like, what's the
2.1%.
2.1%. Okay.
Overall, 2.1 is our
What's
model
that
margin
about?
for Pennsylvania.
Okay.
So look, this is, yeah, it's look, Center County with 82% in, Trump is winning Center County with 82% in. That's outlandish, honestly. I mean, look at how we modeled Center coming into the night. This is our expected totals. So in Center, we had Harris winning by 0.7% in Center. So in Center County, wow, this is incredible. Incredible how close that is.
Wow.
Yeah, no, that's impressive. I mean, look at Lackawanna. We have Harris winning Lackawanna narrowly. Wow. Yeah, this is very impressive. I'm going to switch over and look at Michigan.
Okay.
Let's fix some of these divide by zeros. You can see an actual number. Okay. All right, let's get some Michigan data in there.
He is expanding his lead in Michigan.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's up by over 6 points. But Wayne County is only 24% reporting.
Yeah, this is historic.
Yeah, it is looking really good. I mean, that's just crazy to me. Cook County in Illinois is only plus 25 Harris. That lead is literally cut in half from 2020. It was Biden plus 50. That is insane. That is crazy.
What have you guys found? What have you guys found?
What's that?
What you guys found? I heard you say something that it was insane.
We were just talking about how Cook County is like way closer than last time. I'm not sure if you can hear me. But yeah, that is wow. That is crazy. New York is still plus 11. Harris.
they called them guys. They called Alaska on decision desk. So he just needs Pennsylvania, and he's won the presidency.
Yeah.
Mm.
I think I'm going to transition to decision desk for results.
Sure.
Yeah. Literally Pennsylvania, and we're literally I think we're able to call it. So, I mean,
Justin, let's wait.
yeah.
Let's wait for the Valuetainment, okay? Because I don't want
Yes.
to get ahead of time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again,
we
it's
should let it work.
I didn't think I'd be at a spot where
Live, we should
wow.
be called. Let's just wait. Let's wait.
Yeah, it's looking really good. Apparently McCormick came out and gave a victory speech.
Okay, wait. So Justin, right now, what's Harris's best case scenario in PA?
I can figure that out.
Okay, thank you very much. I do have a question.
55% of the votes are in for all of the blue counties left over in Pennsylvania.
No, we need to call it already.
Yeah.
My model has it at over
Yeah.
99.5% chance to win. What is it looking like in what are you doing right now?
Right now, I'm breaking apart my text element so that we can look at the specific total for the best and worst case. Wow. So you want Kamala Harris's best case scenario in
What is it?
I'll give it to you right now. I'm summing it up. Her best case scenario is losing by 100,000 votes.
Okay, yeah, so she's got.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh man, do you want to know Trump's best case scenario?
Yeah. What is it?
It's gonna be basically on point's prediction pre-election.
Wow.
Well, that's not right. Should be. Actually, that is about right because we're so. Let's see. It should be. Let me sum this side too. There. Yeah, Trump's best case scenario is winning by 202,000 votes.
And what's that margin?
That margin is about 3%. 3.1%.
Wow. Yeah, that's crazy. Her best case scenario, she can't even get within 100,000.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's impressive. Yeah, I mean, I look, we're not trying to be bullish here. We're literally evaluating this in the same way that the big networks evaluate it. We're looking at county data. We're looking at what is expected out there remaining. And yeah, it's 99.8%. I haven't even pulled in new data. So I can let me go ahead and put in new data. I'll get that right now. Oh wow. Yeah, she's cooked. I hate to say it like that, but yeah.
Yeah, it sure looks that way.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right, I mean, this new data could be what calls the election. Literally. I mean,
Yeah.
look, we've I think I'm in full agreement with Decision Desk and the fact that we currently have 251 electoral votes called, with the main swing states, with the exception of Georgia and North Carolina, withstanding. And if we call Pennsylvania, we call the election.
Yep.
This
That's
is
right.
this is unprecedented right here. So yeah, let me I'm gonna alphabetize this. All right, so I'm gonna pull Trump's data in. Again, this is all manual. We had a system ready to go, which literally automated all this, but you know, things don't go planned at times. But here we are, looking at a 99.8% odds for Trump to win the Keystone State.
Yep. It's looking
Verify
fantastic.
that's yeah. And then Stein, let's get her numbers in, and then we'll get the percent reporting in, which is important. The way that I've modified this model is that percent reporting really is really is the determiner for the expected turnout. I mean, look, the only counties that have less than 90% in are Philadelphia. I mean, some ballots can come in there, but I mean, it's yeah, it's not. I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, I don't think the math is there for her. I don't think so.
No.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I'm actually curious. Yeah, I mean, Kamala's up 78-20 in Philadelphia, but it's still not enough.
Yeah, last time it was 81-18. And it's going to have lower turnout this time. So,
Yeah, I mean, the standard deviation on that, I mean, Kamala's going to win it by like 470,000 votes. Right now she's got a lead of about 330. I mean, it's really a net of 100,000 max. And Trump is up by well over 200,000, and that's where you get the best case scenario for Kamala of 100,000. This is Look, look at the odds now. 99.9. They went up.
Oh wow.
Yeah. I mean, this is wow. I'm speechless.
Yeah, that is amazing. That is incredible. Oh, Fox called PA.
Everyone, live breaking news. Let's go, everyone. Donald Trump has been elected the 47th president.
Let's
Has been elected
go.
the 47th president of the United States. Everybody, let's go.
So we did it. We
We
did
did
Donald
it.
Trump has been elected the 47th president of the United States.
We did
I called
it.
2 weeks early. 2 weeks
We
early.
did it.
Let's
I called
go,
it 2.5
baby.
weeks early. Tom, go! Go, Tom! Donald
Let's go,
Trump
baby.
has won the presidency.
Oh man.
Donald Trump has won the presidency of the United States.
Let's go, baby. Oh my gracious. Nice. Wow. Wow, guys. Oh man. What a night. Oh my goodness. Yes, cheers, guys. Big cheers. Wow. Wow.
Hey, I kept telling you, we got to call it. We got to call it. And we did.
Oh man, yeah. Let's go. Oh my gracious.
Behind the scenes of the Fox News studio. Oh man, I gotta change the channel, man.
Oh man. Wow. Wow, guys. Wow. That's amazing. He's won. He's won. That's it.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, baby.
This is
Won the presidency
All right,
of the United
okay.
States.
All right, it's time to switch the cameras. All right. It's all you. It's all you, Lester. What's your speech? We need a speech.
Well, I mean, I was pretty much more right than everybody. So that's where you have it. I'm going to do a video breaking down all my margins and stuff and going over everything, but it's over. I'm going to watch the announcement here.
Yeah. I mean Gold Crown. I mean, did we not evaluate the state in real time?
We did.
Did we
We
not
absolutely
not
did.
watch the percentage go from 99.8 to 99.9? I mean, this is for all the chaos, for all the technical issues, for all the spreadsheet malpractice. I mean, look, this has been a long election. I mean, this man was shot. He survived a gunshot. This man was threatened prison time. I mean, this man was accused of the most heinous of crimes, but he is unstoppable. America is unstoppable. This MAGA movement that the literal president of the United States called garbage. This is no longer about a party. This is a movement. We are
Yes.
literally watching a movement.
Absolutely.
Movement that harkens back to the. I mean, look, I hope this isn't considered crude analogy, but this movement reminds me of the movement against tyranny in the 1800s when so much of the country was for slavery, but
Yes.
a portion of the country was against slavery, against tyranny. I think about the same thing now, but instead of it being a slavery of humans and of racism, it's now a slavery of words and of censorship. This country was founded on freedom of speech. It's an honor that we could be here on YouTube. It's an honor that we have people like Elon Musk, whether you love him or hate him, he's for free speech, and you have the right to say what you want to say. If you're in chat right now and you support Harris, more power to you. Say what you want to say. If you support Trump, say what you want to say. That's what this election was about. It was sure immigration, sure economy, but it came down to that freedom of speech.
Yes. Absolutely.
You want to talk about democracy? I think democracy has spoken.
It has. Yes, it has. 1,000%.
And, that's my speech. I'm going to hand it off to you, Gold Crown. I'll be back in a little bit to break it down, but I think I want to mute myself and kind of enjoy the moment.
Cool. Yeah, I think I probably will as well. I might give him a little speech myself to close it out, but yeah, he won. I can't believe it. This is crazy. We got it. Oh man. But yeah, guys, he won. This is a very special occasion for us Trump voters especially. And, I had the feeling coming in that he would win for sure. Nothing is absolutely guaranteed, but we got it. The people have spoken. And wow, I'm I'm almost speechless right now. I almost am. It's been a wild night. I wasn't sure exactly when this race would be called. I was a little worried that it would drag on a little bit. But it's over. Trump has won. Kamala's lost. The people have spoken. And that is how democracy plays out. So feeling really good right now. Feeling amazing. I'm not sure, guys, if AP is called Fox. Let me actually check that. AP. Let's see here. Hold on. I do not think they have called it, but Fox did. But yeah, I mean the math just is not there for Harris. It's yeah, I mean Philadelphia County is 83% in, and he's still up by 2.9. So yeah, it's called. The race is over. And it's like, sure, he technically needs Alaska, but I would not bank on that state going to Harris. That's not going to happen. Trump leads by 4 in Nevada with 71% in. Yeah, guys, it looks like this race is over.
Yeah, no, we called it here on Valuetainment, right? It's done. You called it.
Yeah, people are still doubting that a little bit.
No, he's won the election, so it's done.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the latest?
Some people are doubting that he's that he's won in the chat. That's what we've been talking about.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly going to be very challenging for Kamala to make a comeback in the Keystone State.
Yeah, it would be really
A
difficult.
decision
I mean,
desk.
So it's a very good message you're giving. And by the way, you know, sometimes.
Yeah, decision desk has called Pennsylvania.
Oh, there goes Tom. Decision desk called the state of Pennsylvania. Decision
Wow.
desk called it. I told you.
Yeah.
yeah,
Check
that's it. That's it.
Yeah.
That is it.
Let's let me look for the AP. AP makes that official call. The AP has not made the official call yet, but I anticipate the AP to make the official call. Again, we have 92% of the vote in. Wow. There's just not enough out there. I mean, look, we broke it down earlier. We might be able to find 150,000 votes that Kamala could net from Philadelphia, from Allegheny, maybe another 50,000. But if you do the math, that's 220,000. So even I know our model's saying in a best case scenario, yeah, it's not looking good for her.
Yeah, definitely.
I think the update. So I just ran another update. The update to the best case scenario for Kamala is losing by 75,000 votes. So yeah, there is a possibility that there could be more ballots coming in, but it's not going to break in a way that is going to overturn what Trump already has. I mean, think about it. Do you have the total votes from 2020? Let me find out. I'm curious.
Dominic's starting. He's not starting.
Wow. Oh, this is.
Wow, that's crazy. Oh, God.
Pineapple Gamer says, "What about the keys?" Yeah, what about those keys, Alan Lichtman? What about those keys, man? Ridiculous.
Yeah.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, this is. So the expected turnout in Pennsylvania is just under what we saw in 2020. So in 2020, we saw 6.9 million, and my expectation is 6.8 million. Yeah, that's yeah, more votes are going to come in. It's going to get tighter. I mean, it's probably going to be a 1-point victory for Trump, maybe a 1.5 point victory for Trump. But it's I mean, I know that Joe Biden's not in the race, but it's Jover.
Yes, it is Jover. It is officially Jover. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, man, I am almost at a loss for words. This is amazing. This is what we wanted. And we got what we wanted. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. The people have spoken. You could probably look at the sadness on Alan's face. Yes, absolutely. He is not feeling too good right now.
Let's keep the stream going through Trump. So we'll televise Trump.
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah. I think we'll use, just to keep it above board, we'll use Trump's Twitter or Trump's YouTube account. So I'll get that fired up.
Cool.
So yeah, we couldn't get the model to work until the end, but we got it working when it counted. So it's certainly. Are we getting anything in chat? Wow, yeah, thousands of comments. Wow. Yeah, this is incredible.
I almost forgot about down ballot. We should check the
Yeah.
Senate as well. I know that we won the Senate. That was called a while ago.
Yeah, I'm gonna read some super chats going back to the last few moments. Let's go to Broly. You had the most accurate stuff, IMO, over MSM2. Corey says, I have so much respect for you. I thought you were bullish, but you nailed New York, Ohio, Texas. You and Gold Crown vindicated. And then lastly, Lost and Found, OPP, more reliable than the mainstream. Great work. Absolutely great job to all of you, everybody who's been a part of this, all the amazing people that are part of the stream earlier. Gold Crown, I know you've been working overtime on your modeling. Same with On Point. I mean, nearly a daily video from him. I mean, what an above and beyond effort to cover this election, and well deserved with the I think at this point 60,000 subscribers. I mean, what's the subscriber count?
Yeah, I think he's almost at 60. If not, he's already gotten 60.
Yeah. Well, let me say this: there's about 10,000 that are watching this right now. If you haven't subscribed, I suggest you click that button right now, because yeah, this election was pretty spectacular, but this is only the beginning. I mean, you saw the mainstream media and how horrible they were. Any media that would showcase Alan Lichtman more than you showcase Atlas Intel and Mitchell from Rasmussen has zero respect in my book. Honestly,
1,000%.
On Point spoke to literally all the best people in the game, interviews, analysis, on point coverage. Same with Gold Crown. Yeah, Gold Crown earned his crown. So I'm gonna stop being cheesy and see if we can find that video.
Yeah, it looks like Alan Lichtman ended his live stream. I don't know if that means that he.
Oh,
I guess
that's it. It's actually official.
Yeah, yeah. That's how you know.
It's official.
That's how you know.
Oh man. Okay. You know what? We need to rebrand your YouTube channel from Gold Crown to Gold Key, because apparently, though the keys make sense, it requires an actual smart person to turn the keys.
Yes.
And it doesn't take spending 5 years in university to figure out that professors, just because they have that pretty paper, don't mean they're that smart. They may be talented in a specific area, but talent doesn't always equal intelligence.
That's right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I think that, you know, his keys in general, like I think that he's gotten pretty lucky, to be honest. And it doesn't mean that his keys are bad. Actually, you know, I have a lot of respect for his keys, just in the sense that he's been able to kind of craft something that's more of a non-conventional way of predicting elections. But yeah, I mean, it can't predict everything. Can't predict everything. And he was, you know, he's gotten things wrong in the past. I mean, not just 2000, but he predicted that Trump would win the popular vote in 2016, and that didn't happen. And to be honest, if American elections were determined by the popular vote, his keys would not be nearly as accurate as they have been. would have gotten 16 wrong, or actually, well, technically correct, but for the wrong reason. But yeah, I mean that's how you know this election's over, guys. Lichtman, he went to sleep. Not faster than Biden, but Biden's been asleep for a while now. But
I mean, as we sit here and we begin what would probably be considered a post game analysis, I know that certainly more votes need to be counted. Trump is well on his way to winning the popular vote as well. I mean, who would have thought? Think about it. Uh, uh, about 9 years ago, when Trump walked down that escalator, nobody, not even the most staunch Republicans, not even the biggest Trump fans, thought that he would win the popular vote in a
yes,
presidency. And I got to look at the numbers, but he might not only just win the popular vote, but based on how small the third party share is, he may actually get over 50%.
yeah,
Let me
and that's
verify that.
that's what I had. I had him getting over 50% in my vote share model.
Right.
Yeah, he does seem to be
It's going to be
underperforming.
close.
Yeah. It would be close probably, because California is only half in right now, and that's a lot of votes left. But Harris is up by 21 in California, whereas Biden won it by 29 last time. So that's a pretty big shift to the right, and not too far off on my projection. I had Harris plus 19 there. But yeah, guys, this is special stuff. It's really amazing. What Trump has done, this is not just a victory, this is a movement, and it will extend beyond himself. It will extend beyond Trump, and it will carry on with hopefully with JD Vance into the future, this movement. And yeah, I mean that's all I can really say. It's just amazing.
Yeah.
And it's really, really special stuff. We're gonna remember this night for a long time. A long time.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And as we look at the keys, I mean, I think this is a great opportunity for a little bit of a post game analysis. I mean, you look at these different keys, party mandate. The incumbent party does not hold more seats in the House of Representatives, so that's a false key. Party contest. I mean, think about it. Joe Biden was the nominee. So any normal American looks at the race for the Democratic nominee. Joe Biden's the one that got 14 million votes. Yeah, Kamala was the running mate, but it was Joe Biden that won the election. It wasn't Kamala. Okay. Incumbency, right? Kamala is certainly the incumbent party, but is she the incumbent? No. Third party, well, before RFK dropped out of the race, he would have been a very formidable third party candidate. His support of Trump, in my opinion, is one of the big differences in this election.
Yes, absolutely.
On the other hand, if RFK had supported Harris, I think we'd have a very different outcome tonight.
Yeah. I think that's pretty safe to say. I mean, RFK was really significant in terms of shifting that extra vote share to Trump with his endorsement. And you know what you've seen with RFK and Tulsi Gabbard and Elon and that whole shift for them. They also used to be Democrats, and now they're shifting over to Trump's side. It's really amazing. And yeah, I think like on the keys and stuff. It is kind of interesting because like Lichtman, he's kind of changed his sort of what's it called? Just kind of like standards for his keys. He's kind of changed the way that he uses them, and I really don't like that. I mean, you gotta use them objectively, and that's why he got this election wrong. Because like in the past, he used to have like a different benchmark for third parties. Like in 2016, I believe that he had the third party key as false, which helped Trump. Or sorry, true, which would have helped Trump. And it is true that Stein was pretty much a huge reason in why Trump could have potentially picked off a lot more votes in, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, and flipped the Rust Belt.
Right.
And so he had the third party key help in Trump. And third parties were well under 5% in 2016, but this time he said that the third party key was true and benefiting Harris, like that it wouldn't hurt her. But third parties were also under 5% once again, but they were higher than last time. And so it's like he completely reverses his kind of benchmarks for these keys, and he's inconsistent. He flip flops on the logic, and even in his book, like in terms of the economy keys, like he used to say that for the economy that it was for like he called them based on voter perception, but then he switched this time around, and he said it's based on GDP. So it's like which one is it? Like is it voter perception on the economy, or is it how the economy is actually performing based upon certain metrics? It's just he flip flops, and it's just that's why he got it wrong. And I did break this down on X, I want to say like a month or two ago, where I actually went key by key, and Trump actually won according to the keys if you do it objectively. And so
Right.
that is that is pretty funny.
And to your point, the ballot box is not determined by these complex
Guys,
ballot box is determined by everyday Americans who want change in their country. And the general perception of the economy is that it's rough. The general perception of inflation is that it's debilitating. The job market is a struggle. The housing market is awful. Trump presented himself as a change agent. Kamala's biggest idea for change was moving away from Trump. But that was a horrible premise because Trump presented the only right alternative to the roughness and the struggle and the turmoil that has faced this country for the last 4 years. Things have not gotten better. Trump presented a question that was identical to the question that won Ronald Reagan the presidency. Okay. Hindsight is 2020. We look right now at Reagan as being this incredible person in American history. But think about it like this: when he ran against Jimmy Carter was a popular president, failure in a lot of ways, but he was popular. People liked him. He was a likable guy, way more likable than Kamala, more likable than Biden. But Reagan reframed the entire election at that debate. He asked that simple question: are you better off 4 years ago? Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? If the answer is no, your decision is simple. And America has spoken. And now we can say the majority of America is spoken.
Yes,
Now, again,
absolutely.
there's still a lot of votes that need to be counted, and there is still a small possibility that Kamala ekes out the popular vote, depending on what California does. But as of right now, Kamala is probably going to lose the popular vote by between 0.5% and 1.5%. Trump looks to be getting his 312 map, or at the very least that 297 map, where maybe Michigan, maybe something changes in Michigan. But right now, I think it's a lot more likely he gets that 312 map. I think Michigan is looking pretty good for the former and now future president of the United States.
Yes. Yeah, it is looking pretty good there as well.
Oh, and there it is, official Fox News. Before it wasn't Fox News, before it was some other. Fox News called Pennsylvania, but they were not able to call the race. Now they have called the race, and if I'm not mistaken, the math they have leads me to say that they've called the state of Wisconsin, and I want to verify that. So let me verify that they've called the state of Wisconsin.
Now he knows. Now he knows whom he wants to hire. Now he knows the company.
Let me see. Just want to verify the states that they've called. Yes. Yes. Fox News has called the state of Wisconsin. That was another state that you and I sat here and we saw the data and we looked at it and we verified that there was not enough votes for Kamala to come back in that state.
Yes.
And here we are. That 297 map, when it's all said and done, is looking like a foregone conclusion. Trump wins Michigan. He doesn't have to win Michigan. I mean, right now he has, per Fox News, 277 electoral votes. All you need is 270. He's won this election.
Yep.
That's more than I probably shouldn't even say this, but we've had a lot of presidents win the election with a lot less electoral votes than 277. I'm not going to talk about what happened in 2000, but that was an outcome that had a lot less than 277. You know, this is faithless elector proof at this point. So I know. Look, I know. We're all thrilled. We're excited. This is a great time to be alive. A great time to be in this game of election data analytics. And now we sit here and await the 47th president elect, the 45th president, to speak on the behalf of his campaign and to the nation. So,
Absolutely.
yeah, I'm gonna step away for a minute.
Okay. Oh man, what a night, guys! What a night. Yeah, it does look like he's getting 312. Which is what I had. So he's still up nationally by 4 points right now. But yeah, like I said, guys, any popular vote lead for Trump. I mean, the fact that nationally the race was even close, the fact that the popular vote was even close, that automatically meant that this race would be much more in Trump's favor from last time around, because Biden won it by 4.5 last time. So even a tie in the popular vote would mean the country is shifting about 4 to 5 points to the right on average, which would be an environment that is much more favorable to the former president. And yeah, I mean, what a night. What a night, guys. What a night. Gold Crown is a legend. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I did get the 312 map correct. I did overestimate Trump in the swing states. I will say that. And I will probably have overestimated him nationally, but still a pretty convincing victory. The fact that he won it, guys, because I'm on Pacific time right now, and it's not even 11 o'clock here. I mean, it's about 2 o'clock on the East Coast. But the fact that this race was called before midnight on Pacific time is crazy. I mean, 2020, it took weeks to finalize, the final margins in every state. But this time around, we get a Trump victory in just a handful of hours. And that really is stupendous. It's really amazing.
I'm gonna ask a question. I'm a YouTube noob, but I'm also because of the amazing opportunity that Lester had with Valuetainment. I got the keys tonight to the stream yard, so I just got to ask, what is the legality of maybe putting on RSBN for the post game coverage if I have it on mute?
I'm not sure. I actually would not know the answer to that.
I'll go and put the map back on. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, it is. It is certainly worth waiting a little bit to see what the actual final margins are in every state.
Yes.
Because yeah, they could definitely change, but
Yeah, let me I'll pull up Decision Desk and we can kind of go through kind of what we've seen tonight. So I'll get it up on the big screen. We got Lester back. Let's put him up.
is he unmuted? I can't tell.
Wow. Yeah, this is
Yeah, this is a very special night. Very special. But yeah, guys, the fact that both Wisconsin and Pennsylvania were called before 11 Pacific, that is amazing. That is absolutely amazing.
so let's look at the house. See what that's doing right now. Who has which site has the best house map?
I'm not sure. Let's see. CNN's map is so horrible. They load so slow.
Lester, are you able to speak?
I can. My mic's. Oh, there we go. Hello.
There you are.
How's it going?
Excellent. Going great. We're just looking at some of the data. I mean, it's exciting. Fox News has also called Wisconsin, so
Yeah, we
think
called
about
it
it.
too.
We were literally on stream looking at those two states.
I'm gonna probably get 48 out of 50 wrong.
Yeah, I mean, we sat here. I still have it at 99.7 in Wisconsin, now 100%.
Yeah. Well, go to
Michigan.
Arizona. What does your Arizona model say?
I've not produced Arizona. We segmented that out, but I could build it.
If you try to do it, because it's like halfway in.
Yeah, we can get that. There's not a lot of counties in Arizona, so that's actually an easy one to build. So when my thought is when Donald Trump puts the feed on his YouTube channel, we'll go ahead and put his speech up. What do you think about that?
Sorry, what's that?
I'm gonna put Trump's feed up whenever he does the speech.
Okay.
Let's take a look at Arizona.
From a business standpoint, you got the things that we take. From a business model standpoint, I'm just telling you, CNN just got a very large to join that. Trump winning means Trump winning means FNL is making fun of Trump winning. Yeah, winning, Trump winning, Trump winning, this is the level reaction. But also, yeah,
What's the popular vote?
Trump plus 1.2, exactly what Atlas had. Trump plus 1.2 is what Atlas did. The range is what I. Hold on, let me get those. 67 million to 67,
64.
67 and 62 so far. Nevada 70% in, and he's up by 4 points. He killed it. Michigan might be the most Republican Rust Belt state. Michigan might be the most Republican. It might be the most Republican Rust Belt state.
It's going to be a rough scene for some people, but I think
Yeah, I almost dropped my
But I think there's a
I mean, if you could tell Rob that I was pretty much the most angry to be down.
it is certainly true. I am not
Still working on that Arizona model.
Okay.
Yeah, this is great. I mean, who would have thought that? I mean, we had a feeling that this would happen, but there's a big difference between having a prediction and then seeing that prediction transpire to reality.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, he's up by 4.5 in Nevada. Oh wow, Trump has flipped Clark County. Wow. Yeah, he's got to mute his.
Yeah, I muted him. I'm gonna go ahead and swap it to this as well. Yeah. As long as it's just the speech and not music, I think I'm gonna put the speech on whenever Trump comes out.
Okay, yeah, that's cool.
Yep.
Wow, it looks like Trump is up in Nevada by 7.5. That's pretty substantial, guys. I believe I had Trump plus 8 as my final margin. Yeah, he flipped Clark County. That's really impressive. That's really impressive. Yeah, so it looks like some states I'll get pretty spot on. Others will be a little worse, but yeah, I mean, it definitely looks like he gained a lot with Hispanics. Hispanics shifted really hard to the right. Because yeah, Texas is almost 15 points for Trump. And that should at least somewhat translate over to Arizona to an extent. But yeah, I mean, Nevada, we're already looking at Trump plus 7.5. That is really substantial. Yeah, Nevada's all red, every county. Wow. Pennsylvania got called on CNN. Yep. Yeah, it did. Yep. That's how you know it's over. That's how you know it's over. That's how you know. Minnesota might get pretty close too. Harris is up there by about 3 points. Oh, man. But yeah, this is a pretty big win, guys. Even though I overestimated him a little bit, this is a pretty big win. And I'm so surprised that these deep blue states, man, really close. I mean, Illinois is still about +4 for Harris. Like, that is crazy. Illinois under 5 points. And I do apologize, guys. I can't show my screen right now because of technical difficulties. But wow, +4 for Harris in Illinois. That was not even on my bingo card, to be honest. That is massive. That is really massive.
Yeah, there's a lot of elements with this election that were incredibly surprising. I mean, Florida. I mean, we knew Florida would be a big win for Trump, but I mean, how many people? I mean, I think you guys did, but how many people predicted Trump to win by well over 12% in the state of Florida?
Yeah, very few had that. And yeah, Texas too. Texas almost at +15. That is huge. That's massive. Wow, yeah, he's up in the border counties in Texas. Like a lot of them, like Starr County. He's up by like 17 points there. What was it last time? Biden +5. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that's what I thought would happen. Texas definitely trended to the right. It will be interesting to see what the national popular vote is. It hasn't really changed much. California's at 50% in, but Trump is still up by 4 nationally right now. But yeah, guys, in New York really trended hard to the right. That was one I was expecting. That one was especially one I was expecting. If you're talking about Harris +11, this was a Biden +23 state 4 years ago, a 12-point shift to the right. And New Jersey also, that's at 4.5 points for Harris, pretty close to my final margin. I had Harris +5, just a little over that. So yeah, not too bad. I wish I was a little more accurate in the swing states, but oh well. Yes, New Jersey and Illinois were definitely the most shocking. Absolutely. Yeah, let me read some of your comments, guys. So are we going to talk about the Iowa poll? Yeah, talk about that Seltzer poll, man. Harris +3. Are you kidding me? In Iowa. And Trump ultimately wins the state by about 14 points. I mean, talk about a polling error. Guys, that is literally on par with the ABC Washington Post poll out of Wisconsin from 2020 that overestimated Biden by about 17 points. And if Trump holds by +14 in Iowa, it would be the same error, 17 points. A 17-point polling error. 17. I mean, that's not just bad, that's egregious. That is, I don't know why even anyone took any, believe. I mean, some people believed in that poll even a little bit. They're like, oh, well, maybe that means that Harris could win some of the Rust Belt swing states, maybe not Iowa, but maybe it's like, it doesn't make any sense. So yeah, Trump cruised to victory in Iowa. No doubt about that. I definitely didn't. I did not see Harris being even a mile within being competitive there. It would have made absolutely no sense. But yeah, let me actually check out the Senate really quick. Yeah, so Republicans did win the Senate. They have 51 seats so far. Moreno won by 4 in Ohio. It's pretty close. I had it at +6 for Moreno. That's not bad. And then it looks like the Rust Belt margins for the Senate are at least so close to call right now. Hovde's up 2 in Wisconsin. Rogers is up 5 in Michigan, actually. Wow. And McCormick is, wow, it looks like McCormick's going to win in Pennsylvania. He's up by 1.3 with 95% reporting. So it looks like my Senate predictions are looking pretty good because I had the Rust Belt flipping red at the Senate level, all of them. And it looks like that's going to be the case. It's pretty good. Let's see here. And Lake is not performing that well in Arizona in terms of the Senate. This page takes forever to load. Yeah, Gay goes up 6 in Arizona. Sam Brown is taking the lead in Nevada, though. And I had that seat flipping as well. And yeah, he's easily going to win in Montana. And the House has been slower to update. Yeah, guys, what a night. What a night. This has been I'm so glad the race was called a lot earlier, certainly than last time. Because yeah, waiting so long for elections to be called, it's just a little ridiculous. They should definitely be called. We should definitely have the results on election night. It's just ridiculous to have to wait for days or weeks on end for the results. And sure, 2020 was different with mail-in ballots at a higher percentage that might take longer to count. But if you have to wait multiple weeks for a race to be called, it's just ridiculous. But we got a quick result tonight. I'm glad that happened. That's what you want to see. Yeah, Arizona's not really counting like at all. It's been really weird. They've been stuck at like 52% reporting for a while. It's really odd. Let's see. Yeah, Alaska's coming in right now. Trump is up by 14 there, 56% in. Great win in Texas. Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
Hey
you're talking about
guys, hey, I just created a Google Sheet so people can look at all my forecasts and the margins according to the New York Times, so they can compare them. My average error is like Republicans plus 3.5. So yep, and that's gonna be way closer than most people.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. Absolutely. Yeah, and I mean, I had Trump winning the swing states by an average of 7, and I did overestimate him for sure. But yeah, I mean, it's I didn't like egregiously overestimate him, but it is nice to know that I will most likely have a 50-50 map. That is pretty nice. And I'll probably get most of the Senate correct as well. I'll probably do better down ballot, to be honest, because I will tell you, not many people had the Rust Belt flipping red at the Senate level. Those were tough calls. Those were really tough. And I had all the Rust Belt flipping red in the Senate, and it looks like that's holding up pretty strong, at least right now. So far, Hoft is up by just over 2 points. Rogers is up by just under 5. And McCormick is up by just over 1 in Pennsylvania. So yeah, that's pretty good. Yes, I will probably get the 312. That is what it's looking like for sure. Absolutely. Yeah, and I am surprised at a lot of these deep blue states, guys. I mean, if you told me that New York would have been plus 11 for Harris, I mean, that's a 12-point shift more Republican than last time. And if that was the case, if you told me that yesterday, I would have been like, oh yeah, the swing states would easily be closer to 5-point wins for Trump each. But not quite that. Let's see, Wisconsin, he's up by 4. 93% reporting. It's not bad. I had Trump plus 7. Michigan is plus 6.5. I had him at about plus 5, so I actually underestimated him there. Although there are some more votes out of Oakland County that should come in, and Wayne County. That should make it bluer. And Pennsylvania, Trump plus 3. I believe I had Pennsylvania at Trump plus 6. So it's not too bad. North Carolina, though, I definitely overestimated him there. That's Trump plus 3.5. And I believe I had Trump plus 8 or 9 there. So that's a bit of a worse error. But I did get Texas and Florida pretty close, especially Texas. I had Trump plus 14 in Texas as my final margin. And Trump is performing. He's actually outperforming that now. He's almost at plus 15. And Florida, I overestimated Trump a little bit in Florida. He's up by 13.5 there. I had him at about just under 16. So not too bad. And the votes are starting to come in Arizona a little bit now. He's up by 1.5 there with 54% reporting. I had him winning Arizona by 8. And this vote total should get redder as the night goes on. That's weird. Nevada was showing that Trump was up by more earlier. Now he's up by 4.5. That's interesting. But yeah, guys, what a night. What a night. I think I'll stay on for, I'm not sure, probably another 5-10 minutes. It's not really much else to talk about. I mean, we could wait a little bit more and see what these kind of final margins are. But it's not going to change too much. They're starting to report really slowly. No tax on tips is helping him win big in Nevada. Yeah, for sure. Especially in a place like Clark County, where you have a lot of service workers. That definitely, and if we actually see, let me see Clark County. Clark County is +2 right now for Harris. That's a big swing because it was +9 for Biden last time. That's like a 7 or 8 point shift to the right. So yeah, no tax on tips was definitely a huge thing in Nevada. For sure. Absolutely. Is House still going to be majority rep? I'm not sure. Let me actually check on it. I haven't been checking on the House that much. Let's see if we can wait for this very slow CNN map to load. Let's see. 192 right now for Republicans in the House. 165 Dem. Let's see. Still not loading. Jeez, this is annoying. It's really annoying. But yeah, it's looking like House is Republican. I mean, they've already the GOP has flipped 3 seats so far.
Yeah, I'm back, y'all. It's one of my good buddies just called me, and it's a frenzy. I'm really looking forward to rewatching MSNBC and or MSDNC, I should call it, and CNN and ABC, just to soak in the disappointment from the mainstream media, because they
Oh man, yeah. I'm telling you, the one I want to watch the most is Lichtman's reaction. I gotta see that one. That one's got to be really bad. I mean, him and his son were on together, and I'm sure they were probably super hyped to begin early on, but then that red just started filling out on the map, and they probably got quieter and quieter, and then eventually then they just cut the stream. Oh man, that is rough for them. That is rough stuff. That's funny. But yeah, I can't wait to rewatch a lot of the media after this. It's
all
gonna
right,
be
Trump.
really funny.
Trump, I'm gonna stream him.
Okay.
Got my mother in the background going crazy. All right, I'm gonna play it. Let me see if this works. You hear it?
No,
I'll put it
I
back.
can't yet.
right, how about now?
No.
How do we do this?
That's weird. It should be showing sound.
Window, Chrome tab, right here.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now,
Guys, get it off. It's gonna demonetize my stream.
we're going to
Oh,
help our
I'm
country
pretty-
heal.
I'm pretty sure it
Help our
will.
country heal. We have a country
Take it
that
off.
Dustin, you
needs
there?
help, and it needs help very badly.
Is
We're
Dustin
Dustin.
gonna
there?
fix our borders. We're
It's
gonna
gonna
fix
take it off.
everything about our
It's
country.
gonna demonetize my stream.
We made
Dustin?
history for a reason tonight, and the
Dustin?
reason is
Dustin,
going
you
to
there?
be just that. We overcame obstacles
we
that
gotta
nobody
message him.
thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before. Nothing like this.
Okay, cool. There we go. That's all. Oh man.
Not gonna. All right. Hello. Hello.
Hey.
All right, guys. I think we're pretty much gonna end the stream now because he's won. The other states are gonna take long to call, and I'm probably gonna be busy here. So I think it's done. Or actually, I could just leave, and Dustin could keep running for Gold Crown if Gold Crown wants to keep going.
I'll probably head out now.
Okay, cool. All right, guys. Well, that's it. Donald Trump has won. I was one of the more accurate forecasters this election cycle. So you guys will be getting a video from me and Gold Crown roasting everybody else. So, all right,
Yes.
guys. Everybody have a good night. We're gonna keep going. This is gonna be great. We got a lot of things planned for the channel. So, all right, guys. We managed to get 92,000 views. So, all right, guys. We will see you guys very soon. Good night, everybody.
Good night, guys.
All right. I think that's a wrap.
Yeah, it is.
Well, as President-elect Donald Trump talks in the background, I'm gonna enjoy what he has to say with my family and get ready for 4 years of hopefully some good change, some lower taxes, some more money in the pockets of Americans, lower gas prices, a healthier America with RFK, a more efficient America with Elon Musk. You know, who knows? Maybe in the next 4 years we'll be sending a rocket to Mars, and then in the next 8 years we'll be walking on Mars. The future is bright, and hey, we're on YouTube, and I think once again we have a shot at freedom of speech, and it's a big deal.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, this is historic. There's a little over 8,000 people watching right now, and I hope everybody gets a good night's sleep. And it's going to be great. Brighter days ahead for sure.
Yes, absolutely. This will be a really good night to remember. An amazing one.
Yep.
All right, guys. I think we're gonna wrap it up now officially. Thanks for watching the live stream, especially those for those of you who stayed for the majority of it. We really appreciate that. For those of you who liked and subscribed on both my channel and on Point's channel, we really appreciate it. And we're gonna wrap up the stream. Thanks, guys. Have a good night. See ya.
Take care.